All right.
But first, let's get to the interview.
Live.
Mr. President, thank you
My
for doing
headphones
this.
aren't on yet.
Thank you for having me. Let's start with the debate. You and your team have said you had a bad night, but your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It's a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
You know, you say you were exhausted, and I know you've said that before as well, but you came, and you did have a tough month, but you came home from Europe about 11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the docs with me, I asked if they did a COVID test because they're trying to figure out what's wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection.
Imagine if he dropped out because of a COVID test. People would lose their fucking minds. Lose their minds.
Just had a really bad cold.
Get out! Leave! Sorry, chinchillas.
I don't think I did, no.
Well, what I want to get at is, what were you experiencing as you were going through the debate? Did you know how badly it was going?
Yeah, look. The whole way I prepared, nobody's fault, mine. Nobody's fault but mine. I prepared, but I
taking the blame, saying it was his fault is a good tactical move.
I don't know if it's really anyone's fault because
but like optics wise,
yeah, I know he's a grandpa. It's not my fault. I have a disease called Alzheimer's, George. You know?
I usually would do sitting down, as I did come back with foreign leaders or the National Security Council, for explicit detail. And I realized about partway through that, you know, I get quoted, the New York Times had me down at 10 points before the debate, 9 now or whatever the hell it is. The fact of the matter is that what I looked at is that he also lied 28 times. I thought it was 50. The way the debate ran, not my fault, nobody else's fault. No one else's fault.
But it seemed like you were having trouble from the first question in.
Get him, George.
Even before he spoke.
Well, I just had a bad night.
What do you mean? He gave the finger guns.
Once in a while. I can't remember any.
He was hip.
I've had plenty.
Yeah, he did.
Epic.
I guess the question, the problem is here for a lot of Americans watching is, you've said, going back to 2020, watch me. Yep. To people who are concerned about your age, and 50 million Americans
you have to do
watch that debate. It seemed to confirm
you can't
fears
fight
they
a
already
narcissist
had.
by being a narcissist. It doesn't work.
After that debate, I did 10 major events.
This is a perfect response to Trump after a disastrous debate.
I did events in North Carolina. I did events in Georgia. Did events like this today. Large crowds, overwhelming response, no slipping. And so I just had a bad night. I don't know why.
And how quickly did it come to you that you were having that bad night?
Well, it came to me as having a bad night when I realized that even when I was answering a question, even though they turned his mic off, he was still shouting. And I let it distract me. I'm not blaming it on that. But I realized that I just wasn't in control.
Part of the other concern is that this seems to have fit into a pattern of decline that has been reported on recently. New York Times had a headline on July 2nd, Biden's lapses are common and worrisome. Here's what they wrote. People who have spent time with President Biden over the last few months or so said the lapses appear to have grown more.
I was literally thinking to myself, it's kind of funny that they were saying all they really wanted was like a breathing corpse. Well, proving that they were wrong.
Frequent, more pronounced, and after Thursday's debate, more worrisome. By many accounts, as evidenced by video footage, observation, and interviews, Mr. Biden is not the same today as he was even when he took office 3.5 years ago. Similar reporting in the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal. Are you the same man today that you were when you took office 3.5 years ago?
In terms of successes, yes. I also was the guy who put together a peace plan for the Middle East that may be coming to fruition. I was also the guy that expanded NATO. I was also the guy that all the
No, don't say that. No.
Putin expanded NATO, bro.
Fuck.
What are you talking about? That was Putin.
It's an open door policy. What are you talking about?
Bro, you can't take credit
Fuck.
for Putin's accomplishments like that.
Jesus Christ. You're just feeding the disinfo agents. Now it's going to be even harder to disprove because Biden said it.
individual things
Did
that
you
are done.
did you get the jihadi doc posted?
No, I haven't been on my computer. That's why.
Ideas I had or
Try and
I
upload it to
fulfilled,
Rumble now.
I moved on. And so, for example, well, that was true then. What's Biden done lately?
What have you
What have you done for me lately, Eddie?
200,000 new jobs. We're moving in a direction that no one's ever taken on. I know you know this from the days in the government. I took on Big Pharma. I beat them. No one said I could beat them.
We beat
I
Medicare.
took on all the things we said we got done.
Oh, Kim Iverson is talking about the Uyghurs. That's funny.
We're told we
I
couldn't
mean,
get
she's
done.
got-
Look, Viva
she's gotta
Frey
be
is watching
taken-
the same thing we are.
She who?
The lawyer guy. He got big during the Rittenhouse trial.
Who?
Part of it is what I said when I ran was I wanted to do three things: restore some decency in
All the right-wing pundits are fucking frothing on this interview.
the office, restore some support for the middle class instead of trickle-down economics,
us.
go from the middle out and the bottom up, the way the wealthy still do fine, everyone does
The
better,
right wing
and unite
pundit.
the country.
But what has all that work over the last 3.5 years cost you physically, mentally, emotionally?
Well,
I cry myself to sleep every night, George.
I just think it cost me a really bad night, bad run. But,
What?
you know,
That
George-
answer makes no sense, bro.
I'm optimistic about this country. I don't think we're a country.
Okay,
of
but
losers
we're not
in parts
optimistic
out. I
about
don't
you
think America's
anymore.
Yeah, is that the only issue?
in tough shape. I think America's on a cusp of breaking through in so many incredible opportunities.
He's not wrong.
This next term, I'm going to make sure we have straighten out the tax system. I'm going to make sure we're in a situation where we have health care for all people, where we're in a position where we have child care and elder care, free up, and all these things. One thing I'm proudest of is, remember when my economic plan was put forward, a lot of the mainstream economists said it's not going to work. Well, guess what? You now have 16 Nobel laureates, 16 of them in economics.
That
saying
was
Biden's
true,
next
because
term would
remember
be
he was saying
based on what he wants
shit
to do,
like,
enormous success.
Mm.
you know, they say we need something. I don't remember what it was. It was that under the bridge speech, the one that we attribute as being like
Yes.
his best speech of this run.
Yes.
He said, he says unemployment, because this is Hassan point that he makes a lot about how they need the homeless as a threat to keep you working. Right. And so Biden was addressing that, saying, I call bullshit on all that. Right. So he said, they said you need employment at like 10% or something. He said, I think you can have it at 0.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to work towards that. That was really fucking good policy shit underneath that bridge. And honestly, I guess voters care more about dumb shit than fucking lowering the unemployment rate. Like, what matters more than that Biden said on that stage? What was a better policy given on that stage than what he gave under that bridge?
I'm not sure. Like,
We'd have to go back and watch our coverage of that bridge stuff.
Or just find the speech.
Or just because if you find our coverage, then you specifically know what we're noting down and bringing up as good points.
I'm not even sure where that'd be. You'd have to look up the date of that speech and then look up the date of the stream or something.
Well, we posted it as a video.
Oh, did we? Okay.
Yeah.
Trump's plan would cause a recession.
Yeah.
Significantly increase inflation. I've made great progress, and that's what I plan on doing. And we can do this.
I understand that, and I'm not disputing that. What I'm asking you is,
You are, George.
about your personal situation. Do you dispute that there have been more lapses, especially in the last several months?
Can I run the 110 flat? No, but I'm still in good shape.
Are you more frail?
No,
I know you spoke.
complete my schedule.
I know you spoke with your doctor after the debate. What did he say?
He said, he just looked at me. He said, "You're exhausted."
God damn it.
It's so obvious that these are fucking rehearsed
Every
lines.
president does.
Yeah.
You know, medical doctors, some of the best in the world, travel me everywhere I go. I have an ongoing
Bro,
assessment of what I'm doing. They don't hesitate to tell me if they think there's something wrong.
they just
I
announced
know you said you have an ongoing.
that they're going to limit his late night events.
Really?
Because he's got those sundowners. Not like Kamala Harris is right there. We can start promoting her now. We can do it. Look at how hard we've been pushing your ass.
This is interesting.
You know, while you haven't been able to make sentences. And and then we go to David Pacman and he says, Trump can't talk. He dumb. It's all falling apart.
Interesting. Oh my god.
What? Dead air.
No. Rumble has a cloud service, like a data hosting service.
Uh-huh.
Could be a good idea.
Assessment. Have you had a full neurological and cognitive evaluation?
Oh,
I
can't wait.
Neurological test every day.
No, I mean that could be a good idea for our idea of.
Shut up! I want to hear what Biden's saying.
And I've had a full physical. I had, I've been able to read for my physicals. I mean, yes. The answer is
I know your doctor said he consulted with a neurologist. I guess I'm asking a slightly different question. Have you had the specific cognitive tests, and have you had a neurologist, a specialist, do an examination?
No one said I had to. No one said. They said I'm good.
Would you be willing to undergo an independent medical evaluation?
Just like how Trump's doctor said he was the best. Bro said, I have a cognitive exam every day. What is that answer?
Cognitive test and release the results to the American people?
Look, I have a cognitive test every single day.
He said it again.
Every day I have that test. Everything I do. Not only am I campaigning, but I'm running the world. And that's not how it sounds like hyperbole. But we are the essential nation in the world. Madeleine Albright was right. And every single day, for example, today, before I come out here, I'm on the phone with Prime Minister of, anyway, I shouldn't get into the detail, but with
Go ahead. Who was it? Name the
Prime Minister of England. I'm working on what we're doing.
Which one now?
In Europe with regard to expansion of NATO and whether it's going to stick. I'm taking on Putin. I mean,
what was his name?
There's no day.
What was the Prime Minister's name, Biden?
To make every single day.
And you have been doing that, and the American people have been watching, yet their concerns about your age and your health are growing. So that's why I'm asking, to reassure them, would you be willing to have the independent medical evaluation?
Watch me.
Why won't you have it? If you have no problem, why won't you have it? It literally puts it all to rest.
The right answer right now is no, you don't want to do that, right?
No, I've already done it.
Shut up. I hate you.
You talked a lot about your successes.
I hate you.
At the
Just do it.
Of this interview.
If there's nothing wrong, why won't you do it?
That, but as you know,
like
seriously, about the future,
seriously,
not the past.
Think about it. What would reassure voters more than a fucking rigged cognitive test? Rig the fucking test if you can't pass it. Jesus Christ, man. It's a one-up. If you're that cognitively there, do the test, and boom, it's a one-up. You can show, it was just a bad night. Easy. Ridiculous.
They're about tomorrow, not yesterday. And the question on so many people's minds right now is, can you serve effectively for the next 4 years?
Get out of here, Moth.
George. I got to put NATO together.
Why are you talking like that?
No one thought I could expand it.
Hails from the crypt.
No one thought could happen. I'm the
What?
guy that put together
Putin is invading Ukraine.
Initiative with AUKUS. I'm the guy that got 50 nations not only in Europe, outside of Europe.
Nobody knows what AUKUS is.
Ukraine. I'm the guy that got Japanese to expand their budget. So I mean, and for example, when I decided we used to have 40% of the computer chip, and we invented the chip, a little chip, the computer chip.
Oh, this is some of the bridge stuff.
And so we used to have 40%. We're down to virtually nothing. So I get in the plane against the advice of everybody, and I fly to South Korea. I convinced them to invest in the United States billions of dollars. Now we have tens of billions of dollars.
And who did you meet with there? What were their names?
Making us back in a position where we're going to own that industry again.
No, we're not.
I mean, I just, anyway, I don't want to take too much credit. I have a great staff.
But I guess my point is all that takes a toll. Do you have the mental and physical capacity to do it for
what
another
I'm asking
4
is,
years?
are you retarded?
I wouldn't be running if I didn't think I did.
What?
Look,
What? Bibbidi? That's literally Mumbles being interrogated in Dick Tracy. That's what he says. Bibbidi!
Look.
4 years.
I wouldn't be running if I didn't think I did.
Bibbidi! Right? That's literally what Mumbles says in the interrogation.
I think I understand best what has to be done.
Sure.
To take this nation to a completely new level.
I'll prove
We're on
it.
Our way.
You do
We're
that.
on our way.
I will.
And look, the decision recently made by the Supreme Court on immunity. You know, the next president of the United States, it's not just about whether he or she knows what they're doing. It's not about a conglomerate of people making decisions. It's about the character of the president. The character of the president is going to
You sure are a character, buddy.
whether or not this Constitution is employed the right way.
And we should note that ABC News offered Donald Trump the same opportunity for a one-on-one interview.
And he said, go fuck yourself.
Declined. We'll have more of George Stephanopoulos' exclusive interview with President Biden in just 60 seconds. Stay with us.
Okay.
Back. Let's return now to ABC's
Excellent.
George Stephanopoulos' exclusive interview with President Joe Biden.
Let me ask you a tougher, more personal question. Are you sure you're being honest with yourself when you say you have the mental and physical capacity to serve another 4 years?
Yes, I am, because George, the last thing I want to do is not be able to meet that. I think as some of the senior economists and senior foreign policy specialists say, if I stop now, I'd go down in history as a pretty successful president. No one thought I could get done what we got done.
But are you being honest with yourself as well about your ability to defeat Donald Trump right now?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
You say that, and let me challenge you,
Sure.
because you were close, but behind going into the debate. You're further behind now by any measure. It's been a two-man race for several months. Inflation has come down. In those last few months, he's become a convicted felon, yet you're still falling further behind.
You guys.
Warren Beatty will fuck us in the ass because he is so attached to owning Dick Tracy. He bought the entire license to it. So
that sounds fun.
We have to just, get just the sound here, and then get out of here. Right. I had it lined up and it's not even in the right spot now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it not the same sound?
Sure. Sure. Why not?
Just keep saying that. George, do you know polling better than anybody? Do you think polling data is accurate as it used to be?
I don't think so, but I think when you look at all of the polling data right now, it shows that he's certainly ahead in the popular vote, probably even more ahead in the battleground states. And one of the other key factors there is it shows that in many of the battleground states, the Democrats who are running for Senate and the House are doing better than you are.
Well, that's not unusual in some states. I carried an awful lot of Democrats last time I ran in 2020. Look, I remember them telling me the same thing in 2020. I can't win. The polls show I can't win. Remember 2020, the red wave was coming. Before the vote, I said, that's not going to happen. We're going to win. We did better in all few than almost any.
You mean 2022?
He said in 2023, all the tough races, we're not going to win. I went into all those areas, all those districts, and we won.
All that is true, but 2020 was a close race. And your approval rating has dropped significantly since then. I think the last poll I saw was about 36%. The number of Americans who think you're too old to serve has doubled since 2020. Wouldn't a clear-eyed political calculus tell you that it's going to be much tougher to win in 2024?
Not when you're running against a pathological liar. Not when he hadn't been challenged in a way that he's about to be challenged.
No, it should be
Not
easy,
when
right?
people
You've had months to
lie.
challenge him.
Oh, I sure had months, but I was also doing a hell of a lot of other things, like wars around the world.
Been
Like
busy,
keeping
cunt.
NATO together, like working anyway. But look,
Do you really believe you're not behind right now?
I think all the pollsters I talk to tell me it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up. And when I'm behind, there's only one poll I'm really far behind, CBS poll and NBC, and
New York Times and NBC both have you
Yeah,
about 6 points
This
behind the
interview
popular
that we're
vote.
still
that's
watching?
exactly right.
The interview, there's only 5 more minutes of it. Like, we've been pausing.
New York Times had me behind before anything happened to do with this race. Had me behind 10 points.
Okay.
10 points had me behind. Nothing's changed substantially in the debate, the New York Times poll.
Just when you look at the reality, though, Mr. President, I mean, you won the popular vote in 2020, but it was still deadly close in the electoral
By 7
college.
million votes.
Yes, but you're behind now in the popular vote.
I don't buy that.
Is it worth the risk?
I don't think anybody's more qualified to be president or win this race than me.
No. Is it worth the risk? Okay. He
Part of
doesn't
your
have.
case
He
against
doesn't. You know
Donald
what?
Trump
It doesn't matter to him. He's gonna be dead.
Yeah.
Is that he's only out for himself, putting his personal interest ahead of the national interest. How do you respond to critics who say that by staying in the race, you're doing the same thing?
Oh, come on. Well, I don't think those critics know what they're talking about.
They're just wrong.
It's wrong. Look, Trump is a pathological liar. Trump is, he is. Have you ever seen anything Trump did that benefited somebody else, not him? You can't answer, I know.
I've questioned him and his allies as persistently as any journalist has.
No, I know you have. I'm not being
Yeah.
critical.
Yeah.
I'm not being critical. But look, I mean, the man is a congenital liar. As
You
I
said
said,
this.
they pointed out in that debate he lied 27, 28 times or whatever number, over 20 times. Talk about how good his economy was, how he brought down inflation, how this is a guy who, unlike only other president other than him is Hoover, lost more jobs than he created. This is a guy who told us to put bleach in our arms to deal with COVID, with over a million people died. This is a guy who talks about wanting to get rid of the healthcare provisions we put in place. This is a guy who wants to give the power back to big pharma to be able to charge exorbitant prices for drugs. This is a guy who wants to undo every single thing I've done. Every single thing.
Okay, my
I
follow-up
understand that.
question here, because Biden said, has he ever done anything that benefited anyone but himself? I'd follow up with, what about the First Step Act?
True. So George dropping the ball.
Yeah. It's
saying
the
that's why you wanna
softest
see
ball, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But have you convinced yourself that only you can defeat him?
I convinced myself of two things. I'm the most qualified person to beat him, and I know how to get things done.
If you can be convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
It depends if the Lord Almighty comes out and tells me that, I might do that.
Oh, Biden.
I mean, on a more practical level, Washington Post just reported in the last hour that Senator Mark Warner is assembling a group of senators together to try and convince you to stand down because they don't think you can win.
Well, Mark is a good man. We've never had that. He also tried to get the nomination too. Mark's not. Mark and I have a different perspective. I respect him.
And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi come down and say, we're worried that if you stay in the race, we're going to lose the House and the Senate, how will you respond?
I go into detail with them. I've spoken to all of them in detail, including Jim Clyburn.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them. They all said I should stay in the race.
Oh, okay.
Stay in the race. None of the people said I should leave.
But if they do,
Well, it's like, they're not going to do that.
you sure?
Well, yeah, I'm sure. Look, I mean, if the Lord Almighty came out and said, Joe, get out of the race, I'll get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down. I mean, these hypotheticals, George. If all.
But it's not that hypothetical anymore. I grant that they have not requested the meeting, but it's been
Well,
reported.
I've met with them. I've met with a lot of
Every
these
time
people.
we come back, his hair gets
I've talked
bigger.
with them regularly. I had an hour conversation with Hakeem. I had more time than that with Jim Clyburn. I spent time with many hours off and on the last little bit with Chuck Schumer.
Many hours.
It's not like I had all the governors.
He's king of the
All the
Jews, you know,
I
George.
agree that the Lord Almighty is not going to come down, but if you are told reliably from your allies, from your friends and supporters in the Democratic Party, in the House and the Senate, that they're concerned you're going to lose the House and the Senate if you stay in, what will you do?
I'm not going to answer that question. It's not going to happen.
What's your plan to turn the campaign around?
Saw it today. How many people do you draw crowds like I drew today?
Oh,
Is I'm any more enthusiastic than today?
that's
Huh?
I mean,
a possibility. That's a possibility. If we can start doing information warfare right now on the Pope to get the Pope to get involved and tell Biden that there's world peace at stake.
True. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Is this a MAGA Chud stream or a radical anti-Zionist stream? Why is there only two options?
Who's he have?
Yeah, I'm confused.
I'm the guy supposedly in trouble. We raised $38 million within 4 days after this. We have over 1 million individual contributors. Less than $200.
You fool! It's false. No, it's not.
I've not seen what you're,
Stop it.
you're proposing.
You haven't seen the fall off in the polls. You haven't seen the reports of discontent in the Democratic Party, House Democrats, Senate Democrats.
I've seen it from the press.
So much
It's
to
crazy
analyze.
he doesn't
That's
wear
it?
like corrective lenses, you know?
That's a fair point. But
I've never seen him in anything but aviators.
maybe
You know?
he's got contacts.
Well, even people who wear contacts will sometimes have their lenses on.
Lenses.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Glasses.
Yeah, corrective lenses.
Just say glasses.
Whatever.
When I was thinking of what to ask and whatnot, I thought, well,
we are woke here. Oh God!
so
why
I
is-
went around our
Why
office
is this here?
Because it was in the list and it's funny.
and I said to our colleagues here, I said, if you could ask the PM anything you wanted, non-political, just a genuine question you want to know, what would it be? And here are some of the questions we got from them. So this one here is from John Usanga. What keeps you up at night apart from your baby girl?
And actually, she doesn't much anymore. She's a fantastic sleeper. I'm very blessed.
Oh God!
What keeps me up at night is
Hearing her
the
talk.
weight of the
It's so thick.
job. So lately, a lot of thinking about COVID, what we can do to keep people safe. Because for me, it's never about
Not
just
one of
the
these.
numbers.
Not one of these things is right.
I think about individual people. I get letters from people who say my son's immunocompromised or my parents are frail. I think about it at that level. And so lately it has been the pandemic.
How old is this?
3 years?
I just put it on there.
get me up.
Yeah, and
Funny.
I guess the great next question is, this is from Nairi, is do you ever get time to relax?
I
hate these fucking interviews so much. I hate them.
I get time to relax, but then I don't relax.
Oh,
I'm
I don't
surprised when
care.
I tell them that. They can't believe that's how quickly time has gone.
Yeah.
A great leveler. Though.
Yeah. This one here is from Karima. Now, he's a muso in our office, loves music. So typically his question is, what's your favorite music?
Oh, I know it's such a cliche when people say, oh, I listen to a wide range of music. I genuinely do. I like, I love a particular era of music that I was not here
What's
for,
your favorite
like the
Screamo
Beatles
song?
and Janis Joplin and Joni Mitchell and Nina Simone.
Yeah.
But I also love, some of
Lana.
New Zealand's, really amazing artists.
Say
Like I like
Lana.
even a bit of drum and bass, Shapeshifter.
Yeah.
I like.
Drum and
Lord
bass.
Benny
I'm
and
sorry.
Sarah.
We need jungle. I'm sorry. We need jungle.
They used Australian laws to do it too.
Amazing
Soviet
artists.
national anthem.
I've been known at almost every Labour event to have been just for a throwback to play a lot of Nisha
A
Mystic.
throwback.
Well, I was going to ask you, what's your favorite Pacific musician?
That
Would
just
it be?
makes me that's aging myself by going back there. But that one's for you, Awa. Chris Farquhar said that he would give $1,000 to my campaign if I got up on the stage and danced to Nisha Mystic.
Can we go
I said,
back
"You
to
don't know me."
Biden? Did they actually ban guns with Aussie laws?
Yes.
Yep.
Look it up. They literally went to the New South Wales police force, the most corrupt police force in the country, and the primary ones who wrote the gun laws.
Literally,
To
Nandrin
right New
Getta's
Zealand.
bitch.
Yeah.
Like all the fucking worst mafias work in New South Wales. Nandrin
just-
Getta has a capital in
Yes.
in South Wales, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Melbourne or Sydney. I can't remember which.
No.
one.
It was New South Wales that they had a chapter in, like
Oh,
a capital chapter.
Yeah.
We also have if you go to our you go to our YouTube and you go onto the LTech playlist, we have an extensive interview on gun laws with Better Way 2A. And it goes into like why all the like gun stats and gun laws are like just not well done.
Yeah. It wasn't just Australian gun laws, it was the worst of the Australian gun laws. It was New South Wales. The rifle that I had, which had a folding stock, was illegal in New South Wales because it had a folding stock.
Mm-hmm.
That's how dumb their laws are. Not to mention, and this is my favorite one, and this is a national law, is shotguns. 4 different types of shotguns are in 4 different categories of firearm. One of them is with unrestricted semi-automatic rifles. You'll never guess which one.
I got up on that stage.
And last question,
American
Prime Minister,
politics.
from our round of questions from the office, is this one's from Nate. This is a doozy. Are you worried about the influence of American politics in New Zealand?
I'm worried about people becoming really polarized. Just taking a camp and being so entrenched in it that we stop listening to one another and hearing different perspectives.
Yeah, that'd be a shame.
I think, if we want to be an empathetic nation, we have to always, despite our views, be willing to hear other people out. And so that's what I worry about. I don't think we're there. But with social media often really allowing people just to find their bubbles and
Awful. Social media is awful.
The journalist made the case that in Syria, it's typical for people in Syrian culture to run to the top of a building through the staircase when they think there might be a chemical attack taking place or something like that. Like I don't even know where to start with this. There was clear exits from the building that they could have gotten to.
This is Jackson
this
Hinkle
so-called
doing
journalist.
Why would you do this when I was washing my hands? Go back. What did he say?
in Syrian culture to run to the top of a building through the staircase when they think there might be a chemical attack taking place or something like that. Like, I don't even know where to start with this. There was clear exits from the building.
Okay,
that
Jackson
they could have gotten to.
Jackson. Jackson. Why do they have the instinct to run to the top of the building? Is it because chemical attacks were happening in the first place? Huh? Anything else? You think they have these? You think they didn't have courses on how to survive chemical attacks? Why were all the victims dead next to water? Jackson. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because they had efficient training through the Red Cross and stuff like that?
So-called journalists, Brooklyn-based journalists on the Young Turks, claimed that it's more appropriate in Syria and it's more normal in Syria for people to rush to the top of a building when they think a chemical attack is taking place, then leave the building.
Yes.
And he claimed that
it's almost like that's what the training on how to survive chemical attacks will tell you.
Specifically, chlorine.
People would rush to the top of the building and not leave.
If you start smelling a very strong smell of bleach, you better fucking get high.
Yeah.
Elevation wise.
Is because they think there might be an explosion and the building might topple, which that doesn't make sense either, because if a building's gonna topple and it's gonna fall to the ground, you wouldn't want to you wouldn't want to be at the top of the building either.
You'll know. How does this guy not get the ever-living shit beaten out of him at every opportunity? Seriously, he's literally Richard Spencer. He's literally the new Richard Spencer. Just beat the shit out of him. Every time he comes out in public, just beat the shit out of him so he doesn't come out of his house. Fuck this guy. He can do his Nazi shit from his fucking bedroom. That's all he does anyway on Twitter. So fuck this guy. Just fucking bring back the punch Nazi shit and just start punching this cunt. Fuck him.
Notice that the chlorine, since it is heavier than air, will tend to rest in the lowest point. The video is time-lapsed and will show the initial release, the first minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and 30 minutes. You can see the chlorine rapidly escaping through the 3-inch ball valve on the bottom of the tank. Notice that the chlorine is barely rising more than about 2 feet from the ground. It's also staying within the burst out region around the container itself.
Where would you go up?
At the 1 minute mark, you can see that all the liquid has been released. At the 5 minute mark...
What's that? It's liquid!
Look at that.
Yep.
It's just hanging there.
Well, that's why I was saying, if they use chlorine in those Hamas tunnels, it would be an area of denial.
Yes, you could justify it because it's a massive, easily deployable area denial, not necessarily to kill them.
Mm-hmm. They would try to justify it. But you know them. They wouldn't fucking be rational about something like that. They would say the dumbest, most fascist excuse for why they're doing it instead of what the United States will do.
Yeah.
The oval outline of the concentration of the chlorine vapor.
Honestly, if they sort of announced it, right? If they announced that they were going to flood the tunnels with chlorine gas or whatever, right? What was the one that you said?
Sulfur mustard.
Sulfur mustard, right?
HD.
Yeah, something like that. They're just like, hey, Hamas, we're sick of your shit. We're filling the tunnels with sulfur mustard. Get out.
Because sulfur mustard will have a big contamination issue.
In the general area?
No, in the tunnels themselves.
Oh, okay. So make them unlivable permanently.
Yeah, it's sticky and shit,
Ah, okay.
And also sulfur mustard is not sulfur mustard isn't you need full mop gear. Chlorine, you just need a mask.
Yeah.
Right? Sulfur mustard is a blistering agent, not a choking agent like chlorine. So because it's a blistering agent, if it gets on your skin, it will fucking burn a hole in you.
Okay, so it would be more justifiable to say sulfur mustard could be used as an area of denial for the tunnels, pre-announced, theoretically, right? Because of course, as we always say, we are talking from the position of
well, they would probably say that it's HD. They would avoid associating it with mustard gas or anything like that.
Look, man, this is why people watch us. This is how it happens. We were talking about sarin the other day. We showed animals getting killed by sarin to further explain.
Yeah, we might do more sarin stuff today at the end.
Yeah, so we've been on a trend of covering chemical weapons because we were watching. What was it?
Probably something to do with Syria, probably.
Yeah, something. It was, I think it was an Israel video. We're talking about Israel using chemical weapons, and then we got into sarin. Then a dude started arguing about whether sarin was a vapor.
No, well, he dropped the whole whistleblower guy.
Yes, that's right.
Tell me you know about what happened to this guy who is not credible.
The OECD, no.
OPCW.
Yes,
I
that's
believe.
The one. Whistleblower, yeah. And then this week it's been a lot of chemical weapons stuff. But yeah, so we're talking from like the perspective of Israel and trying to predict their rational response and their irrational response. Now, we know that they're just going to like drop canisters.
I don't think they have. Well, the chemicals that they don't do have. They would have to get the HD from the United States for starters, but like they have the green gas, whatever that's called, the nausea gas. They've used that. They have drones that deploy it. They've used it on protesters.
Okay. What title do you want for this watching people die documentary?
Oh, well, it's Iraqi insurgent documentary.
I'll just title it then.
Iraq from the perspective of the insurgents. Something like that.
Yeah, that'll work.
At the 15-minute mark, the amount of visible chlorine is significantly reduced, but it is still there. At the 30-minute mark, you can no longer see any chlorine vapor under the tank, although the concentration is probably still 10 parts per million, which is the IDLH for chlorine. It's also interesting that the chlorine stayed about 2 feet above the ground.
That is very interesting.
Capitalism is so great. Why does
jump scares?
Hey, look, it's the pedo.
Be bailed out
Yes.
by socialism?
I am now officially blocked by him.
Okay, I blocked him myself. I got an advance on it. Okay, so he's going to say, if capitalism's so great, why does it have to be bailed out? Famously, communist nations were not bailed out or propped up by any other communist nation. Were they?
No.
4 to 7 years. If capitalism is a human nature, why does it require a militarized police state and legal enforcement?
It doesn't.
Why do we need an armed enforcement of human nature? If
it doesn't. We don't.
Is meritocratic, why is most wealth inherited? If capitalism is meritocratic, why are most millionaires and billionaires white? If capitalism is society, then why has it only existed for hundreds of years? If capitalism is the free market, then why does it require a
the free market isn't capitalism
to bail it out of its own insolvency? If capitalism rewards hard work, then why are the hardest people living paycheck to paycheck? If capitalism lifts hundreds of millions out of poverty, then why, oh why, are those hundreds of millions of people Chinese under the direction of the Communist Party? If capitalism innovates, then why do those innovations come from government funding? Oh, why are those hundreds? If capitalism rewards hard work, then why are the hardest working people living paycheck to paycheck? If capitalism lifts hundreds of millions out of poverty, then why, oh, why are those hundreds of millions of people Chinese?
That's so funny. That's so funny. They use White Snake.
Under the direction.
How many times can you listen to White Snake before you go crazy?
I'm still
going.
Why
do those innovations come from government funding?
What, you listen to White
Snake? It's almost as if capitalism is none of those things, and it's just
what? Wait, what was the question? I'm currently fixing the video on Rumble.
I said the CIA uses White Snake to torture people.
I Not sure.
Here I go alone on my again. You know.
No.
Here I go alone again. Here I go on my own again.
No, I have no idea.
Down the only road I've ever known. It's a lonely road.
Sure.
White
That's a
Snake.
fine song.
Yeah. Well, that's what they play for the Guantanamo detainees. They blast White Snake.
I could have suggested worse, but sure.
The private ownership of public resources.
No, where would you say that we like capitalism?
And this is why the poor have to die. An economy of exploitation should be abolished.
Guys, can we
stop yelling?
No! You see, you guys agree with each other. You're the same thing. Well, what are we gonna do? Fascists are in power. I don't know. Let's be nicer to fascists.
Come to me.
Please, Mr. Fascist.
This is
Can
awful.
you be nice to me? I'll do what you say.
Of course.
Who does? No, I really want to know who does this advocating to be nicer to fascists.
Yeah.
Who are the people? Like literally, you go on into ultra lib forums. They're talking about if they can kill MAGA. Okay, what are you talking about? This guy is a fucking pedophile idiot.
Care of you.
Okay, can we keep things just about the same? DCs always side with fascists because fascists don't threaten capital. Capitalism is human nature. An economy without morals should not exist. You don't understand economics, and you don't understand democracy. Bro, this is Econ 101. Justifying capitalism by explaining capitalist economics is not a justification. We will continue to exploit you. We are coming for your capital. If you go far enough left, you end up on the right. Therefore, I'm going to go to the right.
It's almost like there's no directions.
Defunded. Defund what? All of it. Everything. Housing? Yes. Healthcare? Yes. Welfare? Yes. Education? Yes. Transportation?
Wow,
yes.
good thing the government is there to act as a filter.
Fun. Defense.
Wow, isn't that great?
Okay, well, all those things that we
isn't that great that
they
we
don't
have
work anymore. Look,
someone there to, like, you know, not give the capitalists everything, just 70 to 80% of anything they ask for.
You see, I told you government is incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. Criminalize it. Criminalize what? Poverty. Being poor. Well, that's mainly going to affect minorities and marginalized people. Sounds good to me. Okay, well, the people whose way of life we've criminalized, yeah, they're all criminals now. You see, we told you they were violent scum. Put them away.
Okay, but hang on. Now he's just acting like Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Capitalists don't necessarily say any of that. Like some do, you know, like like maybe the Koch brothers or something.
Yeah.
You know, but like, you know, I think even Elon Musk might not even go that far with shit. Like, I don't know a capitalist that really be talking like that.
No way. If we upload to Rumble, we can embed videos. It has an embedding, a monetized embedding feature, so we can embed it into the stream, not the StreamYard, the Substack, and monetize the videos on there too. So that's a good idea.
Yeah, get money from all those people dying in that video.
Not that, no, not that video. But like the
also, that's a really good point. Elon also gets like a shitload of government money.
That is very funny. All right, fuck this guy. I'm over this.
From New York to Los Angeles, in Michigan and Las Vegas, even passengers on a flight from Minneapolis to Miami. Millions of Americans tuned in to watch
Cap
the
and
first
trade.
2024
Cap and trade.
debate.
I don't even know what that is. I know it's a term. I just haven't used it in so long. It's been deleted from my memory.
Between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. At pro-Trump watch parties, voters suggested Biden's performance shows he's not fit to be reelected to the nation's highest office.
I don't want to be disrespectful towards the elderly, but
what a nice guy!
He slurs his words a lot. I just don't think he's fit to be a leader.
I think it's really hard.
You know what? You know, was a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
We can save him.
Hold on.
Like, what a nice young man, you know? Look, dude, he is one twink away from being a commie.
Hold on. No, look. He's from New York. Track him down. Save him.
All right, I'll get you. Seriously, one good twink in this guy's life turns around.
But like Biden is, he slurs his words a lot. I just don't think he's fit to be a leader.
Yeah, because
I think it's really hard.
It's because they think getting tattoos makes you a harlot.
For any reasonable human being to watch that and know that Mr. Biden is...
This lady, if you told me this lady's name, this is the exact lady I'd picture.
fit to be our president.
It was like Roseanne Patonski or something. Oh my God! Look, it's crackhead Hulk Hogan.
Are these not the epitome of California Trump supporters?
Look, mega gang. Oh, you're a gang now. You're criminals, huh?
Are they not the epitome of California Trump supporters? Like, this is exactly what you would expect.
Is this the bulwark thing?
His calm and his cool.
I have no idea.
Okay, because that's what I was talking about before. I'm going to grab that, make sure we have it.
Mm-hmm.
He was holding back quite a bit, and I wish you would have tore into him more. But, he's got to be polite.
Other debate watchers were disappointed that candidates didn't directly answer some questions, like Trump's pledge to deport millions of undocumented immigrants if elected.
Ex-President Trump failed to answer the question, is he going to try to deport 13 or 14 million immigrants, taking, children and...
If you listen to us, you'd actually know that he didn't answer questions because we were actually listening.
Spouses from others, people that have been...
Look, there is normal people out there, see?
Crazy.
VOA is able to find them.
Everything...
They will find them. They will.
Skyrocketed.
That guy was concerned. That guy was concerned about ripping families apart while being a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
Mr. Child Separation as a policy himself, one of his voters is concerned about that.
Mm-hmm.
Think you're backing the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Price it was during Trump's era. Gas prices are way overpriced.
I think that some of the questions aren't being answered, though, by the candidates.
That last guy? Okay, normal person, another normal person. That last guy was a magtard, right? He doesn't actually have a political opinion. It's just Donald Trump. That's why he said shit like gas prices.
Interesting.
Right? It's a parroted talking point you get from fucking like Fox News and shit. These other people are like normal
people. Yeah. Interesting.
For Democrats in Los Angeles, Biden supporters focused on the issues rather than assessing the performance of either candidate.
Trump is a complete liar. Everything he says is just one lie after another.
Frame that as Biden supporters or Democrats were only listening to what was actually being said is kind of stupid. Because anybody actually caring about the debate and what the candidates are actually putting forward would be listening. Like, I did not give a single fuck about either one of them, how they came out. Like, neither of us did during the actual debate, right? We were just like, oh, he sounds shit. What is he, sick? And then we just ignored it and tried to actually
I was pretty concerned when he first came out. I was like, oh, God.
Another after another. And he's never going to protect us as women. He's not going to protect minorities across the nation. And he's going to make things worse for us. He's going to put us into more wars.
This is hard to watch. To see someone lying to the American public time and time again is hard to watch. Biden is really looking out for women's rights.
There is no crime wave from immigrants coming into this country. It doesn't exist. President Trump, former President Trump, is only using those words to gin up a base that only wants to create a xenophobic...
Has a Democrat pin and everything. This guy is just a statist bootlicker.
Racist country.
There are less than 5 months until Election Day. Voters will have enough.
Thanks, VOA.
It was a somber move.
No. Go. I just sent it. Go to the one I just sent.
Okay.
That's the one I really wanted to see because this one's so good.
Democrats step forward and call.
Yeah, it's coming. Fucking hell, it's here. It's right here. Like it's 2 videos away.
Well,
Relax.
it's literally a back on the. I asked if you had it, and you said you didn't know, so I went to find it. So we could follow up what we were just watching.
His campaign, but there is another crucial group at play here too: anti-Trump Republicans. They've got a lot on the line. So how are they feeling in the days after the debate? CNN's Ellie Reeve went to find out.
Wow, she went to go do journalism.
What was that other video you wanted? The one with the weird name.
The Never Trumpers?
No, there was another one.
Did I just mention it?
Maybe. It was before we started.
I said the Michelle Obama stuff with Fox News.
Well, I didn't get that.
This happy bar party is full of people who usually feel pretty bleak.
This country needs to wake up. There's a dangerous thing happening. It's called complacency.
They're fans of the Bulwark, a Never Trump media organization. Many are ex-Republicans who reject Donald Trump, a group that can feel so tiny that some got on airplanes to meet one another. The event was festive and just a few days before the presidential debate.
It's hard for me to wake up every morning and talk to my neighbors and know that they're supporting somebody that doesn't match any of their values.
Becky is a former Republican who flew in from South Dakota with her sister-in-law.
We're in a very red state, and I'm a very not red person, and it's tough to find a community there. We're married to Republican men.
Is your husband pro-Trump?
I think he's going to vote for Trump. I hope he doesn't vote for Trump, but it's an interesting house to live in.
We wanted to
Isn't
talk
that
to
sad?
these people because they represent
Isn't
an
that
important
fucking
part
sad?
of President Biden's
Like
coalition.
it's like QAnon did this too, you know, where it was like literally destroyed families.
Yes. Yeah.
Like
No,
that.
Yeah.
Like you should divorce your husband, honey. Meet your new husband here tonight. Don't go home to him. Staying together for the kids generally actually is worse, actually. You should not.
Study.
But after his struggle in the debate, we had to go back to them to see what had changed.
Both of those videos?
Yeah, because I remembered I wanted to look at this weather person because, you know, Jenny Milk isn't posting anymore.
Ofer was shocked and angry.
It was terrible. I'm completely disillusioned. They're both a joke. It felt like elder abuse.
Both
so,
died
I think it needs to be
2024.
replaced.
Woo!
If for anything, just out of respect for his humanity.
Robin Hochland had flown from Salt Lake City to be among Never Trumpers before the debate.
I led the district in North Georgia with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was pretty abusive to people wearing masks during COVID, and I was a little traumatized by that.
And how would you describe your politics?
My politics were center-left. My husband was always Republican, and we got along fine for years, and then it seems everything is kind of broken.
This
and
is so sad.
We both now are registered Democrats in Utah, which is
Oh,
rare.
thank God. Thank God. Oh, my
They're
God.
both registered Democrats.
Thank God. Trump didn't destroy another fucking family. Woof.
I'm going to upload all the L text to Rumble as well.
Yeah, why
not
not?
right now, but I will.
Why not? Why not?
Yes, very worried. Very worried. I have 3 daughters. They all live in red states, and they're in reproductive age, which is in their 20s, and I really worry about their options.
When we spoke to Hochland afterward, she said she'd barely...
Yeah, look, if I couldn't convince them not to, just out of the pure fact that he's a literal fascist, then yeah, there's too much difference there.
Especially like it's especially highlighting women here too, you know.
I mean, this is exactly what is killing Japan and Korea. This divide between conservative and liberal. It's insane.
They've been able to sit through the debate.
Initial reaction was shock, and then
just sadness. And then I think I moved into anger.
Do you think Joe Biden should be replaced?
It hurts me to say that, but yes. I don't think he's electable. I don't know how you dig out of this hole. He could do more events where he, looks better. He's looked better since then, and they can time it right. But everyone knows deep in
is this like for CNN? Isn't this a phenomenal story from CNN?
Yeah,
The pre-debate
it really
party
is.
in Denver was for a live podcast.
We've now seen journalism actually happen from Fox News and CNN this week.
Well, Fox News, it was cutting to like their. Well, this is a package as well, so should
from the Bulwark,
look up
which was created by
who's the journalist who did this package though. What's her name?
At the end.
Are Republican operatives. At the after party, people
They
told us that
intro.
this was one of the few places where they could meet in real life people who didn't make them feel
Yeah,
crazy.
Ellie Reeve.
Just type the name in chat.
Relatively conservative Republican. It's almost, rather than being Republican Democrat, it's become more autocracy.
You're an
versus
alcoholic,
democracy.
Dan.
Even though I would probably economically agree
Dan, it's
with
8:30
more
and you are hammered.
policies that a Trump
Oh, I meant
administration
our chat so I
would
could
put in
copy
place
it.
versus
But that's
a
fine,
Biden
too.
administration. I can't support someone like Trump.
You feel safe
Trump.
here, and you
Someone
feel
like
like
Trump.
you can speak your mind, and people may disagree, but you can talk about it in a rational way.
But after the debate, Hochland felt more
Oh,
despair.
that
You feel
makes
like you're being
sense.
condescending.
She's ex-Vice.
Ah.
To.
She says she
To
has open
be
DMs.
talked to from the
Interesting.
Democratic Party, kind of like just get behind the
she wrote a
candidate
book.
was
She wrote a
very
book about
frustrating.
Charlottesville.
and angering. So this is not about the Democrat or the Republican Party. They both put up
Reporting on
candidates that are
extremism
not
for a
electable very
decade. So
different
when she was at
reasons.
Vice,
Trump
that's
is a
specifically what she was there for. Vice is looking at extremism specifically.
Okay.
So
That's pretty cool. Should be a good one to have on.
yeah, she has 65K followers, but she said, "I have open DMs," which leads me to say I can just DM her and it's cool.
Try it.
I will.
criminal and many other issues. Biden is just aging, and
Oh, with the page. though.
there is no reason that people should not be concerned with what they see.
He's done a great job. He did a great job the last 4 years. Right now, if these are the two options that we have in November, I'll vote for Joe Biden's head in a jar before I'll vote for Donald Trump. I'm angry. And I mean, I'm angry to the point where if Joe Biden stays on the ticket and Donald Trump is still on the ticket, I'm fast tracking moving to Costa Rica.
I'm gonna send her the Order of 9 Angles interview.
Yes. I mean, we've done a few on extremism.
Yeah, but that one's got someone who's also ex-Vice in it.
True.
It's a 5-year plan to move to Costa Rica, and I'm going to try and fast track it. I do not want to be here before the Republicans, Trump's little trolls, start, reducing more or taking away more women's rights.
Hey, guys. You have the Second Amendment. Go and fix the problem. This is partly what it's for.
Wow.
Biden will fucking pardon you. Just do it.
When Ellie Reeve was with me now, first of all, what a phenomenal idea to be at that party to begin with and then follow through.
Look, CNN journalist is amazed at real journalists.
Oh no, that's why I put it on here. That's why I put it on here. Because like it ends with him being like, "Wow, and you followed up." Because like CNN literally forgot what basic journalism is.
Way more women's rights.
Wow, when Ellie Reeve was with me now, first of all, what a phenomenal idea to be at that party to begin with and then follow through. What did these people say they want to
She can't fucking believe it. She's just like, God.
see now?
Well, they're devastated because they thought of Joe Biden as their imperfect but best vehicle to beat Trump, and now that's gone. So some had talked about maybe Vice President Harris, that she might not be popular enough to win. But the way one woman put it was that if we don't at least try. It's better to at least try and lose than to not try at all, which is what she thinks would be keeping Biden on the ticket. Others said maybe some kind of centrist governor, but they were really at a loss.
A lot of people now asking these questions. Ellie Reef, thanks so much for this reporting this morning. Really appreciate it.
The entire spirit of this nation was built on the idea that presidents can't be and that no man is above the law. Why is there even a system of checks and balances if that's not the case? Now they have very
not Hassan yet. Not yet.
Can somebody explain this to me? Breaking. The Hawk Tuah girl, aka Haley Welsh, has come out against Donald Trump in her first ever interview. I had the weirdest. There's like a whole other world out there, man.
The best part about this is it was Midas touch.
Twitter, and I saw a conservative say something like the Hawk Tuah has defeated Pride Month or something, and I don't know. Apparently, the joke is that, can somebody find me the original video? There is this blonde college-age girl.
I don't understand why this took off. There's so many like street interviews with answers like this. Why did this one take off? That's what I want to know.
Should I write out the word package or say PKG like we all do in the industry?
Do whatever.
Okay, thanks for the input.
I don't know. I've never heard PKG. I wouldn't know what you were talking about, but she probably would.
Who is like, you know how when you're sucking dick, you have to spit in it? And then she said Hawk Tuah as like the automatopoeia for spitting on a dick.
The automata.
And conservatives found it so funny that she was apparently at a music concert the other day and she said Hawk Tuah into like to a stadium of people. And I thought, is there another layer to this? But it turns out the meme literally just is her making the spitting noise. Like there's no other context to it. There's no other like, oh, well, it's not just making a spitting noise. It's like this whole other thing. It's literally just that. It's this. Wait, yeah, here we go. It's this. This is it.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that Hawk Tuah and spit on that thing. You get me?
That's it.
There's actually more to it, but like
stardom.
Yeah, there is more, but it's not much.
But that's fucking awesome, though.
Sure, like it's funny, but it's not like get her on stage at a concert to say it in front of people funny. You know what I mean?
It is
like
though.
What a one trick.
It is though. And guess what? She's got branding. Like people, she stepped on that shit immediately. She literally, as soon as she went viral, she quit her job.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's fucking amazing.
She's like, fuck you, I'm out. Boom, done. Right? And like, so she's got a whole management team behind her. I'm sure they're going to have branding here.
Mm-hmm.
If they're smart, they'll fucking do a fucking like sex toy type thing.
True. That would be the move. Because I was about to ask, what would be the next thing? Because what really is her claim to fame?
Well, as I think Charlie said that he gives it 3 months until she has a bad rap song. It was either a month or 3 months, and I agree with Charlie's take on it, really.
I think so, yeah. That'll be funny.
With a very specific kind of conservative.
Well,
I think
Token already released a freestyle with sampling it, so that's already happened.
Because there were a bunch of conservatives saying like, this is defeated Pride Month, but I guess that's over.
I have a game that I want to play with you guys.
What is it?
Wow, this is quite the. Never mind.
I'm gonna play with you guys.
What is
That
it?
makes me
No,
nervous.
it's not that scary. I promise. It's called Hawk Tuah or Nah, and you tell me if you want to.
It's great. So can somebody explain to me why this became a conservative thing? Isn't like aggressively
because she ended Pride Month a week early.
Like what? What's the? I don't understand.
Because
I just
she has a
looked up
southern
Hawk Tuah
accent
on Twitter, and it's all porn.
Is that literally what it is?
I don't fucking know, bro.
I fucking betted something that dumb.
Porn videos of porn stars giving head, and that people are like, giving it the Hawk, spit on that thing, Hawk Tuah. But it's literally just like the joke is that it's the sound of spitting, but that's the only part of the joke.
Oh my God,
there's
this is so painful to watch,
Does everyone
bro.
understand what I'm trying to get at here?
Bro,
there's nothing mimetic about it. There's nothing.
What are
there's
you
no
talking?
joke.
Nothing
Dude,
mimetic.
This is mimetic. What are you talking about? The existence of this is mimetic. The fact that we're talking about
What
it.
a fucking moron, bro.
Oh. Like,
It's
there's a
not
difference between
mimetic
it not...
as he has a fucking Marvel print of her that has a fucking Hawk Girl. Which I think is DC, but who cares?
It is DC. But, like, what the fuck?
It's just the noise of spitting. There's nothing else. Can somebody get me the video clip of her saying "Hawk Tua" into the microphone at a giant like Southern music concert or country music concert? Can somebody show me that, please? Where's that clip? It was like viral or whatever. You're too boomer pilled. I think the problem here is that I'm not boomer pilled enough. I haven't seen anyone younger than 40 do this. Look.
Why?
That's her. That it's not conservative. I'm only seeing conservatives and like boomer normies talk about it. I like it, like exclusively. Is it that they're so sexually repressed that
that's actually an interesting point. I didn't see the actual video until about 3 days ago. That's how little I gave a shit about this. Imagine if Vaush only had that kind of little care about it. He wouldn't have this cringe fucking video trying to boomer his way through a video trying to figure out why this isn't a meme where it is.
This is like hot. It's because she's a blonde white woman, right? It has to be that. Like, if it was a black woman who was like, yeah, you got to spit on the dick, they would be like, wow, what a ratchet whore.
Yeah, you're right, but I bet your black Twitter would be going crazy. Like, who fucking knows? This shit's unpredictable.
What a thug. But because it's a white blonde country girl, they're like, oh, it's really funny, actually. It's literally just the accent, lol. Yeah, I think that's literally it. She's got merch. Okay. Hawk Tua girls merch already raking in lots of cash. Laughing straight to a bank. Okay. She's hot, though. I don't want to disparage the lady. She just looks like a normal,
yeah, she's just
like 20-something blonde white girl to me.
I
Maybe
actually,
it's because in the queer community.
I completely agree with Vaush on this one. She's so sorority basic white girl that there really isn't anything stand out about her.
People tend to distinguish their appearance
in
a very like performative way.
Yes,
with,
you're
like,
100%
specific outfits
correct.
or makeup or facial piercings or stuff. So that when I see
What
like
stand out about
conventionally
you,
attractive, normal looking
bitch?
person, I think like, oh yeah, they look normal. You know, I'm
What's
not
he
hating
wear,
on
what's
her,
he
I
wear
guess.
day to day?
Probably a kilt.
Yes. But she's not even conservative, so I guess it's literally just because she's
Oh
like
my
a
God,
rapish
you mean
young
she's
blonde
like a
woman.
regular
Like, that's
person?
literally it, right? Yeah, they did the
Wow,
same thing with Sydney
crazy.
Sweeney, where she's like a big tittied blonde woman, and they're like, wokeness has fallen. I didn't realize this was such a thing, man.
A hook to on that thing or no?
Okay.
Okay. I think you might.
It's
are you
funny
into, like,
because
older
Texas
guys?
banned Pornhub.
When did this happen? What?
Oh yeah. You can't, if you're in Texas, you literally can't access the site.
That's fucking amazing.
Right? But they're the ones who are like, yeah, tits are back. Wokeness is over.
That's fucking awesome.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh,
They probably like that too.
yeah.
My phone's not loading.
Oh.
All right, ready? Come on. Oh, just a hook?
I'll give him a hawk.
I kind of feel bad for her. She's probably got like life
She's
ambitions,
cashing
man.
in.
And then it's like, oh yeah, a bunch of 40-something, 50-something
No.
conservative normie
She
guys
didn't have. She,
get like
bro,
a chub.
Why don't you go watch this interview instead of just like fucking making up? You're doing what they're doing. You're making up an entire persona about her.
Whenever you,
I forgot what she said she
making
did, but it was
the
like
spitting-
something shitty, like a coal miner or something. It was something shitty.
Dude, imagine if she did get on Joe Rogan. That would be incredible.
She will. It'll happen.
I fucking hope it does.
God,
that would
what
be
did she say
amazing.
her job was? Charlie says it. Charlie's video is much better than this.
Noise. But it's a way you can get a lot of money, so she was fired from her job as a teacher, if I recall correctly. What led to her being fired?
Spitting on that thing.
Okay, beautiful. There you go, Dave. You got a hug. Donald Trump.
No, absolutely not.
No.
It's a no from me.
Yeah, there you go. No, that was a fake news story becoming viral. Some people are saying she didn't get fired. I don't know, whatever. Now she's woke. The Hawk Tuo girl has been lost to wokeness.
Because she won't spit on Trump's dick.
Get it. Do you ever get the feeling that the right...
All right, because this video sucks, let's just
this
watch
wacky cyberspace where the smallest interaction ever can change someone's life. Like,
wow,
I'm talking
already better. Am I right?
leading to an entire career and changing the trajectory of someone's destiny. I think the best example of this is Danielle Bregoli. She had a viral segment on Dr. Phil back
Literally
in like
the same.
2015, and it ended up with her saying, "Cash me outside," and people memed it. Those memes became extremely popular.
She also
when you're
turned
tweeting
18.
about we don't need gun control, we need cracker control, are you meaning we need to get to white folks under control?
Like, people also need to understand the Danielle Bregoli thing has a pedophile nature to it as well. She was 14. People were frothing at the mouth for her to turn 18, so she'd start an OnlyFans. Millions. Millions of dollars.
I guarantee you that if this girl, not even, and I believe she doesn't even do nude OnlyFans either.
That's hilarious.
Let me type in her name with the word butthole, and I can tell you. But like, this girl could also do that. The non-nude OnlyFans, and make $1 million.
Yeah. But yeah, she did the OnlyFans, then she made a rap song, and now she's irrelevant again.
No, she still makes music.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's just not good. And also, it's if you pay for her OnlyFans, it's not irrelevant. Okay, I'm typing the word butthole into my phone now.
Thus, Danielle Bregoli.
Her tattoos are really bad.
Became extremely popular, and now fast forward to today, she has a multi-million-dollar career that all started because of that meme. One sentence. It's just so interesting how something as small as that.
Yeah, I want to say she doesn't do nude stuff.
It's not a guarantee.
But I'm not going to sit here like being like OnlyFans leaks, and stuff like that. Like, I just typed in butthole, and a bare ass did come up, but it clearly wasn't whole, And showing bare ass is nothing. So if she is naked, she's covering the knops.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Cash Me Outside girl.
Okay.
Her butthole. What I'm saying is her butthole didn't come up on Google search. This is like the South
journalism.
Park thing. No, it's the South Park thing with Eric Cartman. He talks about how you could just Google Jennifer Lawrence's butthole, which is like fucked up because those were like nude leaks,
Yes. Yeah. It was revenge porn.
Mm-hmm.
And her tattoos are awful.
Did you type in to see her butthole too?
I did type butthole, but I really wanted to see the tattoos because I wanted to see what you were seeing. So we're on the same page.
Might not necessarily get like a long-lasting career from it. You might just get 15 minutes of fame.
This are
formula shits more often than it.
They're some of the worst.
Example of that is there was a viral meme a couple years back.
She probably got him for a blowjob too.
Where at a video game conference, Keanu Reeves was on stage.
The drama masks on her back are awful.
Oh my god, bro! Every tattoo is so bad.
The word breathtaking got used, and then someone in the audience shouted, "You're breathtaking." Using advanced DARPA technology and the CIA's latest and greatest, people were able to identify the gamer. And the gamer tried to use this to his advantage to make a career out of it. So he started making content, and this became his entire branding as the "You're breathtaking" guy. It was like his whole fucking catchphrase, like he was like Tony the Tiger with Frosted Flakes. It became a core part of his identity. He would just spam the word breathtaking, saying things like "stay breathtaking" and all of that.
Is that Keanu Reeves?
This tweet is probably one of the funniest tweets, right? So this guy mounted fake mounted a M2 on his truck, and James Stout said, "Wow, man, we're reaching unforeseen levels of divorced guy."
Unlike in Danielle Bregoli's case, people abandoned him. It didn't stick with him. People didn't continue to support it. He tried to ride that wave, but unfortunately the surfboard slipped out from under him and he just ate shit in the rip current. He did not blow up like Danielle Bregoli did, despite doing pretty similar things in terms of trying to ride the meme. So it doesn't always work, but when it does, I find it to be extremely interesting. Right now, we're witnessing someone else attempt a similar thing where they've become a meme and now they have gone fucking elbow deep into that butthole here, putting all their eggs in that basket to try and ride that meme to a long-lasting multi-million-dollar career from it. I'm talking about the Hawk Tua girl.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that Hawk Tua and spit on that thing. You get me?
She's hilarious, bro.
I don't
like the way she says it is quite funny.
She's hilarious.
But it's not like super standout from any other street interview where chicks say stuff like this. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I think
I was
I think this is A Star Is Born.
But like if I'm watching something like this and this happens, I'm just like, that was funny, and then move on.
Would you rather be holding the microphone doing street interviews right now?
Sure, because you want people doing viral moments.
This guy is going to be like, I discovered Hawk Tua girl. This guy is fucking irrelevant, and he has to sit here and watch this girl make millions because of him.
get you. I think you gotta demonstrate.
Hawk Tua, spit on it. Spit on it.
I'm sure most of you watching this have seen this clip. Right now, the Hawk Tua girl is more popular than Jesus Christ. More people know her name than their own parents' name at this point.
What's her name?
She has blown up because
I
of
don't
that
know her
clip
name
right there. And really, it's an entertaining clip. I see why it became popular. I get it. You know, who doesn't want to giggle at someone saying Hawk Tua, spit on penis, you know, laughing at like, you know, sloppy wiener spit, whatever. I get it. Like, it's not like I'm an old man shaking my fist on the lawn
like
trying
Vaush.
to figure out why shit's popular. I get it here.
Trying to figure out why
this became
why
so
happened.
popular that it
You want to
actually
see a
boggles
really
my
funny
noodle a little
Lena
bit.
tweet too?
It blew up in such a way that I haven't really seen before, where almost immediately.
So it's about Anis Haqqani. This man is in his 83rd semester of studying philosophy of art in Berlin, and his hobbies are weed and talking over everyone in his weekly polycule meetings. You cannot convince me otherwise.
For fuck's sake.
Immediately, she
She's
was
so
invited
funny.
to like a Zach Bryan concert where she was on stage. She then started getting invites to every podcast that's ever been made. I imagine it was probably like that scene out of Harry Potter when the owls just kept shooting new letters through the fucking front of the door with podcast invites for the Hawk Tua girl. So now she's been going on like the world tour of podcasts. She even mentioned on one of
that's
the
like such a
podcasts
great
that
line.
she's already
talking about doing the imagery to the Harry Potter letters. You know, this is why Charlie is better than Vaush.
her job.
I've been dropped out of school for like a year or two.
Okay, so this was like
But
your
I
queen.
quit my
Of course, it
job.
was fucking Barstool.
I said peace.
So now is like you're gonna go to LA, you're gonna go to New
Well,
York.
yeah. Well, she
Do you think
she
you
hired?
see-
Think about it. She hired, and she immediately got on with agents. She
Mhm.
immediately got a team. Right. Of course, they went Barstool first.
Yeah. So
So-
what's the next round? Because what the fuck is she
Oh,
possibly
whatever.
gonna talk
They're gonna
about
do.
on
She's gonna do
podcasts?
whatever podcast.
Of course.
But
Mm.
bro, what do you mean? She's interesting.
No jumper.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Joe Rogan is. Joe Rogan is probably Joe Rogan would be like, why do I want to talk to this girl? Joe Rogan won't care.
Mm. I don't agree that she's interesting. I just could not care less.
She's so funny, bro. What are you talking about? You haven't even heard her
Very
talk yet.
Yeah, because I don't care.
starting your own type of like show or podcast, or are you just gonna be like an internet personality?
I think we're gonna do like a show, and then we're just gonna be like on a bunch of podcasts and everything else in between.
Cool. So kind of just figuring out as
You know what would be really fucking cool is if she started some kind of like not because obviously the meme is around sexual things, like starting some kind of, one of those podcasts. It's just
You know, it'd be a good podcast.
Mm.
Taking calls.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Anyway,
we'll do it eventually. That would be cool. We should do that. We should look into doing that.
As you go.
Oh yeah, there's more to come. Don't worry. There's more to come.
She has the whole team. It's so
Right.
crazy. It happened. The internet is insane. Your
Oh,
life
yeah.
changed overnight.
It really did.
Yeah,
for sure.
She quit that job so fast. It feels like the second her meme hit 1 million views, she just turned in her 2 weeks notice and said, "Fuck it, I'm out."
No,
I'm a meme.
there
now.
was no
I'm
2-week
better than
notice.
this. You're beneath
Nope.
me, and she just walked right out the doors. And it's not that I don't respect the hustle here. Like, I get it. Like, you in life, you're only given so many.
Also, fuck your 2-week notice.
Yeah.
Like if you've been a pretty okay workplace, maybe. But fuck you, I'm just not turning up one day.
Opportunities to try and make like the dream career happen for you, and this is definitely a gateway. Like, it certainly could be. But man, she is fucking speedrunning the entire online content creator roadmap here. The only thing she's missing right now is making a dog shit rap song, which I do think is probably only a month or so away.
Okay,
You'll
said a
notice that in
month.
that interview, she said "we" instead of just referring to herself alone, and that's because she's already got a team behind her. This isn't some kind of Gollum and Schmeagol situation where she's referring to herself as "we." She already has people around her working on making a whole career out of this. That is just so fascinating to me that all of a sudden, overnight, with a single sentence, she is now already going down this path in life to try
very
and make it
impressive.
work. And it
The
might work, it might
capitalization
not.
on it.
Maybe it fumbles, maybe it flops, maybe it pops. There's no real way to know for sure.
It doesn't matter. As long as she doesn't NBA star her money, she'll be fine.
But I do want to pop a finger in my butt and pretend to be Nostradamus here for a second. I'm going to make a prediction. She's going to release a rap song in the next month. It's going to have Hawk Tua as like a hook. I don't know what it's going to be called. Maybe the fucking Hawk Tua Electric Slide Part 3. Like, I have no clue, but I am confident that she is going to make a song in the next month. Mark my fucking words. Put it down. Etch it on the tablets right now. I'm going to look like a prophet here, even though I feel like most people are probably predicting the same thing. Because she's right now going through that stage where every creator does, where they start doing podcasts, they start talking about making shows. I don't know what kind of show she's going to try and make out of just that one single sentence. Like, that seems like a really hard thing to turn into a show. I'm very curious to see what that's about, but she's already getting the full content creator experience because she's already found herself in 2 controversies. So the first one was actually with politics. So on that podcast, she got asked a question about who she would spit on the dick for, like who she would Hawk Tua on, basically. And one of the people that she was asked if she would basically suck the cock of was Donald Trump. And this is what she said.
I have a game that I want to play with you guys. Guys,
For sure. No, absolutely not.
my phone's not loading. Donald Trump.
No, absolutely not.
No.
It's a no from me.
Okay, it's no.
In a shock to absolutely no one, this created a bit of a...
Why is there a random brunette?
Oh, that was her friend who was with her.
Oh, okay.
Which is
Trying
cool.
to share the fame. That is
no,
cool.
that's cool though.
That's cool. That is very cool.
Like, that's why she deserves it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You've convinced me. For that reason alone.
She convinced me. All
Shit,
right.
I still don't care.
Oh, I don't either. But
Storm for the Tua girl because they viewed it as very disrespectful to Donald Trump. So because
that is actually one of the more honorable things about this whole situation is her friend who really said nothing in that video fucking brought her along as well. Like that's pretty fucking cool. You know, all things considered.
if it is her friend, who knows?
that she wouldn't gargle his fucking meat. they thought that this was like an unforgivable sin. There were tweets going on about how disappointed they were that the Hawk Tuah girl turned out to be a Wokey.
Oh my God.
And shit like that. There are other tweets that splice this up a little more nefariously, where they cut off the part about it being about blowjobs and basically saying Donald Trump, and then it cut to her saying no. So it cut out all of the context, which then deceived people even further, where they're like, "Oh, okay, what the fuck is that? Wait, okay, this is disgusting." They thought they had us. They really thought we were gonna fall for the Hawk Tuah girl, but we knew this whole time this was all a play from the Skibbity Biden camp to fucking brainwash us and fool us all. We knew we couldn't trust the Hawk Tuah girl, which then led to her second controversy, where a lot of people are claiming she's an industry plant because she got so big so quick, and that clip, that little section there, got taken in so many different ways that they think that this is some kind of political push, and that's what her whole motive is behind being as big as she is now. It's all artificial to promote Donald Trump's opponent, Mr. Biden. Mr. Biden. But you know what I mean. To promote Joseph over there. And so basically, they're now accusing her of being an industry plant. Now, industry plants are a real thing. That's not a conspiracy. There are actual industry plants in a lot of different places. That is a legitimate thing. In her case, I personally don't think so. This really seems like a classic internet case of latching onto something really silly, and the person that was responsible for making the silly thing happen is trying to capitalize off of that 15 minutes of fame and trying to make something from it. So she's doing, and her team is doing everything they can to keep her in like the mainstream consciousness, because in the current climate of the cyberspace, it is a complete uphill battle to stay on the tip of people's tongues because everything changes so quickly. People don't even remember what was talked about 3 hours ago. Everything moves like a breakneck pace. It's cutthroat. So they know that. She knows that. So she's going on podcasts, going on stage, really trying to keep the Hawk Tuah alive, just putting more wood on the fire to keep it burning. I don't think she's an industry plant. I really think this is just a classic case of someone trying to ride that meme and make a career out of it. But anyway, what I really wanted to focus on today is just how interesting this is, because memes come and go. Meme life cycle nowadays is only like a few hours, but sometimes you have a rare example like Hawk Tuah here, where it does last a little bit longer. And in cases like that, the person behind it really does try and strive to make a career out of it because it is such a good opportunity to do so. I would say most of the time it doesn't work, but sometimes it does. And when it does, it is a life-changing experience. Like for her, it already is life-changing. She quit her job. It seems like she's got a lot of money on the table for some of these appearances. If they're making a show, if she's getting paid to make the show, it seems like already her whole life has changed almost overnight. And this meme's only like a week or so old, if that. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because I really do just find it super interesting. That's about it. So yeah.
Bye.
Good morning, John. My big three takeaways from this interview is one, that President Volodymyr Zelensky, having watched the debate, heard what former President Donald Trump said, is potentially ready to sit down with him. He said it'll be tragic for Ukraine if they don't know what comes if former President Trump was to win.
I don't know. I put this on there because it sounded like he was going to be snarky about it.
The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Домовлялись сторони про ceasefire. We've had agreements about ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia, and Russia has been always breaking all the agreements and has been killing our people. So only if it's on some international forum in the presence of the countries, leaders who are trusted. They might have different ideas, different views on the stages, how this war will be over, but we all have to be on the same side. We have to trust each other. Trust is very important. The Peace Summit, by the way, has shown that we can follow this plan. Over 100 countries were there, and today we're talking about their nuclear security and energy security, and there will be a clear plan. So the ceasefire also needs a clear plan. We must understand that Russia would not be using...
Okay, this is the whole interview. This is not what I wanted. Okay.
I posted a clip. Oh my God, bro. I've been so excited to get into this channel. Okay. So we gotta deep dive this channel after we watch this video. How many views this got?
Okay. 2,000.
Wow. See, we slept on it. We now at least 1,000 other people know about this. Okay, this could have been our gig, bro. Okay.
I
now,
want to speak to you about.
Gotta say, already off the bat, shots out of focus. So you don't got any. It's literally just him and 0 friends. Nobody to focus your camera. Even pathetic.
About the 5 pillars of the Islamic order. The fascist Islamic order. As we see today, the current standing of society and the current ways of existence
bro
are not proper.
Bro, also you could there's an edge on his shot. You see where the red stops, bro. He couldn't even fucking frame it properly.
Hilarious.
But you're gonna fucking start the Zemet order? You can't even fucking frame a shot. Look at this fucking lamp. What is this lamp doing in the corner? Is this your lighting? Can afford a suit. Can't afford a fucking studio light. Got the fucking Pixar lamp over here. Zemet order.
And they're destructive. They are individualistic. They are not for any proper cause. They're not for any proper community. They're not for a good future. In fact, the ways of today don't care about the future at all. And so, of course, you are likely a subscriber of this channel, and you're someone who comes here often.
Bro, you hear the fucking
And now
digital
I would like
ping?
to go over
right?
what exactly the zombie.
It's like a ping, like it's a digital ping from the echo that you can hear on the mic. Listen for it. I can only describe it as pinging, right?
Okay.
Ideology is. Now, you may have seen the video when you visited our website, but I would like to go over it. With
See,
my
there's
own
one
voice,
there.
Speaking to you.
I can't hear what you're talking about.
And so with that,
It's like a ring.
You can go into the first pillar of the Islamic order. If you look at the flag, which is here, there are 5 sides of the Pentagon. Now, one side.
There was one there. Go back to when he says
pillar,
one
a specific
side and
policy
listen to
of
the
Islamic
distortion sound.
First represents 5 sides of the Pentagon. Now, one side, each side
You hear
represents
that?
a specific.
When he
pillar
said
and a
one
specific
side?
policy
No idea.
of Islamic.
I don't hear what you're talking about.
It's a distortion that's like a.
I can't hear
This
it.
is why
I
I
don't
do
know.
the audio. Anyway, it's like a distortion because it's fucking it's bouncing off his walls and entering back into the mic.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So he's getting a fucking digital distortion ping from his fucking walls because his mic is too open and too far away from him.
It's an echo.
Yeah, but it's like a pinging. It sounds digital. It sounds echoey and like ribbony.
I mean, it sounds echoey, but I don't hear what you're talking about.
Order. First on the list is creating more Islamic population. That is the simplest one of the pillars. This means simply to have children. It is a marvel that humanity has the ability to
This guy's very block-like.
itself and to continue on a line. Many people believe in heaven.
He looks like
as
the Roblox guy.
Continuance. Some people believe in eternal existences.
Is he a fascist? Is it like he's promoting fascism?
Oh yeah.
In different ways. The Hindus, for instance, believe in reincarnation, coming back as different creatures on the planet, coming back as different animals, sometimes coming back as human beings, and so on.
You're about to learn that fascism is not about race.
Religious people such as the Christians, the Muslims, they believe that they will come into heaven forever or go into another place that is a bit disastrous forever. And those are their beliefs. Now, in the physical world, the way you continue on is through your line. One has children. One has children of their race. One raises those children in a proper way to care for their race, to care for those who have come before them, and to care for those who will come after them.
Okay.
That is how you physically continue in this world. That is how a race continues on.
We
And
get
so
it,
the first
bro.
pillar of the Islamic order ideology, that of course makes sense. Because without this, what else is there? There is nothing. Without the continuance of one's race.
Why are you on the left side of the shot? It's fucking pissing me off. Get 3 flags, put 3 flags behind you, sit in the fucking middle. Jesus Christ.
Your ideology does not continue.
Also, if he
The things that
centered
you
himself
believe in
more,
do not
maybe we wouldn't have that edge.
continue. The way of life does not continue. The experience itself does not continue. We would not be here today if it weren't for those who came before us.
We
And
get
those who
it,
come after
bro.
us
We
will
get
only
it.
come
Next
if we deem it
pillar.
necessary to ensure that they discover.
It's not like he's
to
stretching it for
experience
ads. He's
what is
just
on people.
insane.
What this means is that you would choose to die a glorious death for what you believe in. One thing that's
that sounds silly. Let's go to a different one. Incels and race mixing.
I've been on social media a lot more lately, and I've fallen into a Black incel population within social media. I probably wouldn't qualify as a Black incel or an incel at all, but I obviously relate to these people for reasons. And that reason is actually pretty striking.
Because they're fascists?
The population of Black incels are not idiots. They're not gangsters. They're not thugs. You think, I mean, at this point, it's not really surprising what I'm about to say, but within the culture, it's obvious that it's these kind of people that are reproducing. And it's not smart Black people that are reproducing. And hence why 70% of Black children born in America are born to single mothers. A crazy stat I probably didn't know before is that all Black single mothers, all of them, are due to about 35% of the Black male population. And so 35% of the Black male population is essentially responsible for every single Black single mother there is. And every single Black...
Look, I understand why a Black guy in America would become a fascist. To be completely honest.
Okay, let's put a pin in that and then keep that pin there. Like, go to his channel. Go to his channel. Let's check. Let's show everyone his channel. How many views this one got?
2,000 as well.
Mm-hmm. What do we think of his thumbnails? What do you think of his logo? It's the 5 pillars, right? I assume, right? That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, the Pentagon. The
Yeah,
5
so
sides of the Pentagon.
Yeah. Okay, so where's the stuff about making pipe bombs? His thumbnails are pretty good on a few of these.
Yeah, he's like only a few of them have thumbnails.
Yeah, but that most recent one is pretty good.
This one?
Yeah.
I like this one.
Yeah, let's check that one out. What is that about? Black fascism. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Today, I want to talk to my fellow Black people about the idea.
That's me. That's me, your fellow Black people.
You probably think of Germany or short Nazi Germany. You're probably thinking Hitler, and you're probably even more so thinking of the 6 million people that died there. And on top of that, you're probably thinking that they were not fans of us and they're enemies of our race. And I'm not here to oppose any of that information, and that is all correct.
No, Nazis will work with anybody who wants to repeat their shit. They'll just make you die first.
Can you send me the specific link to this video? I want to send it to John Lewis.
Hey, I want to talk to you about Black fascism. And so you shouldn't let your idea of...
Uh-oh, he's doing the 3D image
National
stuff.
Socialism and Hitler skew what I'm about to tell you. So you should know that fascism and National Socialism are different things and different ideologies. They're
No,
purely
not
the
true.
same. Many people of our race believe that democracy is the only way forward, eternally, and in all situations. Some of you may believe that in a Black-only state even, there should only be democracy, and that this simply is the correct way for humans to...
America made one.
Some of you have been raised to believe that a family is an evil structure that ties you down as a man
Who?
or as a woman. Some of you have been taught that you should only embrace the idea of pure individualism. Some of you have been raised to only follow capital. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, fuck people, get money. Well, in an age where our population has
It's
no
fuck
moral by its
bitches
own
get money,
existence,
please.
the moral is only found in enemies' shiny objects.
He won't. He won't call women bitches. He'll say fuck, but he won't. Come on, he is a man of class and dignity, sir.
Or included in a capitalist.
No, he probably refuses to use that word because like it's a general like, you know,
Black culture word.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's. I mean, it's really just American culture, but
yeah,
you know, from his perspective of these lower class Blacks that he's superior to.
This has led many of our race to want to emulate those who have been given capital, particularly from their record labels, and particularly their record label owners, even if the things
probably
they do
is
are the very things that destroy you. Many of you enter social media apps and are flooded with things that are only destructive to you and I. Now, this is no accident. This
What happened to your mic?
Stuff does not occur accidentally. It didn't just happen out of nowhere. There are courts that are in fact built against you, and that will very well take the children away from a father and allow the family to be destroyed. There's something called no-fault divorce. This is obviously
Oh my God, bro!
Our population. This is very
Oh my
troublesome
God,
situation.
bro! He worked in no-fault divorce, anti-no-fault divorce shit into this. I'm blindsided by that one. Wow.
A very troublesome policy. Now, fascism would never allow such a thing, because fascism, nearly basically in all of its existence, has always cared about the family unit, and children having fathers in their homes and well together families in general.
Bro, you hear the music in the background? This is an ARG.
You reckon?
This is some fucking, the Web 3.0 horror shit, It's an ARG type thing, There's just spooky mystery going on behind there.
I just want to point out that fascism is more than just family unit. Fascism is male-ruled, top-down, authoritarian hierarchy. The women get no choice. So it's not about family. It's about males enforcing family values.
Well, I got a tweet to back you up. You're gonna be like, wow, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
No. You'll love this.
Second tenet: choosing death before dishonoring against the good of the dominant race.
Oh, here we go. These are the tenets now. Okay.
No, he's still on fascism. He's just repeating one of them, because that's how you indoctrinate people. You repeat the tenets, right?
Oops. No, I want
Hey,
this
that's
one.
not us.
What do you think of that? Ain't that amazing?
Do what? The Biden, Trump's not popular among women. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah, but look who has a problem with it.
Of course he has a fucking problem with
it. But don't you love it?
It's a nonsense tweet. It's like he's not even saying anything. Like,
no,
doing
but
what?
It's literally doing the women have no choice in the fascism shit.
Yes. I see what you mean. That he's saying this. We need to make the decisions for you.
Yeah.
You are stupid. It's the Leninist theology.
Mm.
Choosing death before ever doing things that are not in favor of the dominant race. In other words, you should always have the favor of the dominant race in mind.
What the fuck is
You should always have the good of the dominant race in mind. You should always care about that. Now, you're not going to get situated.
What is Zamint? What is?
How do you spell it?
Kanye West. ZAMINT.
Okay, so I typed it in. The first result was a wiki article for Black
Kanye
nationalism.
West is a great look at what Christianity has done to the black race. You see a lot of people.
I don't know. He's won me with this one.
By
oh,
claiming
man,
really
it was cool. He had that fucking distortion effect at the beginning. Go back to that shit. Come on, man. Yeah, so it immediately brought me to the Black nationalism wiki when I typed that word in.
Okay.
And then let me do a search for that word
on Twitter.
Because Jesus Christ told you to, or whoever else in the Bible told them to. Now, obviously, any smart black man is not going to ever say they like Adolf Hitler in any.
So I opened the wiki and I searched it. It's ZAMINT.
Yep.
Opened the wiki and nothing came up. So let me open all the chapters and then do another search. Yeah, it's literally not in the wiki, even though the wiki brought me here. So searching the word brings me to the wiki.
Huh. That's very strange.
Unironic way. No, I think it's one thing to say you wish you could have your own military empire, or to say, even a crazy thing like you wish you could take over the world, or you want a black state. That makes sense. But coming from Kanye West's mouth, it doesn't. And you might ask, well, why doesn't it make sense coming out of Kanye West's mouth? Well, Kanye West, for one, has married a white woman. And of all white women that he could marry, he married Kim Kardashian.
He has a number of biracial children. And so already he's broken his path of ever becoming some kind of black nationalist or some, race-based leader to ever arise. He can't do that anymore. He's already mixed and mended with another race. I'm not saying I like or dislike that. But
Bro,
I
think this is just a thing that he made up.
Area.
It might be.
Blonde, white, but because he himself is a race mixer. He's not a nationalist in any sense. This is a man who wears White Lives Matter t-shirts at his own shows with no one forcing him to do this. This cannot be a nationalist-based man in any sense. Now, another big problem you see here is the fact that black conservatives essentially, well, I don't think I'm a black conservative. I think most black conservatives would say that I'm not conservative enough. And so the situation here is that black people who are just kind of tired, almost seeking a safe haven from the world of grossness and self-destruction that's plagued the black race, especially here in America, they start to draw close to anything that claims to be Christian or conservative or good and so on, to the point where they'll listen to some rapper that was gifted an art degree, who's now a Christian or whatever. This is the consequence of having such a bad situation. And if you look, you'll even see that people like Richard Spencer or Nick Fuentes are like fans of this, and they like it. And so obviously, even the whites, conservatives or nationalists or whatever they are, whatever from that middle to the right, they're attracted to this. They enjoy it. They enjoy the open anti-Semitism. They enjoy his openness. It's like some show. It's like a Kanye show, except for a totally different crowd than people who usually go to his shows. And so this is nothing more than a disgusting act, honestly. It's a rapper who's given an art degree that's schizo.
Bro, you'll never believe what countries they claim here on this map. I'm about to send you a picture, and you try not to laugh. Promise me you're not going to laugh when you open up and see the fucking territory they have marked here.
What, in this video?
No. I sent you a tweet of their little map.
I will not laugh.
Race mixing rapper.
What do you think? What do you think of that?
Boy, but not North Africa. fuck Egypt, I guess. Fuck the top of Egypt.
Yeah, well, they're Arabs. I love that it's like where all the population literally is in the tip of the north too, right? Bro, it's literally just him. This is a word he made up.
That's so funny.
Facts, someone commented on this post.
I think you're right. I think this is all him. Yep, it is. The website literally links to his YouTube channel. It's all him.
He made up the word.
He's a one-man cult.
He made up the word.
Amazing.
I sent you more great stuff.
Yeah, we're moving on.
No. Come on, check out some of the other great stuff I sent you. Pull that up real quick. Everyone loves stuff? Oh yeah. Everyone loves this. Okay? This is our
You can screen share as well though. I like you're sending me all this
I know, but it's funnier. It's funnier to get you to have a blind reaction to it when you pull it up.
Ethiopoid. Epic.
It's so crazy. See, look at it, and you're like, this is racist, right?
This is awesome. Ethiopoid. I can't believe that. That's just Jew, right? That's all that means, right?
Mm.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is
All right. What
this
else?
is
What else I
something.
send you? Okay, here we go. This is just a short, right?
This is a
just
website.
Oh, okay. Banning of abortion, of course. That makes
Zaman
sense.
population growth has been hindered by interracial mating and legal abortion. Okay. Land reclamation based. Representation. Okay. The youth, got to get the youth, right?
Gotta get the Hitler youth.
Zaman youth program, perfect. All Zaman children, great. The Aryan children, great. In the southern states specifically, okay. Youth program outside of schools, uplifting. Okay, I'm fine with the second part. Re-education, fuck
centers.
yes, fuck yes. Articles. Here we go.
Yes, I'm ready. Okay, what do we got? Is this a Substack?
Zaman order black fascists. Who the fuck is this? Google this name while I read this. The Zaman order is commonly referred to as a fascist ideology. Commonly
I think his name.
referred to.
I think that's what his name is.
Yes, I think you might be right. Do they also move to Africa and reclaim an African name from their Americanized names, just like the Jews did in Israel? They go back and adopt an African name. That would be funny. This is a simplified way of describing the order, and so not sufficient on its own. One can say that it is, however, a belief that is fascistic. There are other comments and statements made about the reality that are simply twisted and turns to render it evil in the outside spectator's mind. Okay, yeah, you're the victim, bro. Isn't it funny how this is perfectly described? Like, just reading this is what a fascist sounds like, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, he's a self-identified fascist.
Yeah. There are other comments, blah blah blah. These are only twists and turned, however, and generally are not. This is awfully written.
Wow,
generally,
crazy.
They are
you mean to tell me the weird cult doesn't have good fucking English skills?
Simply scared, programmed individual unable to get past the programming. The state of the black race is one in which there. This is going to be so funny, clipped out of context. The state of the black race is one in which there will be need to be revival. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, check out some of the tweets.
I'm trying.
Check out some of the tweets we got here, though.
It is clear as can possibly be that this is might is right policy. Okay. Jesus. Go outside, bro.
Oh my god, bro. This video is getting into like Yakub zone.
Which one?
This one I got here.
Found in the African continent is characterized by unique facial and physical features, primarily representing people. The defining characteristics.
You can hear the mouse click.
Dark brown to black skin color.
He uses himself.
Curled head hair, elongated head form.
The clicking is my favorite part.
He's using a picture of himself.
Well, yeah, he's the perfect. What is it? Perfect Niger Congo Zamet race.
Less broad and flat noses, and thick and everted lips.
How, like, bro, if a white person was making the same video.
You know what we should do? We should take this exact video, the exact format, exactly how it is, remake it, in the white nationalist one and see how long it takes for people to get angry. We'll full incept them.
Types of Zamins.
I'm good.
17
Click.
17.
Bro, what are you playing? StarCraft over there? Why? Your fucking APM is crazy to just switch one slide. Hear how many? What's with how many clicks? He's got to be like reading a script and like fucking constantly clicking to scroll down with his like prompter or something, right? So he's manually clicking down on a prompter or something.
Must be.
Zamins are those who exhibit nearly all the typical features of the Zamin group. They're primarily found in West Africa, from the Senegal River to the eastern border of Nigeria. The characteristics include average height of 5'10". Long arms and
clicking.
legs, muscular
Jesus
build,
Christ.
skin, elongated legs and prognathism, broad and flat nose. First-rank Zamins inhabit Sudan, Uganda, and the neighboring areas. They are identified by long arms and short legs, barrel-shaped chests, elongated heads.
He's got Skyrim music in the background, bro. That's a honky-tonk game.
This is
lips, muscular body build, sloping forehead.
Okay, what you got? You got something else here?
Democracy is the end-all, be-all solution to all human systems, and that any essence of banks and their
brother. Good lord.
Yeah, see, that's a whole different channel.
This wow. Is it? Oh my! Please tell me this is music. It's fucking music.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to flag us or something.
I definitely will not if it's just this guy.
So this one I have to play muted because it is a TikTok, but I actually don't even need to hit play. I just need to show you the fucking slide that the video is. Okay? So black men have 3 stages of radicalization. We're all the same. Snow Bunny bad. It's Dr. Umar. If anyone isn't familiar, you should fucking look him up. And then this guy who's above this guy. Whites and Jews have a plot to mix pure black people out of existence.
Boy.
Great replacement theory, bro. Like, this guy is the real deal Nazi. You don't get more authentic of a Nazi than that right there.
How did you find this?
I can't tell you. I can't. Somebody posted it, being like, "Look at this fucking wild channel I found," and I immediately bookmarked that shit. I want to say it's Mitsak who found it.
Okay, no.
Okay, now we can move on.
No. We need to hear the supreme anthem.
Oh, okay.
This sucks. This is shit. How are you supposed to unite the blacks with this? Seriously. What is this? This sucks.
Is Trump a Nazi? He's endorsed by them.
He called them very fine people. You know, the argument is pretty strong. Okay, let's move on.
Nazis don't support me.
I support them.
Just this one.
Okay. This is what you wanted to put on?
This is why you watch us, am I right? Hell yeah, mowing the cheese, bro. This classic.
Okay, so just before we get into this, the video of people dying has been uploaded to the Patreon. Rumble does not embed into the Patreon, so you're gonna have to go to the Rumble to actually watch it. I don't think you need to log in, so it shouldn't really be a problem. If it is an issue, let us know, I guess. But yeah, go watch people die with us. That was the Australian journalist one, wasn't it?
No.
No? Oh, this
that
was the other one.
That's
Okay.
the insurgent documentary.
Okay.
Detective the Cheese. Have a problem staying out of trouble?
Sometimes you got to break the law to pull the law, you know?
Okay. One wallet, no money. A copy of Technotronics Move This?
What is
dented
happening?
beer
What is
can?
this? What have you sent me?
Listen, bro,
You can't
this
make
is
that full.
great
we pulled it
stuff.
out.
Okay, so you just reimburse me later?
Reimburse for drinking on it? No, you're a cop.
Okay, you just give me half a beer later. That's fine, that works.
Red ski mask. Car keys.
And is Mo's car just out front? Just free to just drive it all?
You are not driving a vehicle for a long time. And I feel really uncomfortable about this, but lastly, one green suit jacket.
There she is. There she is. Time to serve up some justice.
This is shit.
Bro, how dare you talk about my cousins like that?
Why are we watching this?
Is this copyright music? I swear to God.
I don't know.
What's the scoop?
You put it on.
Attack both of you.
Well, it was orange sherbet and mint chocolate chip,
me.
but it kind of melted into some sort of.
You want to Luigi's without me? I want to go to Luigi's.
Hey, buddy, I'll take you after we finish our work. I promise. Okay. But we really need to get through this. We got a lot of stuff here, pretty dense.
That's not a proper piece of etiquette! Yeah, I got a parking ticket too, and I got a DUI.
A DUI. Nice work, Cheese.
Oh, no, I got a DUI.
What the fuck? How did you get a DUI?
Duke and Amos gave it to me, of course.
Damn. I hate those guys. Wait, when'd you get it?
Like a few hours ago.
What?
Sup, douche? Sup, anus? Done a lot of busting today. You been doing a little drinking here, Cheese?
What is happening?
It's not a big deal.
You can't drink and drive, Cheese. That's illegal.
You're joking, right? I mean, you guys are gonna be cool about this, all right? You gotta be joking. Come on, guys, we're cops. I mean, who cares? You guys aren't very good at practical jokes, okay? I'll have to... Okay, guys, come on, Duke, Officer Duke, please stop. Come on.
Guys, you have to tell Mo about this, okay? Yeah, I did manage to get away though, and I actually stole the paperwork, so I'm gonna go ahead and count that. One of ours.
Nice. Whose car were you driving?
Oh, I took a cab.
You took a cab?
Yeah.
The D in DUI stands for driving.
The cab
Just
guy
10
was
years
really
old.
tired, so he asked me to drive, so I was driving the cab car. Yeah. I wasn't driving your car.
It better not have been the Golden Eagle. As groundbreaking as 3 parking
They got
tickets
this
at DUI
crowdfunded.
is, the chief really wants
Seriously?
us to do well this month and meet our quota.
That's great.
They made
If we don't do it up
shirts.
to his standards, we might be on traffic duty permanently.
My brother still has one.
Is there something else we can do?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, we could make up the report.
Yeah, but isn't that, frowned upon?
Not if it's a damn good story.
You mean report?
Oh, what'd I say?
Story?
Huh.
You know what? I'm in. In all honesty, I'm way too drunk to try to pull over.
I'm obsessed with the fact that they cut every time that he goes to eat the cones so they don't have to go through cones.
Speeders.
You kept drinking even after the DUI?
Hell yeah, man. It's Friday.
It's definitely not Friday.
What?
It's Tuesday.
Oh. Huh.
Well, we really need to get these reports done.
Yeah, well, why don't we get those muses singing? All right.
Yeah.
There's copyright free.
Sounds like it.
Bro, I can tell you for a fact neither one of these guys drink like that. They never once. Their younger brother totally.
Don't throw a torch at me,
Reminds me of a very long Skid House episode.
Jeez.
Why is the camera off angle?
Do you remember writing this?
Sculpted.
Oh, barely. Well, you want me to read it?
We can't turn this in.
I mean, maybe we can. I mean, who cares?
I'm pretty sure the chief would have heard about us mowing down 6 escaped gorillas.
It's not like they're people or anything.
Well, he definitely would have heard about us rescuing a herd of babies from railroad tracks.
Well, it's not like we got time to type anymore. We got to go in soon. Besides, we're all out of Muse.
Booze?
Muse?
Use booze.
And the people watching us today have got fucking whiplash.
I mean, this is such a good palate cleanser with fascism, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Next. Next.
The sixth grandfather.
You loved that, huh? Wasn't that a great video?
Sure.
From
It was fine. From 10 years ago, sure.
10-year-old YouTube video, pretty good, huh?
I did not pick that it was 10 years old. The camera, whatever the camera they used, was really good.
Is a mountain in the Black Hills of South Dakota. The mountain was
Okay.
named by a Lakota.
Can you do this one? Because you are going to have more input than I will in this
What
one.
is this?
It's the KKK artist.
Why would I have input on this? No,
Because
I
you're
wouldn't.
American. I don't fucking know
Bro,
about
you're
Mount
always
Rushmore.
like, you're always like, here, you'll have more input on this. It's about AIDS.
That was purely coincidental.
Okay, bro. Look, no. I can look at the list and pick something that I do know about.
Fine, but I was just thinking because you know about American history and presidents and shit.
I
that
don't know
talking about
shit.
Mount Rushmore would be better for you to have control of while I go and make food. 'cause
I
I'm
don't know what
fucking
you're
hungry.
talking about. I
But
don't
sure,
know.
I'll send the list.
I got it already.
Great. There's also Hamilton tricked people into supporting democracy under this. There's also the Iraq oil one as well, which was all in a block. So you can do any of those, I guess.
I'll pick something in a second here.
Sure. Who is this woman? Oh, I actually know this I know this channel, I think.
What channel?
She does like might not be this one. She has a video about Dr. Seuss. No shit. Fuck yeah. But there was a channel that I watched that was a chick who did like morbid topics. Like almost a creepypasta channel, but like true crime. But this would be an interesting video about Dr. Seuss. Because if anybody didn't know, Dr. Seuss was a pro-war cartoonist
He was
during
also,
World War II.
He also
and a piece
hated
of shit.
he hated fascists.
I thought he was a massive piece of shit, wasn't he?
No, he hated fascists.
He was fucking wanting to get Americans into the
He
war.
did
though.
pro-war cartoons, but he was against fascism.
Sure, that doesn't mean he wasn't a piece of shit. I'm pretty sure he was a piece of shit.
The invasion of Iraq is today nearly universally thought to have been either
Oh,
a
no.
horrible crime or,
I'm glad
at
I'm
the very
walking away.
least, a bad idea. The consequences of the war for the people of Iraq and its neighboring states are so often considered to be clearly negative that even those who supported it at the time nowadays often deny that they did. Anywhere from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million were killed in Iraq itself. The country was left in tatters with who knows.
Wow, Bad Empanada getting the fucking stat right for the kills. That's how you're supposed to phrase it. Over this number, up to this number. But saying the whole million died, that's when I know you don't know what you're talking about.
How many lives destroyed, and the war's ripple effects on the region have been so severe that academic estimates of the overall deaths resulting from the war and other related post 9/11 wars, which war-related instability in Iraq often indirectly helped to cause, go as high as 4.7 million. How and why did something like this happen? How did the world's foremost power, which presents itself as the global arbiter of human rights, the leader of the free world, end up?
But like, when we're talking about all those deaths and stuff, we're talking like active combat deaths, and we're not just talking coalition casualties that, you know, people killed by the US and stuff. In the entire war on terror, direct combat deaths don't exceed 1 million. So like even in Iraq, it's only like a third of the deaths in the entire campaign. So like the issue is also, like I talk about it with Fallujah, like they had a cholera outbreak because someone used a chlorine bomb, so they cut down on shit that would clean water for people. No access to clean water, people get sick. Like, yeah, I mean, it could be up to 4.7 million just from the general fallout of the war. And then the displaced is even worse. And especially if we loop Syria in there too.
Causing such a disaster. Someone who is impartial to the USA and its interventionism might answer that, well, the USA presents itself like that, but it's a lie. They invaded Iraq for their own economic and geopolitical ends, intimately tied to Iraq and the wider Middle East, vast.
No. Geopolitical ends, yes, but not economic.
Oil reserves, and justified it with falsehoods like weapons of mass destruction and bringing democracy and freedom to the Iraqi people. This is a very popular
bro just used the CIA as a source
explanation for the motivations behind the invasion, and has been since before the war even actually began. One of the slogans of the anti-war protest movement, for example, was no war for oil. But more recently, there's been some pushback against this. It's becoming more common to see claims that the war had little to nothing to do with oil, nor any economic motivations.
It wasn't about oil. It's that easy.
In general, there's even some popular YouTube creators who've argued this, of whom I've chosen 3 to use as examples here: Kraut, Johnny Harris, and GDF.
Okay, so we'll watch all of these later.
Interestingly, said YouTubers differ quite a bit
I'm sure Krauts is the dumbest. I'm sure Krauts is even dumber than this one.
politically, but all nonetheless make very similar claims, though for different reasons. Kraut is a very gung-ho Western interventionist who is very much in favor of directly militarily intervening in other countries. So the existence of such a relatively recent, clearly disastrous and poorly regarded US intervention like Iraq poses some serious inconveniences to his ideology, which holds that the US and its Western allies have a sort of moral superiority over the rest of the world that gives them a special right.
Yeah, well, anyone who like really believes that shit like Kraut does is a fucking moron.
To intervene in their affairs when they stray off the correct path of Western-style liberal democracy and free market capitalism. Those who believe this tend to have a lot of trouble dealing with the often very well-evidenced economic arguments contradicting it, which hold that the Western bloc actually has selfish motivations in acting upon other nations. They thus need to either ignore or find some means of discounting such arguments. And that's why Kraut made this video, in which he heavily implied that
This is Syria, though. Is this about Iraq or Syria?
The Iraq war was justified because it got rid of Saddam Hussein for the benefit of the Iraqi people. According to his argument, it was just poorly executed and was sold to the public in the wrong ways. And it's
I mean, that's not entirely wrong, but like the thing is that there's multiple wars that happen. That's the issue, right? So like the Vietnam War, it was like always against the Viet Cong. But like, and you know, they're allies, but like with Iraq, they toppled Saddam, and then boom, like it would have been, you know, not so horrible as it turned out to be if that's all that they were going to do was topple Saddam. And the whole reason why his daddy didn't do it is because they didn't want Iran to then flood in. So they let Saddam massacre all these people just to keep him in power, because they knew that if they took him out, it would benefit Iran, which happened. And they knew that going in, that it was going to benefit Iran. But the issue is that mission accomplished fucking banner, right? So that was to enter into the UN being in charge of shit. But Zarqawi bombed the UN shortly after that and killed the guy who had the plan to actually rebuild Iraq. And the UN had never been a target like that, so they didn't conceive of, like, you know, having somebody else who might have been also good at doing it, you know, a backup guy or something. And even though they knew Zarqawi was there, you can go back and see that dreaded Colin Powell conference where he lies about the shit and holds up the vial that's supposed to be like anthrax or some shit. Literally, the CIA told him, you can't say this because we got this by torturing people. They tell him that, and they put it in anyway in that fucking UN speech. And it's the WMD shit. And they fucking show Zarqawi in that meeting talking about how they know Zarqawi is like a ringleader in the region. And in his entire history from Jordan, how he specializes in chemical weapons as well. And that's why they think because Zarqawi specializes in chemical weapons, he's working with Saddam, which is just stupid. But that's what they believed because they tortured people and said, tell us who's working with Saddam to get chemical weapons. Tell us that Al-Qaeda is working with Saddam. And then the people who want the torture to stop. It's not Faraj al-Libi. It's he's literally put in a box. I think it is Faraj al-Libi. He's put in a box and literally put in a coffin in a box and shipped to a warship, then given over to Egypt to be tortured.
Certainly had absolutely nothing to do with oil or any other economic factors.
One thing that should be addressed for this video is that the United States did not go to war in Iraq for oil. That's a populist myth.
Yeah, he also argues that the people who were or are against the war, such as the millions who protested against it, only look like they were.
It's the thing is it's not, the war was not about oil. The whole reason why Saddam stayed in power was because they didn't want Iran to have access to their oil. So like if the aspect is to control the oil, they gave the oil to Iran. Trump helped do this. Trump literally gave Kirkuk to the IRGC. But also Israel was working with Saddam. They had to, that's why they didn't fucking go in with the coalition, is that they needed to bomb their own shit and their own secret projects with them. Like, they suck. And Syria and Iran aren't in the way of the pipelines because they don't use it like that. And they also, Europe was too busy sucking Russia's dick to get their fucking fossil fuels.
Right now with the benefit of hindsight, and heavily implies that the correct position without said hindsight was actually to support it. He makes this clear in no uncertain terms at the very beginning of his video, where, over footage of the Iraq War and immediately before discussing it, he reads this George Orwell quote.
Pacifism is objectively pro-fascist. This is elementary common sense. If you hamper the war effort of one side, you automatically help out that of the other. Nor is there any real way of remaining outside such a war as the present one. In practice, he that is not with me is against me. You might believe that quote came from George Bush, Dick Cheney, or
Oh yeah, that elegant quote definitely came from this idiot.
It sounds exactly like the kind of rhetoric they used in the build-up to the Iraq War.
No.
But actually, it's a quote from George Orwell.
Crazy.
And what's more, it's objectively true.
Yup. If you were or are against the Iraq War, you are a fascist. I'm not exactly sure how this has gone under the radar for so long, with seemingly no one really mentioning
If you're pro-Saddam, you're pro-fascism, because Saddam was an outright self-identified fascist.
it. Now, Kraut's position is an extreme one. A more moderate example of a creator downplaying the significance of oil to the invasion is Johnny Harris. Harris is someone who, to his credit, makes a lot of videos about what he clearly believes to be bad things that the USA has done to other countries. But he usually stops short of connecting them in a way that might help to form a framework to explain why these bad things keep
Surprisingly
happening
charitable
over and over
interpretation
again.
of
People
Johnny
like
Harris.
tend to think that there's a lot of bad things in the world and that someone, some organization...
Well, that's what a lot of people say about Bad Empanada. Like, if he wasn't such a piece of shit who, like, attacked people and stuff, he would have, like, way more credibility and stuff. True. Because, like, even his Uyghur genocide video was, like, telling people to shut the fuck up and that there's a genocide happening.
or country or alliance should probably do something about at least some of them. And being an American, he looks towards his own country to fill this role, especially given the fact that it constantly claims to do just that. But then, when he actually does his research, he often ends up finding that the USA itself is the cause of a lot of said bad things, and rather than try to justify or deny them, as someone who is more ideologically committed, like Kraut would, he just kind of seems to get confused, because America is...
I like what Lance did an interview with him, and he said, he asked him if he would agree if he's chaotic evil. So, like, even Lance is saying the guy's chaotic evil.
It's supposed to be good. It's supposed to have the best of intentions.
Lance is like the baby face of BreadTube.
To be dedicated to spreading democracy and freedom. So what's with all these atrocities? This can lead to some pretty confusing moments, like this clip, where he acts like the motivations behind the Iraq War are an unexplainable mystery.
Iraq remains...
I mean, it's like not, though.
a place of deep political instability. Trust in government is extremely low. And the question of how and why we did this expensive, horrific, destructive coup is still something that there aren't really good answers to.
Now, Harris does not fully deny the importance of oil or other economic factors to the invasion of Iraq, like Kraut did. He rather just downplays them and frames the decision to go to war as something of a bad policy move caused by a sort of post-9/11 frenzy among the individuals that just so happened to be in the government at the time.
But that's kind of the lazy explanation. It's not quite it. Oil's a part of it, but it's not the main reason. We went to war in Iraq because several powerful American men wanted to.
For Harris and many other well-meaning people, people like him, this denial is something of a coping mechanism. It's perfectly normal to want to believe that the country that you're from is good at heart, or at least not bad. But the Iraq invasion was very obviously a heinous act with disastrous consequences for millions of human beings, which puts that belief in peril. So the way they deal with that is to explain the invasion not as an act of the USA as a country, not as reflective of a broader pattern that defies partisan politics, where the USA constantly acts aggressively upon other nations for economic reasons, but rather just the fault of the bad individuals that happened to be in power at the time. Individuals who, conveniently for Harris, happen to be of the Republican Party rather than his favored Democrats. Rationalizations like this allow them to retain their faith in the USA, its government, and in Western liberalism. Because if the USA does bad things merely because of bad leaders making bad decisions, then there's nothing fundamentally wrong with it, as that could be fixed by simply electing good leaders. GDF is a channel that is very different to Kraut and Johnny Harris. While the creator's own personal politics are not quite as clear as with the other two, it's easy to glean from his videos that he's someone who is very much against US and Western interventionism on principle, given that they are mostly arguments about the negative effects of and shady motivations behind Western geopolitical actions. Yet he also made a similar argument to Kraut, that oil or other such economic motivations had basically nothing to do with the 2003 invasion of Iraq. I find this convergence very interesting. These two creators have fundamentally opposing ideologies, yet they agree entirely on this one point. But GDF's explanation is very different. His goes that it was...
This is because GDF actually uses sources for his videos. He actually looks at the information and seems to actually interpret the information correctly.
I wasn't
That's the
listening
difference.
because I was trying to find something else.
Yeah, like that's the difference. This is the guy that talks about how countries got so good at killing American soldiers. You need sources for these kinds of videos. This guy looks at the real information and doesn't make shit up. That's why he's saying that Iraq was not about oil, because it wasn't. Like, fucking hell.
I'm just finding this thing real quick. Where the fuck? I want to say Cage did it.
Wasn't about oil because the war was actually carried out for Israel's interests. As I said, I know relatively little about GDF's personal politics, so I can't hazard as precise of a guess as to why he as an individual might gravitate towards an explanation like this, as I did for Kraut and Harris. But I have for a long time noted a wider tendency among small but growing parts of both the US left and right wing, where they gravitate towards one specific explanation as to why such US interventions keep occurring, because the US government is, according to them, being led on a leash like a dog to do the bidding of Israel. But Israel is a relatively smaller country with a much smaller population, heavily dependent on the rest of the world, and the US in particular, for the diplomatic, economic, and military support that it requires to even exist. And the US is, in contrast, the world's foremost economic and military power. There is no rational explanation for how the party in this relationship, that is clearly the far weaker side, is capable of manipulating the US government to the extent that it could cause it to launch a full-scale war on a faraway country. While the US definitely does take Israel's interest into account in its geopolitical decision-making, it does so out of concern for itself, because it views Israel as vital to its own strategic interests in the Middle East, strategic interests that we'll be discussing in depth throughout this video. To be fair to GDF, he's made videos debunking anti-Semitic conspiracy theories before, so I guess that he doesn't fundamentally disagree with me there. But many of the people who watched his video do seem to think that the USA is controlled by Israel, and that what GDF was getting at was that it was forced into going to war in Iraq against its will, as a cursory glance at his video's comment section evidences quite clearly. And I can actually say something more concrete about the motivations of people like that. When you're an American and you've constantly had it drilled into your head that the USA is the greatest force for good in the world that can do no wrong, and then you grow up to have this notion challenged by events like the Iraq War, the idea that such actions can be explained away as manipulation by devious, conniving outside forces might seem appealing. It allows you to hold on to the...
Well, the thing is that you have the manipulation there still, but you can't be manipulated into doing something that they didn't already want to do. Right? They were ready to pull the trigger on Saddam in the first Gulf War, right? They just needed a reason to do it. And so they found enough reasons, and they falsified many of those reasons, like the fucking yellow cake from Niger. Ridiculous.
The belief that there's nothing fundamentally wrong with your government itself, and that there might be some relatively easy way to stop it from spending your taxes to...
I mean, faith in the government is like at an all-time low.
Ruin other countries over and over, like just getting rid of the Israeli influence. So it can be appealing to imagine that the 2003 Iraq War had nothing to do with oil, and everything to do with Israeli manipulation of George W. Bush, who definitely wouldn't have wanted to invade Iraq otherwise. But such notions simply do not square even slightly with the reality.
Israel wouldn't want them in Iraq, though. So like this whole like Jewish conspiracy makes no sense.
Of the power dynamic of the US-Israel relationship. And as we will see throughout this video, they also do not square with the facts of what the US did to Iraq and why. In this video, we're going to be looking at the Iraq War and its buildup, and directly or indirectly deal with all of these questions in one fell swoop. It will be shown that the war, like all Western geopolitics in the Middle East, was always intimately linked to oil, that it most certainly had nothing to do with concern for the welfare of the Iraqi people, nor really anyone, that it was not just caused by the individual evil of people that happened to be in power at the time, and that it was not to any real significant degree because of Israel, though Israeli...
Bro, it was like voted on by multiple countries, you know? Like it was like multiple... Bro, that's one of my favorite parts with the mobile chemical labs. They did drawings and mock-ups of that shit. Fucking hysterical. And it's not like we didn't find chemical labs. And we do a video on somebody who was in Iraq. And I ask him like specific questions that, you know, and like he was actually on a team that finds one of the chemical labs, and I was able to like source it and find pictures of that lab too. right? But like these labs were created by Al Qaeda after the war happened. Like the U.S. made it happen. They were fearful of Al Qaeda, so they claim, and they made it happen. And then also, I was telling Jack about this, but if you want to look up some interesting military history, it's our first operation with the Kurdish Peshmerga. It's called Operation Viking Hammer. And so, like, if you believe the government story, which nobody does, but like Colin Powell, Dick Cheney, I think they will both cite Viking Hammer as evidence that there was chemical weapons in Iraq. But it's a very interesting fight. It's like the special forces before the invasion happens, taking out through the north. And their goal was a supposed chemical weapons lab. And they found manuals on how to make chemical weapons there, supposedly evidence of chemical weapons. And they found atropine, which doesn't matter. Atropine is the antidote to sarin, but it's an essential medicine. It's just deadly nightshade. It's an essential medicine that treats many things. So they ended up destroying the base accidentally. Oh, the evidence was there, but we blew up most of it, so we can only piece it together from this, right? I think they had mop suits too. They had like chemical protection gear, right? But these guys that they hit were Al Qaeda. They weren't working with Saddam, they were fighting Saddam. So like it literally breaks their narrative, even if we were to believe Dick Cheney and Colin Powell about this base, it's still wrong. Like there's no way they can back up their reasons for going in. And it's because their main hunch and intelligence that they relied on, they wanted to go in. That's what I want to be clear about. There was selfish reasons for them going in. That's clear. But the main reason they're presenting was extracted through torture, and that's why I'm trying to find the guy's name right now, because like I know like what he did and like where he was tortured, by who, how he was shipped to the USS Bataan. If you look up the USS Bataan and torture, it's like, you know, an open secret that it was a torture ship, and they're like, how do we reform this warship's reputation? How do you reform your fucking country's reputation?
Interests, as always, did at least play some part as they pertain to American interests, just as the interests of other regional allies, like Saudi Arabia, also did. The war, when looked at combined with the 20-year period of Iraqi-US relations preceding it, and the overarching reasons that the US is so fixated on the Middle East in the first place, paints a picture of these disastrous US interferences and interventions that make them look very systemic and irrevocably linked to core economic goals. This is very inconvenient for what some want to believe, and that's why the memory of the war is increasingly becoming an ideological battleground. This video was made possible thanks to my supporters on Patreon and Ko-fi. If you like it and you'd like to see more like it, consider heading over there and supporting me yourself. Before we get started with the main part of this video, just a quick note on how my videos tend to be, in case anyone new is watching. This is not exactly going to be the most engaging visual experience of your life, as the only thing that's really going to be shown on the screen is citations of my sources, text that further elaborates on what I'm saying, or occasionally illustrative photos or videos. I focus on the substance of what I'm talking about and put little to no effort into production value. So this is really going to be more akin to a lecture with PowerPoint slides than anything else.
Love it.
So feel free to just listen to the video as if it were a podcast or something, if that's what you'd prefer.
I'm
Anyway,
ready.
Let's continue. The 2003 US invasion of Iraq was the culmination of more than a decade of hostile US foreign policy towards Iraq and Saddam Hussein, which was itself the result of wider Western geopolitical interests in the Middle East. It's first important to establish where the American interest in the Middle East, and the Persian Gulf states in particular, comes from in the first place, and why it is that the USA seems to be a bit more concerned with this region than most others. And the answer to that is really as simple as oil. A good summary of this history comes from Steve Yativ,
and trade. It's a very economic, prosperous region. The imperial powers were also interested in it there, but those oil contracts we're completely independent from the oil now. I mean, that's what was like Obama's big thing. But like everyone knows that we have these oil partnerships with Saudi Arabia.
Liberal American political scientist specialized in the geopolitics of oil. Yativ explained how, since the 1930s, the USA has maintained intimate ties to Saudi Arabia due to their economic interest in the country's vast oil reserves, which are hugely influential in the global oil market. Up until 1971, the British Empire had been the primary guarantor of Western oil interests in the region, after which they largely withdrew, and the US, which by then had long surpassed Britain as the world's foremost military and economic power, assumed their role. Initially, the US did this by supporting Israel and the oil-producing monarchies of Iran and Saudi Arabia, who acted as its regional enforcers. However, this strategy was complicated by the 1979 overthrow of the Shah of Iran, which led to far more direct US interference in the Middle East, aimed at ensuring, as President Ronald Reagan put it, that the flow of oil could not be shut down. This also made Israel even more important to Western interests in the region than before, due to its ability to act as a counterbalance to the new, less cooperative Iranian government. This US interest in Middle Eastern oil is not just about ensuring the supply of oil from the Middle East to the US or its allies. The USA actually produces most of its own oil, but as the 1973 global oil crisis made very clear, the Middle Eastern countries, especially if they're left to act as a bloc, hold immense power over global oil markets. So the rest of the world's domestic oil markets are thus intimately linked to Middle Eastern oil. They can easily be affected by fluctuations in the markets emanating from the Middle East, which could, in turn, be very disruptive to the US-led global economic system. Such fluctuations are much less likely to happen if the US itself exerts control, directly or indirectly, over as many of these oil-producing states as they can. Western oil companies do also, of course, want as much access to Middle Eastern oil as possible, and the more power that their governments have over the region, the better their chances tend to be, though this is secondary to more important goals, like ensuring as stable and constant of a supply and price of oil as possible. So the interest of the US and the rest of the West in the Middle East have, since the early 20th century, been irrevocably linked to the region's oil.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Ibn Sheikh Al-Libi is the guy's name. I knew it was an Al-Libi, but Faraj Al-Libi was like Al-Qaeda's number 4. Okay. Boom. Okay. So, after the fall of Intel, he was interrogated by American and Egyptian forces. This information gave under torture to Egyptian authorities was cited by the Bush administration months to the invasion of Iraq as evidence of connection between Saddam Hussein and al-Qaeda. That information, frequently repeated by the members of the Bush administration, although reports from both the CIA and the DIA strongly questioned its credibility, suggesting that Al-Libi was intentionally misleading interrogators. Torture. Al-Libi, liberals. Yes, exactly. So, plain as day, right there. They created. The question is, okay, and if you actually look at Al-Qaeda's doctrine, it gets even more interesting. Their actual communications between each other, like with the guy who's not the emir. What's his fucking name now? Who should be the emir? Abu Saif or Saif al-Adel. And so that guy, he's talking about how they want to get America involved in these wars, right? So the question is, right? And this is like, it's something you have to fill in the blanks for. The question is, was Al-Libi deliberately misleading interrogators because the Al-Qaeda wanted to push America into Iraq? We know Al-Qaeda did want that, right? But in this case specifically, was it because of that? Or were they specifically asking questions that were leading to these weapons of mass destruction programs because they wanted to falsify things for Iraq, right? And I think what's really hard for Americans to accept is how manipulated they were, because their government wanted to get into that war, so they allowed Al-Qaeda to manipulate them. And even Al-Qaeda probably didn't predict how easy it would have been to manipulate them. Not only that, there's evidence Al-Qaeda purposely put some of their guys to be arrested so they would go in there and falsify and not even, just say that, yeah, we're totally making shit here, right? And when you look at somebody like not MBS, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, KSM, he didn't give any intelligence. He was a like Al-Qaeda lieutenant. He was one of the highest ranking Al-Qaeda guys. He organized the plot for 9/11, but he didn't know any of this strategic shit. He didn't spill all the beans on any of this stuff. That guy wasn't pushing them to Iraq. Faraj al-Libi also didn't push them to Iraq. Faraj al-Libi allegedly gave him the name of the fucking courier. They try to justify torture working because they got the name of the courier from a Faraj al-Libi, even though it was not while he was being tortured. And they say, well, the torture softened him up between questioning, you know? And he didn't even know the fucking courier's like actual name. And the CIA didn't even move on this. That's why if you go watch Zero Dark 30, the CIA's narrative of the events, there's like a gap. They figure out the courier's name and then don't act on it for like 7 years. Gee, you wonder why? Maybe because they were fucking idiots the whole time.
Oil. Hence, any notion that their actions there have nothing or little to do with oil should be met with immediate skepticism. It usually comes back to it in some way, even when it's not immediately clear how. With that history out of the way, let's dig into the Iran-Iraq War, which is a good point to begin at, as it's where the USA's relationship with Saddam's Iraq...
It's also, like, where else? When Saddam comes to power? Like, it's literally the first thing he does.
Got going, and it happened quite soon after Saddam formally took power in Iraq. Iran's 1979 Islamic Revolution shocked both the US and Iraq. Iran's previous monarchy, which had seized absolute power in a US and British-backed coup in 1953, had ever since been very friendly to those Western backers. Their support for said coup was principally motivated by oil. It was a response to a...
That's not necessarily untrue. It was mainly, but see, it says here Britain, so this is a good source that they're actually pointing towards Britain, you know, because Britain did do this. They did seek the US they did seek US support, but it's hard to say that this is the coup, this whole backing was the reason why Mossadegh was pushed out. That said, America is clearly exactly. They just let it happen. Like, and so like the two main cognitive dissonance conspiracy theories about things like 9/11 is they made it happen or they let it happen, right? And like 9/11 was preventable, right? Like I can make tons of arguments for it. So my whole argument is just they let it happen mostly through incompetence. Like, do we really think the US government is competent? Like, they're both like the powerful, you know, like they're not both weak and strong, you know, like they can do some things competently, like invade a country. They just can't fucking run a country. And we can see that every day. Yeah, I don't know. There was really like they were talking about getting into Iraq. Like there was meetings when Bush came into office about what they're going to do about Saddam. So it's just like Gaddafi. Like there was an opportunity and nations took it. France initiated, the US came in and said, we hate Gaddafi too. Let us get involved in this, France. And then history was made. We came, we saw, he died. Yeah, and like I said, that the Herbert Walker Bush, they decided not to do it just because they were so fucking terrified of Iran controlling Iraq's oil. So fucking stupid.
Iran's parliament voting to nationalize the oil industry, demonstrating well what I just said about how it tends to come back to oil. Iraq had itself, just before the 1979 revolution, been greatly improving its previously horrible relations with the Shah's Iran. Back in 1975, for example, Saddam had orchestrated an agreement between the two.
Okay, so first of all, these are two men who just couldn't exist in a room together. I'm sorry. Like, it's like Gaddafi trying to meet with fucking egotistical leaders. You know, Nelson Mandela could make it work because he's like the only good politician to ever exist, you know? Came out of terrorism, became a true politician. But the Shah of Iran is like almost as bad as Saddam. He is not a good person. He is probably at this time one of the worst leaders in the world. Like he is like the Iranian Revolution also mirrors the French Revolution in these ways. Like the monarchy in that country, he has this fucking lavish party where they fucking plant shit in the middle of the desert and import birds to like be in the trees and stuff, to have a paradise in the middle of the desert, to have this huge lavish party with tons of people, right? All the influencers and heads of state and shit. It was the first influencer party, and like all the birds die. Like birds were like all over the ground and shit because they can't fucking live in the desert. You know, it's just like the arrogance of the Belgians in the Congo thinking they could just chop down some rainforest and build houses and everything would be fine. They could build Western houses in the Congo. And the Shah of Iran also like massacred his own people. And we know what happened. And actually the US put the fucking nails to him about it. And he had to be like China is now, where he backed up being like, yeah, Savak totally doesn't have my secret torture prisons anymore.
Two countries that settled their long-running border disputes. So for both the US and Iraq, the Shah's sudden overthrow was quite inconvenient, and their interests very suddenly converged. Iraq
and like, think about this, right? Saddam was a Ba'athist. Assad is a Ba'athist. Assad loves Iran, right? It's not just because of the fucking Ayatollah in power, right? So like, the fact is just because he's a Ba'athist, in theory, he should be able to work with Iran. But that's how irrational the Shah was. The Shah was really just the embodiment of that fucking like evil king, you know?
A Muslim majority, and Iran had a new Shia fundamentalist government, since most Shia are followers of
that America helped install.
The Iranian Ayatollah, who was now suddenly Iran's head of state, Saddam Hussein, a Sunni Muslim, feared that the new Iranian religious government would try to spread its fundamentalist doctrine in the Shia-majority Iraq, potentially threatening his rule. Saddam had also, in 1978, just 1 year prior...
Okay, so the reaction to Khomeini's revolution is global. The reason the Soviets invade Afghanistan is because of they fear this, right? They fear that it's going to spread. Saudi Arabia, MBS blames a lot of the religious crackdowns as appeasing radicals to prevent an Islamic revolution after 79. All these groups, Al-Qaeda, all of them, not Daesh, but you know, some of the older school ones. I don't think the Taliban, but they talk about this. They would describe Ahmad Shah Massoud as a Khomeiniist because he wanted an Islamic Republic where a council of Muslim scholars would choose the political candidates. That's what Iran has. He didn't necessarily want the supreme leader type shit, but it would have been a little bit more democratic, you know? So Saddam being a whack job already. Also, Saddam came to power. This is something that nobody talks about. Saddam came to power because Syria and Iraq were about to unify. And so he killed somebody like his cousin or something who was like next in line for power and basically took power over this because he didn't want to share power where his empire would be turned over to Syria. So like, of course he saw this like type of thing with the influence in the South. Like he already was oppressing people and they were turning to Khomeinism. Khomeinism on paper is like not that shitty of an ideology. It's literally representative republic. It's like a democratic ideology. So like, of course people would want that over what Saddam was giving them. Especially back then. It's really like the war as well that solidifies Khomeini. So it's also Saddam shooting himself in the foot here, because most say that if the Iran-Iraq war didn't happen, like Khomeini's power wouldn't have lasted. Like he wasn't alive for very long after the fucking revolution happens. So because of this war, which was also like helped out by the West gave both sides chemical weapons and shit.
To the Iranian Revolution, personally expelled the Ayatollah from Iraq, which, with the benefit of hindsight, was probably a bad move for him. Hostilities between Saddam's Iraq and Iran's new Islamic Republic thus broke out quickly. In 1980, Saddam nullified the 1975 border agreement and invaded the same territories that he had just recently ceded to Iran. The war, which was initially planned to be...
What's also interesting is like the lead up to the war. So like Iran has like they have those fucking Tomcats in the sky pretty much 24/7, and like Saddam was flying missions to the edge of the border, right? So these Tomcats with their like long range radar and missiles and stuff, they're instructed to like wait for him to cross the line. Like they could see that he was trying to instigate shit, and they knew that what Saddam was trying to do is trying to get their planes to fire on them so they could swing back around into Iraq and have their missile be hit inside their country, hitting their plane. Like Saddam was literally trying to instigate the war. He's such a piece of shit.
Be quick and easy.
This is the guy who invaded Kuwait.
Brutal and prolonged bloodbath. Once it was obvious that the war wasn't going to be ending fast, the US began covertly supporting Saddam, who was considered to be more
They supported both sides. They supported both sides because ultimately instability and both regimes fracturing would have been the most beneficial thing for the United States at that time. Especially considering that there's literally was like a Soviet puppet state of Kurdistan in Iran around this time. I think probably before this, but there was actually a Kurdish like republic in the north of Iran that was like a Soviet puppet state. So like all that shit was going on. They had tons of Soviet influence. They lost all those weapons to Iran. So like, why not give them more weapons to drag out the war to make sure those weapons we gave them are fucking like broken and used up? Crazy.
To their interests than the anti-US Iranian government, who were not very happy that the US had supported the Shah. Thus, that year, US President Ronald Reagan signed a directive that said the United States could not afford to allow Iraq to lose the war to Iran. In 1984, with the war still ongoing and Iraq...
Yeah, they said that, didn't they? Meanwhile,
still performing much worse than had been expected, the US ramped up this support for Saddam. They publicly re-established diplomatic ties, and the US thereafter openly sided with Iraq and started supplying...
Really not just the US, though. Like, that's the issue. That's the fucking issue, is that this is pinned way too much on the US and not enough on fucking Europe as well. Like, I mean, France is right here. You know, there's a counterbalance that depends on the Soviet Union, and France pushed him to look to Washington. He doesn't like France. Probably because they wouldn't work with a nuclear reactor with him. I thought France did give him shit. Jack, didn't they fucking help him develop nuclear reactors? Mr. I'm not going to disappear for 30 minutes today.
France.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, they gave him...
Well, they did...
They gave him like blueprints or a part of it, something like that. It wasn't the whole thing because he didn't have reactors, but they gave him something. It may have been the uranium, but don't quote me.
Also covertly supply Iran with weapons. Everyone knows about the Iran-Contra affair, at least.
Thank you. This guy's great so far. You know, it's not bad.
Hope. This was different to their supply to Iraq, which was motivated by mutual regional interests rather than a tit-for-tat exchange for hostages. US support for the Iraqi armed forces in the war was extensive. Howard Tacher, a National Security Council official at the time, who was high-level enough that he had even personally traveled to Baghdad to hand over intelligence on Iranian troop movements to the Iraqis, later gave a detailed rundown of this support. The United States actively supported the Iraqi war effort by supplying the Iraqis with billions of dollars of credits, by providing US military intelligence and advice to the Iraqis, and by closely monitoring third country arms sales to Iraq to make sure that Iraq had the military weaponry required.
What was that last one? What was that last one? What do you mean third country arms sales, huh? Does that mean you're giving someone chemical weapons to then give to Saddam? Is that what we're talking about here?
The United States also provided strategic operational advice to the Iraqis to better use their assets in combat. The CIA knew of, approved of, and assisted in the
They're like, make sure you use the fucking sarin on the trenches.
Sale of non-US origin military weapons, ammunition, and vehicles to Iraq. This support, at times, even extended into American attacks on Iranian military and economic targets that just so happened to coincide with the launching of Iraqi offensives. Saddam's use of very illegal chemical weapons during the Iran-Iraq War is quite notorious. They were used practically every day, and the US government knew about it from the very beginning.
Yeah.
In fact, they were better informed on precisely
they gave him the weapons.
When, where, and how Saddam was using chemical weapons than anyone aside from the Iraqis themselves. In 1984, the US even obstructed on Saddam's behalf an Iranian
Holy
motion
shit.
at the UN to condemn Iraq's use of chemical weapons.
So you are able to embed them. You don't even have to go to Rumble. So I've added the embed code, so it takes you to a separate tab, but it's full screen.
Nice.
So this is very good. This is good.
Saddam also used chemical weapons internally in Iraq during this same period, such as against Kurdish rebels and civilians. That part is particularly relevant because one of the things that Kraut brought up to illustrate how bad Saddam was, and thus by extension how bad he considers the anti-war movement to be for supposedly siding with him, was Saddam's military campaign against Kurds from...
You'll never hear me talk about how we didn't give him the weapons when I talk about things like Halabja. I will always say, and America gave him those weapons.
1986 to 1989, which largely took place during the Iran-Iraq War. Iraqi Kurds had already, for many years before Saddam came to power, been supported in rebellions against the Iraqi government by the USA, Iran, and Israel. According to a US congressional study, the purpose of this support was to encourage the Kurds to fight the government of Iraq, not to win, but to sap Baghdad's strength. This strategy was meant to keep Iraq weak and ensure that America's allies in Iran, Israel, and Saudi Arabia would not be challenged as the dominant regional powers.
Yeah, I mean that's what they do, right? That's what tons of governments do this, right? They give them just enough support. I mean, look at Ukraine right now. Do they really want Ukraine to win the war? It doesn't look like it, does it? Welcome to the US. That's how they work.
By growing Iraq.
I wish they were fucking as militant as some people want to portray them as sometimes. I really wish we did fucking arm rebels in Syria. I really wish it happened. I really wish we fucking gave Ukraine the batteries they need to protect people who are getting fucking bombed. They could. Wouldn't hurt them to. Oh, but then if Putin goes away, oh no, can't have that. We only want him to be tied up so he can't attack us. We're not regime change. We're just kind of sort of get there.
Iran's Islamic Revolution, the USA flipped towards Saddam's Iraq, and the Kurdish rebels continued their alignment with Iran, which was now hostile. So Kurdish rebellions were no longer considered to further the USA's interests. And this meant that Saddam was now free to launch...
No. There's... Buddy's dropping the ball on the Kurdish politics here. There's multiple factions. Okay? Do they even say what group? Because the people that Saddam is trying to attack are people who are fucking backed by Iran. It's not like he just hated them and that's why he gassed them.
Launch unprecedented attacks on Kurds in retaliation.
I mean, he did hate them, and that's why he gassed him. But you know what I'm saying? It's like saying that Assad just started the war for no reason, just because people protested him, and ignoring some of the stuff that happened with the Muslim Brotherhood in the past before the war.
For the very rebellions that the US and its allies had initially helped to incite. The US knew all about this, of course, yet chose to not only do nothing, but actively impede any measures taken against Saddam for what he was doing, because helping Saddam was, at that moment in time...
They knew it was happening. They knew it was happening.
Considered far more important than something like the Kurdish people's human rights to not be killed by mustard gas. So, to try and justify the 2003 Iraq War and imply that the invasion was justified to free the Iraqi people of Saddam Hussein, Kraut referred back to atrocities committed by Saddam, which the USA happily turned a blind eye to at the time, which happened during a time of relatively friendly relations between them. You probably won't be surprised to find that this is also a mirror of a tactic that the George W. Bush administration used to justify their 2003 invasion of Iraq. They brought up Saddam's chemical attacks during the late 1980s, while neglecting to mention the fact that, when the attacks were actually happening, the US had actually either tried to ignore them or tried to deflect blame for them onto Iran.
But the main reason, what he's missing here, is the main reason why they don't want it to come out that these attacks happened, is because the crates that they came out of were marked in English. Right? If you're pulling weapons out of an English written letter crate, you think the U.S. wants to be involved there? You think the U.S. isn't going to protect the people who gave them those weapons? Like, you're dropping the ball, you know? You got to take it to the completion to really see the devious shit that the U.S. government's doing here.
Doesn't exactly paint a picture of the United States being against Saddam's tyranny and concerned with the welfare of his victims. It rather paints them as being incredibly opportunistic.
Like, the connection to just say, wow, these weapons got outlawed, and then suddenly they started selling them to Iraq instead of destroying them. Wow, crazy. I can't believe they did that.
Willing to sacrifice anyone and align with anyone, provided that they've calculated that doing so will further their own ambitions. Ambitions that are intimately tied to their...
All right, you back now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because this is the end of that chapter. So we'll come back to this in the future. Maybe we won't. Anyway, it's not terrible, but I really would like him to just be like, this is why it was about oil.
Yeah, you're not going to get that.
Well, I mean, he's building up all the stuff about like the past that happened.
I mean, I've been listening the whole time. Like, it's really not been
it's not bad.
That bad.
Neither are the other ones, except for Krauts. Like,
Yeah.
Johnny Harris's Iraq video is pretty good. I think he kind of does he kind of does like his Osama bin Laden one is the one that's dog shit, where he's like believes all the shit that Al Qaeda says.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's like against what America says, pretty much. I don't know how long we're going to watch this for. I was just interested.
Medicine man Nicholas Black Elk and the 6 grandfathers refers to the 6 ancestral deities personifying the 6 sacred directions: north, south, east, west, above, and below. It was a place for prayer, vision quests, and other traditional acts of devotion for many of the Great Plains people. In an interview with National Geographic, Donovan Sprague, head of the history department at Wyoming Sheriff, an artist named, are you fucking ready for the most respect the dead name?
Charles Rushmore.
No, an artist named Gutson Borglum. Welcome back to Respect the Dead, the podcast where we don't.
Oh my god, it's literally a podcast. What did you give me?
I mean,
Son of a bitch.
Next.
I was excited.
Bro, it just had a good title.
Sam Cedar, Emma.
You don't watch?
I mean, no, I just marked it. It sounded interesting.
Oh,
you
damn it.
put it on there because you were interested.
Vigland
I thought that you pre-watched at least 5 minutes of it.
Some I do, some I don't. You think I pre-watched that Bad Empanada video? No.
Good fucking
Majority Report. I want to welcome back to the program William Hoagland. He is the historian and proprietor of Hoagland's Bad History newsletter on Substack, author of his most recent, The Hamilton Scheme, an epic tale of money and power in the American founding. William, welcome back to the program.
Thanks for having me back. Good to be here.
Well, let's before we dig into Hamilton and I think much of what people know about Hamilton these days has to do with him
is that he sucks.
Miss his shot or whatever it is. I did not see the musical, but my daughter played it many times. What drew you to Hamilton at this point in sort of the work that you've been doing?
Well, I've been working on him for a long time, actually. So the moment is strange for me personally because the musical came along and the cultural explosion, that you're referring to.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the Quarantine Report. I'm
yeah.
Amy Goodman. As the coronavirus pandemic intensifies in the United States, with a record 52...
All right, we don't care.
We'll be giving out free face masks if they choose to wear one, but we won't be social distancing.
Trump's rally comes amidst a national debate on how to deal with statues and symbols that enshrine systemic racism.
I had a video talking
Now,
about
Rushmore itself is named after a gold rush lawyer and speculator. The monument features the sculpted heads of 4 U.S. presidents, Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt, blasted out of the ancient granite between 1927 and 1941 by 400 workers, directed by sculptor Gutson Borglum. Earlier, he was recruited by the Daughters of the Confederacy to carve the huge stone memorial to Confederate
What was
leaders.
that?
Borglum was close to the Ku Klux Klan and was likely a member. Mount Rushmore in
Boy.
Wow, Amy saved us a lot of time there, huh?
He sure
with that
did.
whole podcast, huh? Pretty much told the story right there.
Yep, done.
now known as the Black Hills, which is the sacred center of the Lakota people's universe, and the president of the Oglala Sioux tribe, has ordered Trump to cancel Friday's event. Julian Bearrunner told The Guardian, quote,
"Look, it's pretty impressive, but also, what the fuck? Why would you do this? This is awful.
It's just crazy that
Awful
it's like
eyesore.
Daughters of the Confederacy and they put Lincoln on there.
Yeah.
the lands on which that mountain is carved and the lands he's about to visit belong to the great Sioux Nation under a treaty."
Is this why I've seen Native Americans posting pictures at Mount Rushmore giving it the finger?
Yeah.
Great.
Treaty signed in 1851 and the Fort Laramie Treaty of 1868. And I have to tell him he doesn't have permission from its original sovereign owners to enter the territory at this time, he said. The government acknowledged.
Is it on a reservation, is it?
I'm not sure. Let's see what they say.
Tribal sovereignty over the Black Hills in two separate treaties and committed the land, quote, for the absolute and undisturbed use and occupancy of the Sioux. But gold was discovered there in the 1870s, and the Army drove the indigenous people out. Decades of armed indigenous resistance to the waves of settler colonists that followed ended with the Army's brutal massacre of Lakota women, children, and the elderly at Wounded Knee on December 29th, 1890. All of this comes as Indian country has been particularly hard hit by the coronavirus pandemic. Well, for more, we're going to Rapid City, South Dakota, not far from the Black Hills, where we're joined by Nick Tilson, president and CEO of the NDN Collective, a national organization dedicated to building indigenous power. He's a citizen of the Oglala Lakota Nation on Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. Nick, it's great to have you back with us.
The way she
Can you
glazes people up is so good, bro.
The organizing that's going on around President.
Like, she's the queen of wokeness, okay? She's so slept on, bro.
Like Trump's.
They're mad at Taylor Lorenz over this lady. This lady is way more woke than Taylor Lorenz. And not only that, she'll tell Assad to go fuck himself.
True. True. Very true.
Third visit and Independence Day celebration at Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, you still need to call him.
It'd be like, yeah, why do you keep platforming people who are doing Assad denialism on your show?
I'm very curious to see what he would say.
He's going to ask me for a specific example, and I would say, look, I don't want to start shit with these specific people because they have platforms, right? But your guest, like, I'll tell you some specific things that your guest has said,
and then plug 5th Gen and
right?
say that
and then I'll say like, now, like, I don't want to like discredit these people that they're like, you know, like agents for the Assad regime or anything, but this propaganda is powerful, and it's easy to be misinformed on one thing and be an expert on something else.
Yes, yeah, perfect way to phrase it. I would be very interested to see what he says, whether he would try and defend himself in the show or the guests.
I think he would respond to my tone, and when I point out, like, say the specific things, like,
so you think because
saying that Hezbollah went to fight ISIS is like very inaccurate. Also, saying that we armed the rebels there, very inaccurate. Okay. Like, it's like saying the whole like coup of the run because we gave him a crate of guns, you know? Ridiculous. Sure. It's ridiculous. You need more than a fucking crate.
Yes.
That's why I love I posted something from the Mujahideen the other day, and it was like the caption was like, America armed them, you know, like American armed the Syrian rebels, the arms America sent, and it's just their fucking trebuchets and catapults that they had to rely on because they had nothing. Like, you don't build fucking, I mean, unless you're Israel, you don't build catapults when you fucking have equipment. That's nuts. And they're just sending incendiaries with them too. Literally just long-range Molotov mortars is basically what they have. That's what they were reduced to. That sucks. That's nothing. I've seen some like hell cannons. I've seen them sometimes they're able basically, so like the Mujahideen in Afghanistan would do this, is they're like a Chinese it's like a little thing, but it carries like 12 rockets in it, right?
Yeah.
And you hit a trigger and it shoots all 12.
Mhm.
Right? They're really small. So the Mujahideen would take the rockets out of those, right? Set them on a hill facing towards the Soviet base, and like, you know, like put the actual wires into the triggers so they could trigger them with their wires because they didn't have the launchers. They only had like the missiles, you know? That's the type of shit I was seeing, except they made the missiles themselves in Syria. Bro, they fucking take these old, you know, the like AA guns, right?
Mhm.
So they take old AA guns that, like, you know, like maybe one of the barrels breaks on it, you know, and it's
Yeah.
and instead of like repairing it, they take those 3 barrels and make them into fucking anti-material rifles. Right? And
That's
they and
cool.
like they can shoot, they're snipers in the Mujahideen that can
Yeah.
shoot for miles with these things.
What the fuck? I think I've seen pictures of them actually.
They're really nice.
Yeah.
They're
That's fucking
yeah.
cool.
The like, so like they have machining and like they literally are producing their own weapons. They're mostly from recycled things. I mean, the Mujahideen in Afghanistan did that too.
Mm. I mean, Pakistan has their own arms industry. It makes sense that Afghanistan would too.
Well, it wasn't, they would recycle weapons, right? So like
Sure.
there's a great documentary with Masood, and they're showing all the weapons they have, and they're literally all Soviet weapons.
Mm.
They don't have a single thing from the West or China. They had no support from outside forces. So they made all their weapons themselves. So they'll do like, you know, the fucking rocket pods that you'll have on helicopters?
Yes.
That's a big one you see in a lot of places, is those converted into like missile platforms to shoot at like bases and stuff.
All right, it's pretty cool. I rate it.
Good to be back on here, Amy. The organizing that's going on is about building, you know, a collective resistance, because there's this narrative being pushed, you know, by the president and by the governor to celebrate this falsehood of democracy that has not ever worked for us.
How old is this? How old is this?
4 years.
So it was while Trump was president. So, well, I mean, we know the story.
Sure.
Amy got into it. That's really what we wanted.
Okay. Well, let's go back to
the playlist. We got the story. It's a KKK monument.
Sam.
On the Majority Report, want to welcome back to the program William Hoagland. He is the historian. And what drew you to Hamilton at this point in sort of the work that you've been doing?
Well, you know, I've been working on him for a long time, actually. So the moment is strange for me personally because the musical came along and cultural explosion, I mean, you know, that you're referring to. Everybody, you know, was listening to it, not just listening to the soundtrack, but, you know, quoting the actual Hamilton. Got very interested in Hamilton. And so, you know, I had been working on him before, so it was...
I know, right? When people like John Adams exist.
Phenomenon took off. And so I felt for a while like, well, my Hamilton is kind of...
You know why you can't make a musical about John Adams? He'd tell you to shut the fuck up.
I was trying, but, you know, you can't fight a cultural tidal wave like the Hamilton musical. And I don't want to fight it, so, okay. But then I realized, actually, there's a potential for an opportunity here. If people are interested in Hamilton, well, there's more to him than that. And it's pretty interesting. That's super dramatic, I think. For me, more dramatic even than the musical. And so I just decided to try to get that into a book, get that story told.
All right, let's start with I mean the I guess the reputation that Hamilton had was, you know, in terms of like him setting up the financial system of this country. Tell us about his ideas about debt and why this was important to founding the country, and how like it almost sort of morphs into something. It starts off as sort of like almost like it's good to have buy-in to a project, but then like the ownership stakes start to become a problem, I think, is the way that as it goes further down the line.
Well, yeah, we often hear about the debt, the public debt of the United States, the war debt, because of course, you know, to fight the revolution, the country had to borrow money. It's often framed as the foreign debt, and there was foreign debt. That's true. And it's also often framed as something that would be considered a problem by people like Hamilton, who then when he came in as Treasury Secretary would have to like get it under control, you know, fight it down, beat it back, manage it, which he did have to do. He had to manage it. But his way of thinking about the debt was very different from seeing the debt as a problem that had to be fought down. It was more like an amazing opportunity for consolidating the country. But as you say, the terms in which the country would get consolidated.
Tell us about how he fucked the country up early by getting Thomas Jefferson elected because he hated John Adams.
Involved.
John Adams had the Alien and
like
Sedition Act, though. That was probably the worst policy of the early years. One's really bad.
That the country owed money to. And the answer is domestically, not the foreign debt, the domestic debt, which was what was so exciting to Hamilton, actually, is it was a very small group of very rich people speculating in federal bonds. And the whole idea that Hamilton had really around the debt was to yoke the aims of that class, which he knew well. It was the class that had taken him in, made him who he was. He was aware that their pursuit of wealth was just never ending, almost bottomless, and that he felt he could take that strong desire, that force.
You know what? I've got a better idea. Let me find something that talks about Hamilton while this plays.
No. Just skip this. Move on.
It'll be much funnier.
No. Just move on. Just move on.
The USA's 2000.
Nope.
Honey, there are as many genders as stars in the sky.
What do you think is the earliest age that someone can start receiving puberty blockers, hormones?
This is why I think this is going to be funny, because there's going to be awful takes everywhere.
As soon as they can vocalize that they want breakfast for dinner.
Now you're just being a stalker, sir. Now you're just stalking.
Are you stalking a trans woman?
Stalker, no stalking.
I think minors should be allowed to go on puberty blockers.
You're fake.
What?
You're fake.
I'm fake?
You're fake. Why are they so mad?
I love that.
Hi,
I love that, bro.
Pride
That's fucking awesome. Why are they so mad?
in Texas, and I'm a little
they're getting an ass and a little kid in the same shot. Way to go, Blair.
Scared. I'm a little
and this is the best shot you could do, is that shaky ass shit, huh? That's the only time you're able to find it.
From the last one I did in Hollywood. How many genders are there?
The many.
Maybe Texas is going to be a better representation.
Whenever you're in an attack interview and they ask you how many genders there are, I think Biden had the best answer of all time.
Mm-hmm.
At least 3.
At least 3. That is a pretty good answer.
Community than Hollywood. Let's see. The only thing is, I feel like I'm probably too sober for this, so we need to get shots first because I'm getting anxiety.
Okay.
To not make people feel like we're coming in hostile. Put rainbow tape on the mic, but I feel like it just looks like a dildo. Hi, what's your
That's even better.
You would know, huh?
Your name?
My name is Mateus.
Oh my god, do you want to be the first interview of the day?
I do.
Let's do it. Oh my gosh.
I've heard my partner follows you on your social medias. He talks about you a lot.
Oh my gosh.
I know you be shaking waves. I know you make waves.
A little bit. How many genders are there?
How many genders are there? There you go, starting off with this question. Now, I'm going to say biologically, we got male.
I love how he's already prepared for it. He's come
female.
loaded.
You think the conservatards are triggered that our nip-nops are out?
Maybe.
Hormonally, it creates.
I'm not really sure, to be completely honest. I'm not sure how they feel genuinely about her.
Her nip-nops
like,
being out?
I feel like it's kind of like the Dave Rubin situation where it's like a begrudging token.
I'm pretty sure. No, well, I'm pretty sure they're just very anti-nipple people. Right? Like they get mad at breastfeeding.
Because they can only be a sexual thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weirdos.
So much variation.
How do you feel about gender affirming care being banned here in Texas with like a big thing happening right now for minors?
I think everybody has the right to gender affirming healthcare regardless of your age.
How do you guys feel about trans women and women's sports? Another highly debated topic.
They're women. They're women. Let that be in women's sports. It's not like.
Even Leah Thomas?
Huh?
Even Leah Thomas's big ass?
I don't know that. I don't know. People just like.
What do you think is the earliest?
Normal person. See? Normal person. Just leave them the fuck alone. It's the bare minimum.
Age that someone can start receiving gender affirming care, whether it's puberty blockers, hormones.
As soon as they can vocalize that they want breakfast for dinner.
There's a security guard following us the fuck around, like hard. How do you feel about gender affirming care for minors being banned here in Texas?
Can we go back to that
like
guy?
Hard.
I had the same idea. Oh my god.
The face.
Oh my god. The double Black Lives Matter fucking matches. Good god.
This guy has everything. What if he's fucking cool, bro? He is fucking cool.
He has a shorty shot.
I hope he has a great day. Because
Dude,
this is we need more of this. We need more of this. Okay? This is the type, like, this is what a fucking real alpha male man looks like. You know, in Texas, this is alpha. Double Black Lives Matter.
Like, I'm laughing because it is a funny look, but
it looks like he's got a fucking.
Great.
Is that a fucking chemical grenade in his little pouch in the front?
I'm not sure.
It looks like a radio, a chemical grenade. That's like a spray, like a pepper spray, and then the white thing could be zip ties.
Maybe, and then a knife.
Wait, does he have a knife?
Yeah, under the fucking gay peace sign.
Oh, got like a karambit. Oh no, that's not a karambit. That's like literally like a
knife.
Yeah, that's a full on knife. I didn't even see that.
It's a full on combat knife.
Yeah. Because like for a second it blurred, and I thought it was like just like sticking in, and then I realized, that's the actual like wrapping of the knife band. That's not the vest.
Yeah,
I thought it was like a karambit that you can like.
Yeah.
The way it was inserting.
Mm-hmm.
Gender affirming care for minors being banned here in Texas. Hot topic right now. That's what's happening.
Being banned. Honestly, I feel like it's banned in Texas, but they honestly need to be focusing on way more stuff before that. That's my opinion. I feel like leave it to your parents. Honestly, leave it to your parents at this point, and for the Texas government, we got other to worry about.
What do you think we should worry about before that?
I think we should worry about, let's see, homelessness, housing, getting housing for people who are homeless, because you drive around Austin, you see empty buildings. It's like people can be living in those buildings.
It's like Iraq.
Yeah, it's getting very crazy.
Iraq realness.
Jesus Christ.
It's like
more like Iran. Can dogs be gay? That's a yes.
It's like Iraq. Austin is like Iraq.
Yes. Can they be trans? She said, fuck no. What is like the youngest age you think someone should be able to medically transition?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't think there's a specific age that anybody just comes into their trans identity. I don't have an age for you. I mean, You know, as an AMAP person assigned male at birth, like, what do we go through puberty at, like
I hate that.
13?
Can we stop making acronyms for everything?
Listen, she's a drag queen. She's a drag queen. She's allowed. Okay.
I know. I know. But I hate this. Stop it. Stop the fucking acronyms.
I think so. I'm like, anytime around that age, I feel like whenever these kids are coming into their own identity, it should be a conversation that we could have and not be so quick to say, oh, nope, they're too young. They don't know what they're talking about.
Hi, how are you? Do you want to be interviewed? Let's do it. How many genders are there?
She's hot. She's hot.
I go with 2. Love it. How many genders are there?
As many as there are. I do not have that number for
Good
anybody,
answer.
but I'm open for every number.
Like infinite?
Probably, yeah.
How do you feel about the Planet Fitness trans controversy? Awesome.
The answer that I give is I kind of go to the extreme of their side, as I'm like, okay, well, if there's like 95 genders, why not argue that everybody is their own gender, therefore there's 7 billion, therefore it doesn't matter. Shut up. Who gives a shit?
Both of you guys, that one, the Planet Fitness one.
I'm ready to join. I'm ready to join. Well, what happened? What's the tea?
There was like a man in the women's locker room, and then they sided with the man over the woman.
Yeah, well, she photographed him, and it's against the rules to photograph in the locker room.
He was shaving his beard.
He was shaving his beard.
Okay, it's literally written in the rules that you're not supposed to take photos in the bathrooms of pretty much every gym contract. I doubt there's anything in the gym contract about shaving in the bathrooms. There are showers.
They're misgendering this person.
Yeah.
Even they did. They responded. He was shaving his beard.
Yeah. Like it literally doesn't matter because it's not in the terms of it's not in the contract, and it's a bathroom that has showers and sinks and amenities for this kind of stuff. In both bathrooms. Funny.
Beard in the locker room. It was a whole man talking about in the women's locker room. And there's like a little
It's pretty crazy. You know where else women shave or men shave in women's bathrooms? Every home.
So Blair
You
uses the
fucking
men's
idiot.
locker room at Planet Fitness, is what I'm getting, right?
Must. Right? That would be hypocritical.
Uh-huh.
If
If there's anything she isn't, it's a hypocrite.
over crying.
I feel like if you're shaving your beard, you should do it in the men's locker room.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're a woman, honestly, you should shave your beard in the men's locker room if you're really.
Or get like laser.
I think minors should be allowed to like go.
Oh,
on
she
beauty
got
bloggers.
defensive.
Those sort of things are
She
like.
got defensive because he basically was saying that she belongs in the men's room.
Did she actually?
Oh yeah, watch. She got a little defensive.
Women,
She's
honestly,
like,
you should shave your.
she's like
I feel like if you're
lasers.
shaving your beard, you should do it in the men's locker room.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're a woman, honestly, you should shave your beard in the men's locker room if you're really.
Or get like laser.
I think minors should be allowed to like go on puberty blockers because those sort of things are like. That's helpful, you know. It's reversible. Rushing into something and.
Yeah, I don't think that is actually accurate. I think they're probably not reversible.
I think that it's a.
I don't know. I'm
decision
actually not.
made
I'm
for
actually
the
not
family
sure.
and the doctor. I am neither one of those things.
That is true, but I don't. I'm just saying like that information. I'm not 100% sure.
You have
but
to believe
if I'm,
there's like an evil doctor narrative to like.
Sure, right.
Poison the kids. You know
exactly. So it's still the
which they
the
do believe.
My ultimate decision is still I don't care. Not my kid. Not my problem.
They're
right?
getting to the point where they're becoming so anti-medicine. It's so wild.
It's insane. But like but the blockers, right? You can't reverse puberty, therefore blocking it and introducing a foreign hormone would do irreversible damage.
Yeah,
no?
well, I'm sure. Well, the thing is like you do steroids, there's no going back from it either. Like it's
yes,
gonna
you can't stop it. Yeah,
there's going to
You
be
could- not
permanent
really.
alterations there too, but
Mhm.
you can just stop doing them and become a twink again at any time. There just will be things that you had that you didn't have before, like maybe bitch tits.
Mm. Yeah, true.
So like all these things do change your body, but it's like what they're saying is like it's not cutting the kid's dick off.
Mm. Yeah, it's just stopping the development.
Steroids make people cute. From Jinx J Nixus, the left testy.
Am I what? Famous? Famous is a big word. I guess I'm known. Yeah. Have a nice day.
We're with Blair White. This is the real.
Oh, it's a video.
This is a video. Look at her. She's looking cute. She's looking just like she does in real life. Wow.
How do you guys feel about gender affirming care for minors being banned here in Texas? It's like a big thing here in Texas right now.
I feel like it should just be open for everyone.
How many genders are there?
Like there are some pretty fucking awful takes that we get through Twitch, but good God, is this the worst one we've ever had? That is the worst possible take I could have ever imagined coming from somebody on Twitch. So congratulations for that one, I guess.
Honey, there are as many genders as stars in the sky. It's all based upon
Like infinite.
Yeah, honestly, it's a spectrum, right?
I'm just on the autism spectrum.
Okay, girl, me too. Let me tell you.
How do you feel about trans
No, you're
people
not.
in sports?
Trans people in sports. I feel like me and my partner were having a conversation about this. Eventually, I just want no male or female sports. Just everyone is going to be running.
It's like everybody's swinging on everybody.
Everyone's
agree.
swinging on everybody.
I
you know?
agree.
Honestly, like
Eliminate the genders in sport. Free for all. I completely agree.
Also, everyone should have knives attached to them.
I've seen
Like
some women do some
Baraka.
crazy. I've seen men get beaten up by some pretty big women. And
So you're on some like equal rights, equal lefts type shit.
I'm equal right, equal left. And Simone Biles is out here making everybody look bad, honestly.
Is she a man or a woman?
She's a woman. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
Jesus
So like puberty
Christ.
blockers, hormones, like that's all okay if you're like in the tween age?
As long as it's gone through all the
The-
proper channels and I trust my doctors
The Vine boom is awful.
and our scientists.
How many genders are there?
That was the correct answer.
Yep.
It's gone through all the proper channels and I trust my doctors and our scientists.
Exactly.
How many genders are there?
One.
Only one?
No.
Like Jesus?
Jesus. I don't know. There's
25.
as many genders as you want there to be. It doesn't matter. Like,
Correct.
if-
See, normal fucking person answer is this. It's very
Yeah.
simple.
Who cares? At least
It's
three.
literally not a question that anybody should really give a fuck about.
like I don't care. I really don't care.
you like it, just do it.
Oh my god, I don't want that bird to on me.
That doesn't happen.
Oh, it could happen. It happened to my mom. How do you feel about gender affirming care for minors being banned in Texas? That's obviously like a big topic because we're in Texas.
And I'll just agree with you on that. I don't believe in complete bans. Okay, there should be exceptions, just like in the abortion issue, there should be exceptions. But it should be the exception of the rule. And yeah, they're transitioning kids at the.
So you mean Roe v. Wade? Cool. Great. I'm glad we agree. I feel like most people would agree.
It's crazy. It's
You've actually
crazy.
explained.
You know what I like? As fake as Blair is, she's also the most genuine person in this field, right? So she's actually finding people who agree with her and are like, would be normal to her, right?
Yeah.
Fucking nobody else would. Steven Crowder would not do that at Pride.
That is true. They would go for the craziest looking ones, right?
Yeah.
They would go for the people with the least clothing or the craziest hair or the most insane composure.
Yeah,
sort
like
of
I
thing.
don't think Blair's like that bad faith. She's just Blair White,
She just has a wrong opinion.
I don't think like she's better than Dave Rubin.
Yeah. Like I almost think it's a good grift. I feel it's almost a good grift. Like one of the only good grifts. To the point that you almost don't think it is. Just like the channel and the opinions and shit, I mean.
There should be exceptions, but it should be the exception of the rule. And yeah, they're transitioning kids at the drop of a hat right now. It's pretty ridiculous.
I feel like a midget right now.
Girl, I'm a suspiciously large woman.
Sorry, a little
Make everyone
person.
feel tiny. You're Blair White, right?
Yes. Thank you so much for the interview.
Can you hug?
Yes.
And by the way, my name's Maxine.
These feel real. That felt real.
Well, that's just silicone. That's not my silicone.
Oh, it felt like my mom or something. What is the youngest age you guys think that a kid should be able to transition medically?
21 or 25. 21 for a woman, 25 for a male. That's when your brain is done forming. So at that point, I'm gonna let the adult brain decide.
When you're grown.
Even if you've got trauma, like we can't undo everyone's trauma, but at least if we say 21 is when the women's brain is showing it's done, 25 is when a man's brain is showing it's done, let them make their adult decision.
Shout out to trauma. What do you think?
Let him cook. He's like, let him cook. You gotta let the brain cook.
And then you change it.
Yeah.
Old enough to buy a firearm. You're old enough to vote. You're old enough to get cigarettes.
Yeah.
When I was 17, 16, and I was on
Sorry,
testosterone.
Blair, we have beef now.
Oh no, what are we gonna do?
I got.
Before the law
Oh no, we got
no.
beef with Blair White now.
Oh no.
changed, and when they passed that law, I had to completely stop, and so I had to find a whole new doctor in Los Angeles.
Hey, boo.
Oh my God.
What are you doing? Oh my God, you know who I am?
Oh my God.
That's crazy. How are you?
Oh my God. I literally
What
watch
happened?
your channel every day.
Do you really?
Stream.
Weird.
I'm trying to interview people, but everyone knows who I am.
No, I'll interview,
I should have got a disguise, right?
Oh
my God.
I literally just watched the Blair White Project before I came here.
Oh my God, was I being so ignorant in it?
Yes. I don't think you're ignorant. Are you being watched right now by security or something?
I'm surrounded by security guards. I don't know why. Because I'm not even being mean to anyone. I'm being so nice. Maybe we should ask the security guard.
You are so good. I hated trans people before I started watching your video. I'm just a gay boy, but I literally you brought a new perspective to
That's so funny.
What the fuck? That's so unexpected. What the fuck just happened?
But I hated trans people.
I
but
used to
because
hate trans
because
people
of you,
until
now I don't. You're the good one.
That's awesome.
Imagine I just come up and sit next to you on a bench. Why do you guys think Trump is more supportive of gay marriage than Biden?
Of the what?
Why do you guys think that Trump is more supportive of gay marriage than Biden?
Not.
They're all old men. I don't give a what any of them.
He had a gay wedding at his house last month.
Yeah, I mean,
Whereas Biden said the gays for 80 years.
I think that there was this post that said something about how Trump is an old school bigot, whereas Biden's more of a new school bigot. So he definitely doesn't care. Not that I like him. Not that I like any of them.
That is a very interesting interpretation of that question. That answer is very interesting.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like these are all genuine people and not really trying hard to select them.
This has been way more interesting than any other interview sort of video like this that we've watched.
I love him.
Yeah.
Ulterior motives behind it.
I don't know. I just love Trump.
Hey, whoa.
It's going to be pretty embarrassing when Project 2025 comes in and
they harvest her tits.
Yeah.
They're gonna harvest Blair White's tits.
What? I am currently reading it, so
that's wild.
It's gonna be exciting.
How many genders are there?
So many that you can't define it. I don't think there is a limit.
Oh, wait, what are we to you? We're conservative commentators? Commentators. That sounds about right?
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm also trans, though. I have a right to.
People like this are so fucking weird.
This is just someone's supportive dad, bro.
No, just people who will go up to people and film them like Karen shit. It's weird.
HOA Andes.
Yeah. It's weird. It's real weird behavior.
She's transgender. Nice. Okay, so are you telling a trans woman she can't have her own opinion? I am not. Okay, then what's your problem with her being conservative?
Wait, hold on.
I have no problem.
It's not that you said there's a problem, but you're filming me saying these are conservative, so it kind of sounds like you have a problem, even if you didn't directly say it. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I'm trans. I can be here. What are you doing? It's just weird. If you film people just because they're conservative, that's some weird shit. You're on some goofy shit, sir. A grown goofy.
Bro. She told him he's on some goofy shit, bro.
Wait, where is it?
It's just brat shit. You don't understand. She's not actually conservative. She's just on brat shit. You know?
I'll fucking do it again.
She should just fucking pull her tits out while it's filming and be like, "Why'd you do this?"
Talking about these are conservatives. Okay, so what's the reason you're filming that?
Right.
Is it like a zoo animal?
Right.
These are conservatives.
I think you actually fucking nailed it. I think you actually nailed it.
What? What?
She's not conservative.
Yeah,
Doesn't want to be told what to do.
She's just a brat. It's just brat shit. She's just a bad bitch, bro.
Now you're just being a stalker, sir. Now you're just stalking.
Are you stalking a trans woman?
Stalker,
sir?
no stalking. Want to be interviewed for a trans YouTube channel? Sure. Oh my god, I love it. Are you filming?
Yes, they're not doing this for your best interest.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, why though?
She's not gonna lie though. Okay, Tom, what's up?
How goofy and weird.
He's going to gay.
They straight up ignored him. Usually, if it's like a gun protest or something like that, where they're all like unified hive mind Karens, they don't do the interview. It's real funny.
Why though? It's a public place. We're talking to people.
I know. I'm just advising. I'm not.
Wait, you're advising them not to engage with us?
Correct them on them.
For what?
You know why?
Do you want to be a warrior and just answer a question? Because they're scared for no reason. We're just asking questions about things going on in the community. I'm trans myself. I'm here at Pride like every other trans person here.
Yeah.
How do you feel about gender affirming care for minors being banned here in Texas?
The government should have no say so in what parents.
I also don't understand why you would be afraid to answer these questions.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
I don't understand why you'd want to block people from, like-
HOA Andy over there. This guy's already nailing it too. He said
like that's
parents.
what I mean. Like it's literally like these people have the opportunity to give a proper answer to a very large channel. This is the opportunity.
Like Blair
that you
White
want.
had gender affirming care as a minor.
Yeah, what the fuck? Or maybe not minor, maybe like 18, maybe. It might have been a bit later.
Bro, she said she always knew she was trans on Joe Rogan.
Yes, but I don't think
I'm looking it up.
Look it up. You look it up. I'm not gonna try and remember it. But like, how many? 1.5 million subscribers, right? Most of them are probably conservatives because of the shit that she spouts. So, like, this is the perfect opportunity for gay people or anybody in the community that she is interviewing to get a genuine, real, fact-based opinion out there that maybe get somebody.
She came out at
to
20.
question it. Okay.
And began hormone therapy at 20.
There you go.
Decision is for healthcare for their child. Like that's not up for a political debate.
And see how like we can listen to opinions and like it's just an opinion, it's just a person talking, whereas like they're.
Well, I mean that was pretty.
I think her lip fillers are shit.
Much?
They're just shit. She kind
Afraid
of
to,
looked
like,
like and that shot when she was talking, she looked like Andros.
Or us talk. Do you think Trump or Biden is more supportive of gay marriage between the two? Because Trump was the first president to enter.
Piece of shit. I hope he rots in prison.
That's an opinion, but he was the first president to enter office supporting gay marriage, like in history.
That again?
He was the first president to enter office supporting gay marriage. No, it's objectively true.
Really? Oh, is that what's happening? Are you,
It's true.
Trans and
Ew, they're like mentally ill.
supporting Trump?
I didn't read that.
Why are they so mad? Jesus, I thought it was about pride, good emotions. The fuck. So what's crazy is,
and that is how you don't answer a question. Like, I get it. It's a bad look. It fits the narrative. It fits it perfectly. It goes exactly for what they want.
That was like the only like real irrational people though.
Yeah.
It was because they were pretext and made to look bad by the person who was advocating for them.
Yeah.
is as much as everyone acts like I'm, the villain for asking people's opinion and not even really countering, right? Like I've heard people all day say they support child abuse, and I'm not saying F you. I'm not flipping people off. I'm not flying off the handle.
No.
See, we're the good people. It's the libs that are the irrational ones.
Following me.
Yeah.
Why are you still following me?
Honestly, if they just
you
left
identify-
her alone, it would be a fine video, and
Yeah.
there would be no hostility going on.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it would be
Because
pretty
the
much
thing
that.
is like the rest of them are just so awful
Yeah.
that she's being looped in with her contemporaries.
But like it's also it's also interesting here because this kind of mirrors police presence, right?
Mhm.
That they're instigating the hostility by being there and being like they're hostile.
Yeah.
And they're instantly primed to be hostile instead of like taking it as a genuine opportunity to actually talk. Not even giving a shit about where someone stands, right? It makes more sense to answer it genuinely if it's a confrontational gotcha argument.
She should go to a meet and
than
greet, a
not.
Republican convention. I mean, there's Lady Maga, who's like so much worse than Blair White.
As a bully. Hi. So why didn't you do anything when the person was screaming you and having to be hauled off by his friend? Only when I ask questions respectfully to everyone? Okay. Hey, boo, what's up? We're being treated kind of badly here.
Oh, I'm sorry. And do not engage with the police, don't engage with
Look how crazy this person is. This is a fan of mine. Get away from me.
Oh my God, cuff me. I'm a conservative.
Are you following me too?
She's such a bad bitch. It's so funny.
Following me too? You don't know?
Don't tell me what to do, Dad.
How am I causing problems?
I did hear that.
But what problems though?
Antagonizing people, making them upset.
So do you think the person that's like respectfully asking questions, people's opinions is the problem, or the people that are screaming "F you"?
What have we done that's hindered you? We haven't done anything.
I just told you there was a person who had to be held back by a person screaming "F you," and I'm just asking respectful questions.
Freedom of speech.
I absolutely believe in freedom of speech, but you're saying that it absolutely is. But in terms of security for an event, I just question why you would think the bigger
Why
problem.
would you bring that up as the example instead of the harassing her with like filming her and following her around and antagonizing the people before she even speaks to them? Like, why wouldn't you just say that? And what the fuck is he gonna say? Oh yeah, that's exactly what we've been doing. Suck shit. Cope. Because what the fuck? Like, what other response are you gonna tell her?
With someone asking people's opinions and respecting all opinions over the person that's going to having to be physically held back and screaming "F you" in public place with kids around.
Do you feel unsafe?
I don't feel unsafe at all.
Is there any concern?
You're fake as fuck.
I didn't hear that.
But you felt it.
Felt what?
You're fake.
You felt what?
You're fake.
I'm fake?
You're fake. Because you know in your heart that between two people, one person, hi, what's your opinion on something? Being respectful the whole time. And the other person, F you, oh my God, don't hold me back. That's the problem person, right?
Sure.
Right. But yet you're following me, and the person who did that's probably just off.
I'm just keeping an eye on you.
You said you don't know if you're following me, and you're keeping an eye on me. So if I walk over there, you're going to be so fine turning that way and walking that way?
No, I'm going to continue to keep an eye on you.
That's why I said you're fake.
Okay.
Just so you know.
We both fake by you.
You're fake. Why? Why?
Well, I think we both know why.
Why?
You know exactly the kind of person that you want.
You guys never say what you feel. Like, you guys love to say, you know, vague statements of, I know why, you know what you're doing, but you can't say it because you don't have a reason. Because you're fake as fuck.
I don't know why he
What a
stayed there
bad
that
bitch.
long. I don't
What a
know
bad
why
bitch,
he
bro.
stayed there that long.
What a bad bitch.
And you're following me.
She spits on it.
Oh my God. I'm tired. I'm deceased. I've been disrespected. But that's okay because I expected that. Or at least a little bit of that. I didn't expect it to be that bad, if I'm being honest. I don't understand the point of, you know, this is a community that is supposed to just be about, you know, sexual orientation, gender identity, etc. What part of that is this the Democrat, woked out, lived out community, or the LGBT community? I'm so confused. Why was I such a problem
Bro,
just
what are you
asking
talking
questions?
about?
And
You
y'all know-
interviewed multiple people who agree with you.
Narratives, though.
Well, it's because if the security didn't fuck with her, she wouldn't be perceiving it as her being a victim right now.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And that's what they always get. They always get this right at the end. Every single one of these videos ends with some kind of Karen harassing them, the cops kicking them out, and then a woe is me story at the end. Every single time. It's a fucking formula. It's so obvious.
No, I sat there and listened to many people say things that I wholeheartedly disagree with. Child transition, ew, sick, wrong. And yet I let people say what they had to say. Did I even give my opinion one time in this video? I didn't,
You
right? I
said
didn't
you
give my
like
opinion one
Trump,
time.
I think, and that's
Yeah.
set somebody off.
And yet I was antagonizing people so much so that I had to be followed by security. The musty, nasty security. They smelled. You can probably smell it through the screen. I'm sure that was already, you know, something y'all knew. It was just ratchet. It was not cute. My cameraman said they got some pretty demented
She's using
footage.
the word ratchet. My cameraman said they got some demented footage. That's the one. That's what they're talking
That's
about
the
right
demented
here.
footage. Yeah.
Of like a drag queen and a child. I'll have to look that over. The state of the community is just sad. Like, if this is a community about openness, acceptance, it's like
that's all the footage they got
can't
with
relate.
the
Like,
drag
no
queen
part of me
sexualizing kids.
when they were
That's
sitting
all
there saying they
able
were
to get.
riding with Biden. Right. No part of me wanted to rage and say, F you. It was the other way around. And I think there's something really to be said about that. Right. Also, whoever's controlling the weather, is it China? What country has that heart, that machine? I'm going to need y'all to fix this moisture in the air. My hair is sticking to me. I'm here fighting off libs in the humidity, girl.
You did wear pants. That was your fault.
Bro, she's
Just saying.
she brought up the fucking weather manipulation conspiracy. That's so funny. That's so funny.
It is called HARP, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
All for
you.
YouTube.
DARPA program, wasn't it? Something like that.
Mm-hmm. There's a great internet comment etiquette video on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really fucking good, bro.
7 years. I think it's like 8.
All right.
Let's
go to another one.
Taste the rainbow. Whoa, wow.
What? It's a meme.
Nothing.
Relax.
Gentlemen, June is once more upon us, which, in addition to being my birthday month,
Nobody
is also,
cares about your
unfortunately,
birthday.
Pride Month. That's right, the month of the year where every single
Oh,
large
no.
corporation or really organization, just in general, feels the need to virtue signal to all of us just how on board with gay sex they are or the transness. It is a month for letting the world know that hey, hedonism,
Why do you have?
sexual
Why
immorality,
can't you just say? Why does it got to be like the gay sex shit? Like
Yeah,
you're
they always
fucking-
have to expand.
You're fucking weird, bro.
It is weird. It's
We
very
only
weird.
have missionary in this house. Okay, congratulations.
Sex is only for children.
Wait,
For
what?
making children.
Wait, I think they believe both those things.
Damn it. That's right, BlackRock. I can't get
I'm
enough
gonna
of the
fucking
gay
clip that as a soundbite.
marriage, the polyamory, whatever it is, all of the things, I'm on board. Or at least that's how it's been for the past 5 or so years. But I don't know about you guys, but this year feels a little different. This year, I don't know if it's something in the water, if the winds are starting to change, but it feels like finally, people might be starting to push back against the rainbow agenda. I think we may have reached a point, I knew it had to happen sooner or later, like eventually, where people are so tired of being force-fed the rainbow agenda, and the rainbow agenda simultaneously has gone so far into the depths of depravity that people are finally starting to put their feet down and say, no, I'm not doing this anymore. You can stop. And you know what? Yeah, maybe I'm just being overly optimistic, but let me share some posts with you and you can make your own judgment. Here we have
End wokeness. Great source. Great fucking source. Excellent. Basically just a libs of TikTok ripoff.
Not the best source.
something from End Wokeness. I personally don't know if this is accurate, but I'll take his word for it unless one of you has different information. He says last year, Xbox changed their logo for Pride Month and ditched it days later. This year, they didn't even bother. The tide has turned. Perhaps it has. So we have Xbox, at least for the time being, not doing the usual ritual of changing their logo to be some stupid rainbow version of itself for June to
whatever.
virtue signal for
Anyway.
online activists. But hang on a second. Some of you gamers might
Hang
be
on.
saying, we still have plenty of
Hang on. Okay. So it's crazy that conservatives will never be able to do this criticism correctly because it would involve criticizing capitalism.
Capitalism. Yep.
They'll never be able to do it
so
correctly.
funny. It's so funny.
Like
Yeah,
all
I'm
you have
sitting
to
here.
do, bro,
Yeah.
literal. So like when I tried to do the auto conversion before I just made the filter myself for the logo, the first website was like, click the country that you're from. And it's like showed all these links, and it's like we made sure to make sure you can't convert it if you're in a country that doesn't accept gay people, basically. Well, like you would just click the first link anyway, right?
Yes.
So like
Yeah,
even in these communities, they're like pointing out that these companies are fake.
gay virtue signaling from Halo. That's right, their account on X, they posted Happy Pride Month, embrace love, diversity, and inclusion by equipping the Unity 24 armor coating nameplate and emblem in Halo Infinite this June. Let's stand together in honoring our LGBTQI.
You gotta pay for that?
And forging a future of unity and acceptance for all. And here you have the stupid
You got a free
rainbow
emblem?
image because
free?
of course you have to. But
Is
hang
the
on.
emblem free? Is it free?
They usually are, yeah.
Okay.
This
Do
is
they
still
have
cringe.
like
Don't
you
get
know
me
how
wrong,
they'll
but
do
what
like
you will notice is that
every holiday they'll have like special like exclusive holiday quests, you know? Like you gotta find all the Easter eggs or something and you get a free cosmetic for doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? They got that?
Mm-hmm.
They got the gay
I don't know.
challenges.
I haven't played Halo Infinite for a
No,
while.
I just mean in general in games. You know,
sometimes
the Pride Month event, and you get free stuff if you're really gay at the game. I really just want gay quests to get gay things in games. Is what I'm asking. Does that happen? Because if so, I love it.
they actually turned off replies.
Like,
to
you
this
know,
post.
there's
So
a guy
clearly
who
this
has
is
to
something
get
that's
all the
still a native virtue signal
cosmetics,
for
and he's just angrily playing the game and being gay to get his gay cosmetics because he has to have the collection.
He has to have them all.
complete.
But they must be getting so much backlash that they felt, hang on a second, we can't let people respond to it. Otherwise, we're going to be absolutely slaughtered and ratioed. What's interesting, though, is that they can't turn off.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real
So if we
place.
take a look at that, we see overwhelming negativity.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, she instantly got a groiper just pressing the fucking quote retweets. Epic.
Amazing.
Epic.
I love it. Sometimes, you guys, the internet, it does give you stuff that's good. From Greco, cool game. Here's $6 billion to make it gay and lame. We see from BlackRock.
Whoa. Can we go back
random.
up? Can we go back up to that meme she scrolled by?
$1 billion to make it.
That's a real strange nose that thing's got, huh?
Oh boy. Let's see if I can get it.
Oh, cool game. Here's $6 billion to make it gay.
Boy.
What does it say on it? Like the rainbow thing? What does it say on his forehead?
BlackRock.
Oh, okay. Epic. So it's got the fucking
Gay and lame.
BlackRock. The Jews
BlackRock.
are in BlackRock. BlackRock. Come on, lady.
Oil field rando, look how they massacred my boy. This is why I'm fascist now. Game devs then. Game devs now. You see just like regular smart like guys.
I don't give a fuck
now.
because Twitter's not a real place.
Can't quite figure out why games are crap now. Must be the microtransactions. Logan Hall posting Blake Masters post. Not everything has to be gay. Detroit supremacist. June is only.
Guys, the answer to all your problems
Why
is
are you leaving in the fascist and supremacist shit, Lauren?
The problem that you are finding with all these things is capitalism.
Bro, this lady is making bank off a video where she said, look, I'm just going to look at the quote retweets from Halo and we're just going to laugh at Groiper memes. This is literally that one shitty Benny guy show where he just is like, epic meme, crying lib. Ah!
Yeah.
Only accounts mentioned can reply month. Another person noting the limited replies. It's afraid. Oh, here, this one is great. CN Poll Guy. What inspired you to change your corporation's logo to a rainbow?
Okay, this sucks.
No, that's the good meme. That's the only good meme. The
Flag.
Mr. Krabs one. Fuck you. How did they put Satan instead of money?
Yeah,
I can't believe it. I told you, no, let it play because the Mr. Krabs meme is funny because they change it for money and the Groipers made it Satan instead of money.
Idiots.
Did not the usual money. It's now Satan the meme.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Lauren, you're so stupid. She knows the meme too. Okay, let's move on. I've had about enough of this.
Painful. Good lord.
Let's waterboard her. Oh god, this guy's just as bad.
So there's apparently a new cartoon coming exclusively to Twitter.
Oh,
and
okay.
This is
Have
3
you
minutes
seen this
and
yet?
42 seconds.
Have you seen this
I
yet?
have seen a clip of this, and it was awful.
So I don't care to watch the cartoon again. I hope everyone has seen it. If not, go watch it, I guess, or don't. I want to see his critique of it and see if his critique can actually be funny, because this is such an easy one-up.
Seconds.
I
worth
think it's on
of
Dave Rubin. Anyway, I need to go to the toilet, so I'll be back.
peak conservative cringe with familiar voices that make it exponentially more cringeworthy. And you're gonna know what I mean. I pre-watched this, by the way, just to make sure there's not anything too spicy.
I said
in
I
here.
didn't want to
It's not
watch
very
it.
vanilla. And the worst part is that they put laugh tracks in here, so that way
I said
you know
I
when
didn't
to laugh.
want to watch
But
it.
like, this is just them over and over again belaboring the point about how woke bad. It is so bad. Like, this is one of the worst conservative cartoons I've seen yet. I would say that this might actually be worse than the Mr. Bertram show on the Daily Wire. So it's pretty bad. But let me just shut up, and I'll play a little bit for you.
Okay, only a little. You don't need to see much.
What's that?
Progress. It's the new norm.
The new norm ain't the same as the old norm. I'm the old norm. I want normal beer. Warning, predator reached. Ugh. It's your fault I got house arrest.
You're the one who threatened the school board.
I gently suggested
Yelled.
they stop brainwashing my daughter that girls aren't girls and men are
What was
men.
Wait.
Sometimes they're neither.
So you're
or
telling
both.
me?
Or
Did you hear the?
You know what's funny here? He's on house arrest because he made a bomb threat at the school board.
Mm-hmm. I thought that
That's-
was very funny too. But did you hear the emphasis on the ugh? Did you hear that, or was that just me? Like, listen.
You're the one who threatened the school board.
I gently suggested it's your fault I got warning, predator reached. Ugh.
Ugh. Nobody says this. What the fuck is that noise?
I like
It's
that
your
Mike.
fault I got
I like
house
that Mike
arrest.
has a doggy cam. Soon we'll have the chinchilla cam.
That's a good idea, actually.
The chinchilla cam.
You're the
yeah.
one who
Yeah. That's
It'll
a great
happen.
idea.
It'll happen.
threatened the school board.
Actually, I need to look at laptop recommendations for an editing laptop, because like if I edit on a laptop, I can still use my PC while it's exporting,
Mm-hmm.
or vice versa.
True.
Or I can export on my PC and still be able to use my laptop for other work.
Yeah.
And so then if I do that, then I can just, have a chinchilla cam, because it can run off that device.
Yeah. I mean, you might as well get a. You're not going to though. That's fine. You just get a Chromebook or some shit.
No, I need a good editing PC, like a gaming PC that I can actually edit with. So like if I go anywhere where I'm working remotely, I can still do editing.
I gently
expensive HP.
Yeah. An expensive laptop is what I need. I need recommendations for good.
I can find you a laptop. That's fine.
The most bang for the buck.
Yeah.
Suggested
Yelled.
they stop brainwashing my daughter that girls aren't girls and men aren't men.
Sometimes they're neither. Or both. Or furry and dressed like dogs.
Ow!
Furries are
I just
not
gotta pause for a
gender.
moment. So first of all, the gauges. I feel attacked personally.
They're not
Somebody
okay.
with gauges.
Okay. Well, first of all, they're not called gauges, you dumb piece of shit. I can't believe you triggering the fuck out of me calling them gauges. That's not what they're called. Okay. You have stretched ears, not gauged ears. I have my American wire gauges. What are you fucking talking about? It's like in the UK, do they call them millimeters? Is that what we're calling them now? Like, stop it. Stop it. They're not gauges. Although my fucking boss at Evolve, he has like URLs that he'll buy that redirect to his site. And
that's funny.
And one of them is sickgauges.com.
How many does that get? Probably a lot, right?
I mean, they have stickers that say it, so they know. I mean, come on, they're capitalists. They know the market that they're fucking selling to with that shit. And plus, those people are gonna have some fucking nice ass plugs.
A caricature of a lefty, but I see you all. I see what you're doing. But like, this is supposed to be the guy who we're all, from the position of a conservative, we're really sympathizing with this figure. But she just said, "Oh, you're wearing that ankle bracelet because you threatened the school board."
Uh-huh.
So, isn't that kind of a low-key diss to the conservatives you're trying to appeal to? That they're crazy enough to do things like this, threaten the school board over what he believes is LGBT.
But they think that it's a good thing because they've been convinced by libs of TikTok that the very, very small amount of people who are the crazy, like, super lib, fucking rainbow hair, trying to indoctrinate
they
kids
really
shit.
fucked up not giving her dreadlocks.
Yeah. Like, it's just like they've been convinced by a stochastic terrorist. It's mimetic. She's created a standalone complex. This is their reality. They think that this is a good thing. They think that they're helping.
I'm
Like,
helping.
You fundamentally don't understand what is, like, you don't understand what the psychology is, honestly. Like, that's
I'm
what's
still-
going through their head.
Honestly, I'm still triggered by them being called gauges. That's
ETQ
really
plus
the only thing
indoctrination?
triggering me today now.
I mean, if I were a conservative, I would take that as an insult. Odds are they're not bright enough to really make that connection. But another thing that stands out to me just off the bat is that this is like a super old person, right? But this is a show that's exclusively on Twitter. So the demographic you're trying to appeal to, like old people who long for the good old days, they're not going to see this shit. If you don't put this on Fox News, they're not seeing it. So you're going to get a bunch of middle-aged Nazis probably finding this. But is this really going to resonate with them? Sure, the anti-woke messaging, that's going to appeal to them. But it seems like the target demographic here is boomers, like specifically Republican boomers who are sick and tired of the youngs
Put it
and
on
their support for queer
Facebook.
people. So I don't know, it feels really off. And again, I just want to mention that the laugh tracks to me tells me that they're not confident in their own jokes and they've got to tell us when to laugh. I know that was common in like the 90s and early 2000s, the sitcoms, but it's
Yeah.
we're
Do you
past
know
the
why
laugh
they
tracks.
stopped?
Like, don't tell me when to laugh, but it's conservative, so maybe they do need to be told when to laugh. But let's watch a little bit more.
What's
Cheers.
crazy is like they'll make
What's that?
shit. They'll make shit like MASH, right? Where you can get a version that takes out the laugh tracks. And it's like awkward because they like have timing. They have comedic timing, right? So like the laugh track is only there to allow for comedic timing for jokes, right? So it's not actually telling you when to laugh. It's there just so it doesn't look awkward because they're standing
Mhm.
around waiting for the comedic timing. That's why laugh tracks were there. Do you know why they stopped?
Because it
What do you-
sucks.
What do you think actually killed laugh tracks?
Probably memes.
The Office.
Really?
Because The Office was supposed to be like a reality show, right? So they didn't put laugh tracks in,
And now everything is like The Office.
Everyone fucking loved The Office.
I
So like
don't-
they were already being phased out, but
Mm.
The Office made it so they just didn't exist anymore after that.
Good. My favorite one is Big Bang Theory. Objectively awful show. Even worse when the laugh track is taken out.
Oh yeah, they have a laugh track, don't they?
It's fucking horrendous.
Well, they do. It's supposed to be a studio audience.
Yeah, it's fucking awful show.
So like it's not
literally
not
the
actually
most
a laugh
unfunny
track.
show I've
This
seen.
is, but the studio audience, it's like they like tell them to laugh, like play
Yes,
it up.
it's
They get them
basically
energized,
a laugh track, yeah. And the canned laughter that the studios use is like 140 years old. So all those people laughing, dead. It's pretty cool. That might be an urban legend. I'm pretty sure it is though.
Well,
okay, I gotta pause it.
If it's tracks,
Listen to this person's voice.
Actually, that is one of my pronouns. Also, they, them, and me.
You're non-binary?
That's Dave Rubin.
My brain is still in recovery mode from taking in so many high-level important ideas.
That's Dave fucking Rubin. And it's weird that he's like making his voice more Dave Rubin-y. Does that make sense? Like there's the Dave Rubin voice, like ideas. And it's like Dave Rubin doing an impression of Dave Rubin. I can't explain it. Like he's taking the Dave Rubinism and he's tuning it up to like a fucking 100 and he needs to dial it back a little bit. But Dave, what's so funny is Dave Rubin is like the caricature of like the woke LGBTQ plus person. But dude, you're the person they're talking about. You're a gay dude and you have children with your husband. That's like, you're part of the problem. So, do you not feel personally insulted that you're the one playing this character? I love like what? Yeah, Dave squared as Prong 999 says. It's just like two Dave Rubin-y. But so this person, she finds out that Dave Rubin's character is non-binary, and it's just like, you know, she loves it because yeah, this is the world that, you know, leftists want to live in. You know, when a queer person announces their arrival, you know, we open our arms and everybody just swarms, and we're
we
greeted like
go into the
celebrities.
room and announce our gender.
No, I think that they just want to be treated equally, right? A lot of queer people are introverted and they don't want the spectacle to be made of them. You know, I wouldn't expect a conservative to know that, but like they just want to be treated equally. It's not like they want you to have goo eyes like this person when they enter the room. Non-binary people are just regular people. But I mean, of course, the point is to hyperbolize and make it seem like, you know, the left is super cuckoo and crazy. But I mean, they kind of already failed there because the craziest person is the main character who threatened the school board. Hence why he has to wear an ankle monitor. But we'll keep going.
How do you know that word?
I learned it in school.
That's why I'm locked up.
Norm, the judge agreed.
How do you know that word? I mean, is this an elementary school kid? It seems like we're talking about like a high schooler. By then, they probably know about non-binary people. They probably have non-binary friends. It's not like the teacher is going to tell them in sociology class, okay, now let's talk about non-binary people. I mean, Jesus Christ, do you expect to just like shelter them away forever? This is a high schooler seemingly, so I don't know. I guess I don't get what the expectation is.
To conditional parole.
What condition?
Where's my room?
That's staying here?
Chaz is part of a new government program.
To re-educate homophobic...
Okay, he is really doing the Dave Rubin voice. I just have to scroll up so you can see it. So he has you know, the Black Lives Matter, the equality flag, just so you get the full picture here. Let me go back a little bit so you see their portrayal of indoctrination from the left.
That's staying here?
Chaz is part of a new government program.
To re-educate homophobic, transphobic, racist...
Charlie, finally, someone normal.
I don't understand. You're black.
Did that just Black Whisper?
You're his friend?
That's
And
the
boss?
only joke
Speaking
that I
of,
like.
when you coming back to the trophy shop?
As soon as I get rid of this,
Weird
which
queer
means I gotta
kid was
take in
scared
that?
to say the word black.
Chaz is here to re-educate Norm.
In non-binary studies.
I'm allergic to dogs.
It's okay. Billy is an emotional support dog and non-binary.
Oh, okay then. Good dog.
Okay, this is extremely stupid because all dogs are basically non-binary because dogs don't have a gender. So thank you for demonstrating the point for us. I mean, look at Poopy. If I didn't tell you Poopy was a male dog, would you be able to tell that Poopy was a male dog? No, because dogs don't have genders.
His dog's name is Poopy.
It's a social construct that human beings made up.
That
Gender
what you're
is
laughing at.
Also, the fact that he could just dog cam close up like that.
That is, yeah.
expression. So they're making the point for us and they don't even realize it. And again, I just have to point out of all these voice actors, you know, you have Larry Elder,
because
you have
they are
I
dumb.
don't remember the name of the guy. He's the redheaded guy with long curly hair. He's in this too. I think he's playing the old man. There's others, but Dave Rubin by far and away the worst voice actor out of all of them.
He's also louder.
There's more because it kind of gets to the way that Dave Rubin's character is going to, or more specifically, who he's working for.
I come here to get away from woke.
Trouble at home?
My boy, or whatever it calls themselves now, is thinking about transitioning.
Reggie?
Try Regina.
Transitioning to what?
Another fumble. Hopefully not a Jets fan.
Hey, Bona,
That's a funny
this
joke.
bud's for you.
I can't drink. I'm not 21.
Y'all influenced my boy to cut off his junk, but draw the line at beer?
What?
Wait, I thought that he was thinking of transitioning. That escalated quickly.
That's true.
But how is that related? Like, oh, JP Sears? Yeah, I think so. That sounds familiar. Yeah, I think that's the person. I don't know. He looks like a hippie, but he sounds like a fascist. I think it's JP Sears. I'm not 100% sure. But it's just constant bitching about woke.
Looks like a hippie, sounds like a fascist. That's such a perfect description of him. Holy shit.
We're 2 minutes and 40 seconds into this, and I feel like, you know,
So what I'm
getting
is
but the well
Mohawks are non-binary.
Sure.
That's what I'm getting
Maybe
from
that's why
this.
the mohawk is making.
I love how
people
they
so
made
tough.
sure to put the nose under the mask.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's funny.
It's dry. So how are you going to make a whole show about woke? It's like, yeah, we get it. Woke bad. You know, queer people bad, non-binary people. Oh my God, that's crazy. But how do you prolong this longer than like the 3
this
minutes
has got to be bait, right? A totally normal, rational, sweet comment from Twitch. Like the following comment is going to be about how they're in the Third Reich or something. There's no way you have a normal person coming from the Twitch side of the show, right?
42 seconds that we're seeing. It's astounding that they got that much content out of it. I mean, it's not quality content, to be clear. It's dog shit. But how do you introduce other topics? And furthermore, do you really have to beat people over the head with it? I mean, if you want to drive home the point that
we talk about that the program that he's on house arrest and has to have a minder to re-educate him to come in?
How bad was this threat?
That's the fucking now it's like Uyghur genocide shit. That's what we're doing. The CCP must be in control of the government in this world, huh? The re-education starts in the house. We don't take them to the camps anymore.
We just replace the husbands with Han Chinese, and we call that.
And also, this would mean that was a serious. I seriously hope so. But one of the we multi-stream and with Twitch, one of the reasons why we keep it on there is because we'll get the funniest fashy comments. I'm sure they can still see the Twitch chat that's happened previous. If you just scroll up, there's some crazy shit in there. They love us. They love to come in here and try to antagonize us, and it's always fucking hysterical the shit they have to say about how they love Nick Fuentes.
You can do that more implicitly, because this is pretty over the top. I mean, it's just not good propaganda, because you're only speaking to people who already agree with you.
This would mean that these wokies believe that conversion therapy works because they're doing conversion therapy to make Norm gay.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't think they're making him gay.
Kind of seems like a contradiction. They seem to not portraying them correctly, in my opinion.
My lizard fell over and he's on his back, struggling. He's contemplating life. Oh, there he goes. He righted himself.
But if I'm crafting a propaganda piece that I know is propaganda, I'm not going to be as explicit, right? You prime people to come to certain conclusions. You don't just tell them, hey, this is the conclusion. That's just bad propaganda. Tucker Carlson knows what good propaganda is. These people, they don't know how to make good propaganda. And watch this little phone call that Dave Rubin has.
Can't do this.
Yes, we can. Find a way to break him. Maybe we can fix the country.
So the core people in
Dog Soldier. Dog Soldier was the man, right?
On how to, I don't know, I guess brainwash.
They were up in arms about the puppy boy soldier.
No, I don't remember this.
Okay, hang on. Well, you saw who their trans counsel was, right?
No.
Go back and look at the characters that they did.
What the fuck? Okay. I don't know who this one is. Know about this one. I have no idea about this. No clue.
The dog boy? Bro, you're gonna love this. This is so cool. Right? Task and purpose is the source here. The army investigating soldiers who posed in dog bondage masks.
Oh my god.
Come on, bro. That's fucking awesome. Am I right?
That's pretty awesome, yeah.
The commitment to the puppy play. Multiple soldiers under investigation for
under investigation
uniform. Yeah, it's not that they care that they're puppy guys. It's that he did it while in uniform. It looks like, I mean, I think that's Colonel is the bird. Brigadier?
No, it's Colonel.
He's got the wings.
That's pretty wild.
So the core people in...
All right, let's do something else. Let's do...
I personally am putting children in harm's way by dressing up in a wig, by wearing...
It is Brig! Oh, wait. No. Never mind. Thus, the Brigadier General was the person who responded.
Oh, okay.
A photo of a colonel dressed in his uniform.
Now we get to see a
So like they literally didn't. It's not that they really didn't care about the dog play. You know,
Nope.
it's just that you have to maintain their fucking hygiene and like, you know, standards in uniform. You have to all look the same. There's no individuality. That's really more what it's about, is the individuality.
Yeah, it's about the rubbing of agency because you're a soldier.
But I'm sure he
personally am putting children in.
Yeah, do you think he faced consequences? I doubt it.
I highly doubt it. Yeah.
Harms by reading them a book in a wig. I personally put children in harm way as someone who is beautiful and stunning and likes to be happy and likes to, you know, hold hands with.
She step away.
The boy. I just like.
Oh my god.
Yes! Yes!
This is what I'm fucking talking about.
Do you have the puppy girl stuff on here too?
Yeah.
That I put in the list?
To feel comfortable in my skin, so I just wear whatever I want, and especially during big events, I like to just dress how I feel.
All right, well, you do think men can get pregnant?
Yeah, I believe that trans men can get pregnant. I'm trying to get pregnant right now, and I'm a trans man, so yes. I, as a gay person, only want the worst for people. Hello.
Base. That's just
So
brat
what brought
shit. She doesn't understand. That's just brat shit.
You guys out here today to celebrate Pride?
Well, I'm not allowed to celebrate Pride in my house, but now that I'm 18, I'm able to, like, and I got my own car and everything, I'm able to go out. And so I kind of just gathered up my friends. I was like, hey,
Good for her.
Good for you.
Good for her.
let's just not tell my parents where we're going and just have some fun.
So hopefully they don't watch this video. Just blur out your face.
I just wanted to hang out with my friends, and I've never been to a Pride event before, so I was kind of excited. I was like, it's my first time.
That's adorable.
And those are my only two reasons. I was like friends and my first time, so why not? Great.
I think it's awesome, people getting together and celebrating themselves, and people need to be more accepting, more open, and everyone needs to love themselves, no matter if you're not gay or you're straight or cis. You know, everyone should find love within themselves, and I think Pride is not just about celebrating gay people. It's about celebrating everyone's love for themselves, but just showing that extra special care for the gay community.
My name's Kate. What's your name?
I actually know you.
You know me?
I do. I watch content of you all the time.
Well, thank you so much.
I don't watch your content necessarily, but
that means she watches the clipped up content of me to display me as something I am or am not.
We watch full videos. We do. Yeah, we do.
Thank you. You know, when you watch a full video,
it shows the full content.
It does.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're comparing you to Blair White. To the disingenuous versus the.
Caitlin, get your fucking nip nops out, okay? She wants to be a brat so bad, right?
Yeah.
She wants to be a brat, but she's also conflicted with the trad wife nonsense, right? Right? So she actually was a libertarian, right?
She'd commit.
Yeah, she'd be like, she should act like Blair White. She should have that brat shit going. Also, what is that rainbow around you, Caitlin?
It also supports me. So
Also, I just wanted
only missionary for her.
No, it's not that she's she shits the she's just starfish. That's what I imagine. There's no emotion.
Yeah. See, we're extending Pride Month. These people complained. Now Fridays we're getting all the Pride stuff we
We're bringing
missed.
Pride back.
We're this whole month, and if they keep complaining, we'll put another one on there. We can go back to last year if we want to.
Also, this shirt here, epic. This trans shirt, fucking epic.
Oh yeah,
bro. On a unicorn.
I appreciate you supporting me like that.
I don't, but I mean, the people I watch do.
Oh, you financially support me when you watch my full content. So.
Right.
Thank you so much. All right, so why are you here today?
I'm here
Not me, ad blockers.
because I am trans, and
Oh, okay.
I wanted to go to Pride because I'm proud of my identity.
I'm Cindy, and mine are she.
Thank you for sharing that with me. So we're here at Pride in the Park, and I basically just wanted to get your thoughts on why you thought it was important to come out today and show your pride.
I have gay members in my family, including my daughter, and that's my shirt says.
Yes, that's what caught my attention. What's your shirt say?
Proud mom of a freaking awesome gay daughter.
Okay, what brought you out here today?
I wanted to hang out with my friends. I've actually been here twice today. I went home and got changed. So
This was like a week-long event.
Yeah.
So have you been here for several other events?
No, only today. Yeah. But I came out here to celebrate with friends.
It's wild wearing that sort of shit.
It's comfortable in my skin too, and just feel comfortable. And so I don't know. Everything just draws me. This is my a lot. I've been to Pride multiple times. I've been to one over in Ohio and all that. It's really great.
Wonderful. So you said you went home and got changed. Did you get changed into this?
Yes.
Okay, explain this for me because I don't think a lot of people will understand.
I don't know. It's just I just like to feel comfortable in my skin, so I just wear whatever I want. And especially during big events, I like to just dress how I feel. And so this was just for fun.
Okay.
I love collars, so I wear those.
Okay.
But everything else is just kind of Pride, whatever I feel comfortable in.
Why are you here today at Pride in the Park?
So I actually just experienced my own coming out this year. I have been married for 12 years, happily adore my husband, but also a very bi into women kind of person. My husband is gay. I'm so sorry. My husband is not gay. He will kill me for that. My dad is gay. And he's never come to any of these events either because he's always had to be so sheltered. He lives in a very small town where they, it's just very personal.
Queen.
So being able to come here for myself, yes, but also
What?
Queen.
just showing the support for my family and everyone else. Like that is what matters most. And the more of us that come out to these events, the less of the negative people are going to be seen.
Are you feeling good?
Good.
I don't need to be talked to. Are y'all good?
Yes.
Good. Are you having a happy Pride?
Yeah.
Good. Are you enjoying it?
Are you having a happy Pride?
I'm having a lovely Pride. I
It's
love
beautiful
my community.
today, isn't it? The
Yes.
rain went away. What a blessing that we were actually able to come out here today.
Yes. I would love to give you some candy, some free T-shirts if you want. We have some.
Yeah, so once we're done, make sure you find him so you can get those free things, right? Wow, how lucky are you guys that you got free things today? That's pretty awesome. I will talk to you in a second because we don't want to be rude because we don't want to get in front of these people. So you guys are really young. What brought you to this point at such a young age that you realized that you were part of the Pride community? Because I see your button, he, him, love is love. What was your epiphany, for lack of a better term, where you realized you were part of this community?
One day I was just like, I'm
trans, and it felt right. I was like,
Colonel was suspended. So
He was.
I can't find anything that he was saying
Okay.
that he was. So they investigated. They probably said, "Can you just not in the uniform, guy?" And he was like,
probably.
"Okay," and that was it.
He still got the photo. Worth it.
Yeah, and now he's a gay icon. But I don't know. I'm sure if I tried hard enough, I could dox him. Right?
Probably.
Like there's articles that dox him and shit. But I mean, it's a colonel. You can fucking go through the badges on his fucking uniform, even though his name tag isn't visible,
Yeah.
right? And you can fucking go through those badges and get his fucking service record just from his fucking pins.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll vote for a dog as long as he wears the dog mask and he comes out and he goes ruff ruff. You know how the lion talks in the Wizard of Oz? Where he does a random ruff. In the Wizard of Oz?
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I want him to talk. I want him to literally act exactly like the lion from Wizard of Oz when he runs.
That's really funny. That would be funny.
Got my vote.
One day I was just like, I'm trans, and it felt right. I was like, the male terms being used for me felt like me, and it made me comfortable with who I am. So I ended up telling my parents, hey, I'm trans, and they were pretty accepting about it. It was kind of mixed though, because my stepdad was misgender me a lot, and my mom's also not the best. So that's why I live with my brother and his wife instead. And they are so accepting. They always encourage me. They do whatever it takes to make me happy, and I'm so appreciative of them.
Yeah, you love supportive family members and friends too, So you're 19. When did you realize that you were part of this community?
Probably around age 15. I had some friends who I had always kind of questioned it, but I grew up on the road and I was very sheltered and everything. My family were very like conservative Christians. And so we settled down in Florida and I made some friends that had similar beliefs to me. It really helped me open up and realize that I was hiding who I really was. Okay. And it made me a much happier person to actually be me and celebrate me and love others who are like me. Yeah. And so I just really liked embracing that part of me.
I don't understand how you can sit here and watch these videos and still come out after listening to young people, right? Clearly, genuinely talking and still come out not liking these people or wanting them to be illegal.
They're demons.
What evil fucking
No.
cunts.
Listen, Jack. They're demons.
Demons.
Yes, it fucking you know, it's the deceiver, the Malkyra.
Like your name in the fucking Helldivers.
It's the deceiver, bro.
I didn't know that's where it came from. That's cool. You've definitely told me before, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's the spreader of bad things.
Like it's fucking crazy.
Because like Malachi is you know, the spreader of good news.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So like Satan is the deceiver. They're demons.
Fair enough.
So if you go into this thinking that they're the deceivers, that Satan, that's the whole thing, is that when you really, really get deep into Christianity, this is not like surface level everyday shit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So like the deeper stuff, like even someone like Windigoon believes this, right? Where he'll talk about how like they ask him about like videos that he's scared to do, and he's talking about the Lesser Key of Solomon, right?
Okay.
And so like the Lesser Key of Solomon is like one of the original oldest like occult manuscripts, supposedly.
Interesting.
Right?
Okay.
And it's written by King Solomon, who built the second temple, which is now destroyed in Israel. That's where they wail, right? The Wailing Wall.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So he basically, the lore is that he enslaved demons to build this temple. And so in the Lesser Key of Solomon, it has all the seals and like how to like summon the demons and stuff like that. But it's all like really mundane, simple like stuff. It's not like that's what he's talking about. It's like demons are not like out to do evil. Right?
Yeah,
they're like
right.
they're there to like benefit you. Right? They show you something that's supposed to be beneficial. That's why when Legion tempts Jesus for the 40 days before he gets crucified, he's showing him these things like, give it all away. We can go to paradise. You can have it all, Jesus. Just give it all up. But Legion, right? See, like it's funny because the devil gets invented in later Christianity, right? So
yeah, it's like New Age, isn't it?
It's still like early Christianity, but like, you know, like that original narrative of like Jesus being tempted by Legion, like, and how like I talked about how like a Samuel, like he becomes Satan, the Christian devil and shit.
Yeah,
like that's the thing, is it's like he's tempting Jesus because he's like, God can't make demons, you know, like the whole like rebel angel thing like is kind of contradictory to the Christian faith, because there's no way angels could be like represented as evil. There can't be a fallen angel, like God messed up and made the devil. No.
Yeah.
Right. So like there's a whole role for Satan and the order of the Hasatan in like these ancient texts. Like their whole point is to cleanse evil. Like they do God's dirty work, basically. You know, they're not inherently out to damn people to hell or things like that. That's just contradictory. This like basically like technically, if you actually go by like the lore in Christianity, when you go to confession and you confess those sins, Satan is the one who is able to cut those sins from your soul.
Oh, cool.
And those are the sins, like it's the evil that's attached to you that he sends to purge. Right? He's a good guy, like literally. But when you get into the twisted culty shit that Christians do nowadays, it becomes these people are demons and they're trying to deceive me. Because that's what demons want to give you, that PBR. You want a fresh PBR that the demon says? PBR is great.
Unapologetically. I need to talk to you as someone who I'm assuming is going to be a mother.
I am a mother.
I love that for you. You better work, mother. But you have to understand that these videos are putting children and young adults.
What?
He just called me fat.
Oh, he did?
Unapologetically. I need to talk to you as someone who I'm assuming is going to be a mother.
I am a mother.
I love that for you. You better work, mother. But you have to understand that these videos are putting children's and young adults' faces out online, and these right-wing individuals are putting our faces on Facebook groups, on their Twitters, on their social media, and targeting us. I've been doxxed. I've had my address given out. I've had my phone number given out. I've had all of my...
I understand the anger. This is everything that we have been talking about. This is great. This is great.
Private information, which is not.
What were you going to say?
Oh, but this is not going to help you being combative with Caitlyn like this. If you're so like this person is like doing martyrdom, you know,
a little bit.
They're burning themselves to save the others.
That's maybe it's because this has all happened. They're like, I need to do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not okay.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. No, I'm not responsible for that, number one.
You are not responsible for that as an individual.
So do not apply to me anything that's happened.
Giving a platform in which you are specifically targeting queer people in a space like this.
No.
To
Also,
your fans, your conservative ass fans.
There's a reason why Charles Manson is behind bars, Caitlyn.
What do you mean?
She's like, oh, you can't attribute domestic terrorism to me.
Right. Yeah, I still wouldn't say her directly. No, not necessarily.
Yeah, no. Can she be charged criminally? No. But to act like you're not part of it.
Oh, like yeah, as they're saying that the fucking these videos are some of the places
like
where
fucking the interview with Taylor Lorenzen, the girl who wore jeans as a skirt or a dress, you know, long dress, very weird. Yeah. What's her name?
I'm not sure.
Lips of TikTok.
Oh, Shia Raycheck.
Yeah. So like that one, like Shia was immediately like being the victim when Taylor just asked her simple questions about stuff.
Yes.
You're trying to say I'm a terrorist.
Mm.
Didn't you have it in your bio?
Yeah. But no, what she does is literally that. It literally is stochastic terrorism.
No, Caitlyn is too stupid.
Yes, exactly.
Which is work, you know, be conservative, whatever. I literally could give it two shits.
I get the impression.
However, it is literally putting people's lives on this because there are people who are literally taking guns to places like this, taking guns to schools, taking guns to libraries, taking guns to festivals, and have your gun. However, this is specifically targeting queer people. It's using it against us rather than to support community safety.
They said, do you really believe men can be pregnant? What do you think about a county commissioner making a statement like that?
I mean, I can understand why they would ask that because maybe
he was insane. He said that Chihuahuas can't be pit bulls, men can't get pregnant.
Yeah, no, I disagree with that. I mean, if Chihuahuas had identities and they could be like, well, I'm not like, I don't really identify as a Chihuahua, I'd probably just be like, okay, well, you're a pit bull, whatever. My Chihuahua acts worse than a pit bull, so I can't say anything.
All right, what's your identity, little guy, girl?
My identity is cute and amazing.
Cute and amazing. Okay, all right. Well, you do think men can get pregnant?
Yeah, I believe that trans men can get pregnant. I'm trying to get pregnant right now, and I'm a trans man, so yes.
Okay, all right. Well, best of luck on your journey. I appreciate your time and your cute pit bull.
Yes.
I'm going to identify your dog as a Great Dane.
That's fine.
Look at that Great Dane right there.
That's a cute Great Dane right there. I'm just saying. That's a really
not
cute
a pit bull either.
Why do you feel it's important to come out and celebrate Pride?
Well, I think that, you know, there's no doubt that people's rights are being rolled back, or there's a big attempt to roll back people's rights. Of course, thought we had done
based grandma.
Once already, and here we're back again, you know, having to defend.
No,
so
see,
I think
she was literally like, listen, bitch, I was at Stonewall.
Doing more for 24.
When did you realize you were part of this community?
So I think my first crush was in, I don't know, first grade or maybe pre-K. And I just always liked women. I like everybody. I think I just have a lot of love to give, and I can give that to everyone.
Like when I was this age, this would be like some of my favorites. Like this person specifically would be the type of people that I would really like.
Makes sense.
I don't really care about labels or anything. I'm just happy with who I am and happy with who I love.
Well, I'm happy with your makeup because you're literally glittering and shining. Okay, 20, which is not old, but you're the oldest one here. Yes. When did you realize you were part of this?
I was about 12 or 13, I believe. I knew I was different. I didn't really know what yet because I didn't really know the word trans. I didn't know what LGBTQ was. I didn't know any of that. So I was like, Mom, I feel like, I think I like women. I think I like guys. I don't really know. But I kind of like pulled her, and she kind of made me put it back in. Oh, no worries. Put it back in, like sinks down, you know. But eventually she kind of opened her arms, and she was like, I accept you for whoever you think you are. And so I've been on testosterone for about 3 years now.
Okay.
So that's been great. And it's been great. But so yeah, about 13 or 12 is when I kind of came out and kind of knew something was up. You know.
So you were born as
a female.
As a female, and now you're a man.
Yes.
Okay.
What do you need? What do you want? Something I can help you if you want.
Yes.
We're
Do you want
all-
to take
we're
me
all
through
pretty
there?
light.
Do you want to take me through there and show me everything that's going on?
Do you want to see where we give here? Do you want to see where I personally give people take out people's uteruses? Do you want to see where I personally take out people's uteruses?
Yes, I do want to see that.
Oh, okay, good, because I actually do it right around the back alley. If you want to see, yeah, we can go. Want to go check it out?
I mean, we could get the cops to help check that out if you're admitting to doing that, because that's pretty vulgar.
I personally am here to do so much harm. So much harm.
Thank you. Thank you for admitting
to the
it.
world. I, as a gay person, only want the worst for people. Hello.
Your words, not mine, dude.
Yes. Also, why? I just don't understand. You're literally putting us in harm's way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Let's see.
Talking about DeSantis, if you have any views about DeSantis.
Live, laugh, love, and
hell yeah,
you're putting children in harm's way. So I'm praying.
Did you sign the abortion petition today?
No.
You didn't. Would you sign that to repeal this?
Of course I would. Of course I would.
So I'm putting children in harm's way, and you're literally signing a petition
Oh
to try
my
and kill them
God.
at any point in a pregnancy. Don't touch my stuff. I thought you didn't want to be on camera.
I didn't want to be in camera, but you're putting me in camera. So hello. I personally am putting children in harm's way by dressing up in a wig, by wearing a heel. I personally am putting children in harm's way by reading them a
She
book
said wearing
in a
a
wig.
heel.
I personally put children in harm's
You know,
way as someone
that's,
who.
That's like this is like the anti-I'm not gay. I'm pretty sure that guy says wearing a heel. I will not put on makeup. I will not carry a purse. I'm pretty sure he says wearing a heel.
Beautiful and stunning and likes to be happy and likes to, hold hands with a boy. I personally am putting people in harm's way. However,
just keep talking.
I'll keep talking. However, ma'am, I absolutely love this idea and love this world in which you're creating, in which you believe that two individuals holding hands is putting children in harm's way. That people having autonomy over their bodies is, putting people in harm's way. I love that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I love how you're appropriating our culture with the protect kids, not guns. You gotta trick people.
Jesus loves you.
Thank you.
That was the best thing that could have possibly happened right then. That was incredible.
That's nice.
It is true. He does love you.
That's sweet. I don't know him.
You don't know Jesus?
Who's that?
You don't know Jesus?
Who's that?
He is the only person, the only place, the only thing that you will actually find true happiness in.
Caitlin, don't come out here with your heresy. Not a person. He's God. Okay? Fucking Protestants saying Jesus was just a guy. The fuck out of here with that shit.
That's who Jesus is. And you want to talk about being happy and being prideful and doing all these
Oh,
things.
now
that
you're
doesn't heal-
offended. Oh, you're offended because he said he didn't know who Jesus was. Oh, and your feelings hurt?
You know what? I was about to criticize her for using pride incorrectly. She actually used pride in the biblically correct way. By not recognizing God, he is admitting to pride. That is what pride is to think that you are above God, that God is nothing, that God is nobody, right? He just admitted.
So we can start killing the Protestants
No,
now
Michael,
tonight,
that's
can't
not
we?
what this is about.
He just admitted it. And I was actually about to criticize it, but I realized it actually biblically correct.
He's acting like a woman. At the end of the day, the only thing that will make you happy is what that guy just said, Jesus. You said, what is a woman? What is a woman?
No, what is a woman?
What is a woman?
What is Jesus?
What is Jesus?
What is
Jesus is love. Jesus is joy. Jesus is our savior.
Who?
What is a woman?
Who?
Is Jesus a woman?
Who? No. I just find it baffling. No, I really do. I'll pray for you tonight.
I actually genuinely appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll pray for you.
You think I'm being sarcastic? I'm not.
Say to Satan.
Thank you so much. And I
Say
will
to
do the same.
Satan. Say to Satan. Say you're gonna pray to Satan for her. That would be fucking hysterical to see a reaction when you say that.
For you.
Because she
Please,
believes
we all need it.
She believes that shit, bro.
Which is wild because it's like Liberty Hangout, the yellow and black,
But
like
she
some kind
supports
of libertarian. Insane.
Wish you the best. Hope you put less children in danger.
Well, I don't commit abortion, so I'm already halfway there. Thank you so much. I love that.
Of course. And make sure you send me that video. Send me that information.
You know my YouTube channel. You got it. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
I went from I reject it to I deny it to I embrace it. These are the words of Thomas Ménager, a deputy of the Rassemblement National, the national rally, regarding his homosexuality. And they perfectly encapsulate the evolution of the relationship between the French far right, or the far right in general,
I
and
love
gay
this
people.
lady
Just to give you a little
already.
bit of context, in 2011, Marine Le Pen took the lead of what was then called the Front National, the National Front, a far-right political party.
Whoa, was that
previously led
was
by
that
her
a
father,
tricolor
Jean-Marie Le
flame
Pen.
for their
Since
logo
then, the
there?
party changed its name.
Where?
Right, political party previously
Oh,
led by her
almost.
father, Jean-Marie
No,
Le Pen.
go back.
Since
It
then, the
literally is a
Front, the far-right.
tricolor.
Oh my god, it fucking is.
In 2011,
No
Marine Le Pen took the
fucking
lead of what
way.
was then called the Front National.
Why not just fuck? It looks like a foxtail. Why not
Hold
just?
on.
It's a Vulpix. It's got 3 tails. The 3-tailed fox. Why not just fucking make it a Sonnengrad, bro? Like Jesus Christ.
Hold on.
Like we can laugh that the United States has the fucking fascist symbols in Congress and shit, but come on.
Dude, it's a little bit extended, but it's almost the same.
It literally is the same.
Almost.
It's fucking. It's literally
very
that is-
slightly.
It's
very
literally
slightly, but
that
it's
is literally
pretty much the same.
Literally French Mussolini.
French Mussolini. We
It
got it.
literally is though.
Excellent. Yeah. Yep.
It's me,
God, imagine. Oh my
Tony
Lord.
Lasagna, from the neighborhood. We used to play stickball together behind the Olive Garden.
A far-right political party previously led by her father, Jean-Marie Le Pen. Since then, the party changed its name to Rassemblement National, RN.
Yeah, they
And the
took
number
out one
members
of the
who are openly
flames.
gay has
It's
steadily
now
increased.
just
The French LGBT
dual colors. You know, like now it looks more like some Jesuit shit.
Yeah.
Like that's like there's like a fucking I don't
and the
know
number of
what.
members who are
I think it's Jesuits. I gotta look up Christian symbols real quick.
openly gay has steadily increased. The French LGBTQ+ media Tétu estimated that 20 to 25 out of 89 RN deputies are gay. Among them, you have Sébastien Chenu, the vice president of the party.
Epic,
Jean-Pierre
epic.
Tanguy,
I love the
chairman of
angry
parliamentary
gays.
Group. Then you have Julien Audoux, the spokesperson of the party, who is not gay, but who has appeared shirtless on the cover of Tétu, the media I was referencing earlier.
Epic. It's just brat shit. You don't
There
understand.
was some time even Marine Le Pen was rumored to have a relationship with her female best friend, Ingrid, who lives with her, but she quickly shut down the rumors. And finally, Thomas Ménager, who was mentioned above, who recently came out in a book written by journalist Sonia Thier.
So you're telling me if I vote for the fascist, I'm woke now?
Refused to talk to her.
Yeah, I agree with this.
Yeah.
All French are gay. I've been on an anti-French tirade. Some French guy tried to come at me.
Not this lady, though.
I was like, France fucking sucks. Some French dude was replying in French to me, so I translated all this shit. I'm just like, France gave us nationalism. Shut the fuck up. He comes back. France gave us the left-right dichotomy. Shut the fuck up. I just kept listing shit because France is the worst fucking country. Fuck France.
About homosexuality in their party.
Almost as
so
bad
is the
as
French far right
the
or the
UK.
far right in general gay friendly now? Why are far right parties around the world appealing to gay
Okay.
people? So in this video, I want to
Okay.
first explore the reasons why gay people increasingly vote for and join the far right. I want to show that they've always been. Okay, let's go. Part 1: the
So
far
I
right aesthetic.
swear, it's the actual. Hang on, maybe the religion that I'm. Okay, Pentecostal Christian.
I've heard of that.
Yes. Okay. So that's what it looks like. It looks like Pentecostal shit. The flame. Look at this. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Come on. Come on.
It is pretty similar.
So Pentecost is that this is like the Holy Spirit, right? So that's what it symbols, because the holiday of Pentecost is like after Jesus goes to heaven again, the Holy Spirit comes in and like it gives them the tongues and they all start talking gibberish and shit, and like you know it's how they're able to spread the Bible. It's like, I guess it's like kind of like reversing the Tower of Babel that gave them all the different languages that divided them. I think that's like kind of like the thing behind it.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
Sure.
It's like poetry. They rhyme. Hell yeah! Let's go. Let's go.
Very gay stream today.
Historically, the far right hasn't been very nice towards
Does anybody remember that we did a Biden speech at the start of this?
Yeah.
people. They never supported the expansion of LGBTQ+ rights, quite the contrary. However, despite being openly homophobic, far-right parties managed to get the attention of gay men in two different ways. First, the historical underrepresentation
This is so interesting.
in those parties create a homosocial environment that gay people can enjoy. And the second thing is that far-right parties convey a specific
That's
aesthetic
right.
that can be
That's
appealing to
right.
gay men. That of the military, with leagues and the uniform. You can see that on the images of fascist leagues between the First and the Second World War.
Oh my god. We need to fucking play this when that Nick Fuentes fanboy comes in.
In the 1930s. Bucard was a husband and a father, but he lived a secret life as a closeted gay man. The popular far-right monarchist party, Action Française, so French Action, founded at the beginning of the 20th century and led by Charles Maurras, also had a number of gay men in its ranks, among them Robert Brasillac, Pierre Gachotte, François Santin, or Daniel Cordier. So homosocialism, which means being surrounded by mostly men, and homoeroticism could be two factors that draw gay people to the far right. And it's important to keep in mind that in societies in which gay people lack
gay to far right
those resistance
pipeline.
movements were a space where gay people could quickly gain power as long as they remained closeted. In fact, Jean-Marie Le Pen, the founder of the National Front and the father of Marine Le Pen, said in 1995, quote, "I have to admit that there must be homosexuals in the party, but there aren't any. We tell to bugger off." End of the quote. Now, according to journalist and founder of France Act Up Didier Lestrade, the reason why so many gay men join the far right despite its homophobia is that those gay men hate their queerness. And parties, both on the left and on the right, love gay people who hate being gay. He adds, quote, "The interest gay people have for the far right is motivated by a taste for the forbidden. It's the thing that will horrify your friends when you'll tell them next time you see them at the restaurant. It will feed the rumors and make you feel so cool because people will think you're truly radical. You'll have a new status, more dangerous and bold." Part 2, homonationalism.
Yeah.
Homonationalism, which is the combination of homosexuality and nationalism, describes the use of LGBTQ+ rights by states or political movements to justify nationalist, often Islamophobic or xenophobic policies. The term was popularized by queer theorist Jas Bepois in her 2007 book, Terrorist Assemblages, Homonationalism in Queer Times. So after the 9/11 attacks, a more binary between the liberal pro-human rights West and the barbarian archaic Middle East was established in order to legitimate revenge. In the following decades, the disastrous wars happening in the Middle East were approached through this binary.
Hey, full
democracy and
circle.
freedom against evil terrorism.
There
The
it
West
is.
positioned
That's where
itself
it went
as the
wrong,
champion of
right
human
there.
rights, specifically women's rights. It sometimes collaborated or put pressure on Middle Eastern states to expand the rights of women and their representation. This is called state feminism, but it's quite unstable because it really depends on who is in power and who's willing to collaborate. And to be honest, it is perceived by many locals
This
as
is a fucking awesome
Western soft
video.
power in action. Now, if the West can't collaborate
I
with
hate
Middle
theory,
Eastern
though.
governments, they can still utilize women's rights to legitimize deadly attacks, often disrupting grassroots work done by local feminists with
How
or
long is
without the
this?
help of UN organizations. So this
20 minutes?
Oh, that's not too bad. Too long though.
Okay, people can watch it in their own time.
Yeah, it's like
It's
what am I?
is the far right
what-
gay friendly now?
What am I gonna? But who's the creator? Because like, what are we gonna actually
Alice
add to this?
Patel. Yeah.
I'd
Alice
like to interview her. That's what we can add.
Female rage is here to stay. This is interesting.
This is a cool channel. Subscribe.
Bumble and the Sexual Revolution. This is interesting.
Subscribe. That's what's up.
Okay.
Cool channel.
This is good. Okay. Another person to email. Oh no, I shit on the French before this. She's French.
Yeah, you didn't. Of course she's French. That's why I kept saying, except this one. Didn't
Okay.
you hear how she was talking?
No, I only realized when she started pronouncing French
I
words.
actually really like French women.
No kid.
I've
There's
met a
only
lot.
people from
I've met a
Paris.
lot. Paris. Lisa Doe is a Parisian though, and she's the best.
Uh-huh. There's always exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, but she's one of the good ones.
I'm so sick of my ambition.
Whoa!
I reject it.
Don't worry.
Okay. We want
to. I wouldn't eat a human. I wouldn't eat a monkey. I wouldn't eat a dog. I think I'd eat anything else.
A worm will eat my brain.
Cuts the cats. Cuts the cats. I would eat anything else. Oh no, not cats. Oh no, not the baby elephant. Oh, not the tiny horse.
Virtually anything.
Not the dolphin.
The thinking on your end behind getting
not the
worms in your brain, honestly.
Emu is fine.
Hey everybody, these are my 2 ravens. They're not actually mine. I'm just taming them. They live in a palm tree. I think I'd eat anything. Anyway, that's the male in the back and the female in the...
That's not gonna fuck us over, is it?
Could. You never know. Yeah, it's a goat, though, to be clear. It's definitely a goat. But that, I think, internet today, we're going to show more bird shitting here. We're close up on this bird's head. Yep. Oh, and they cut to a fucking thing on his head. So
the Mike Pence shit.
Okay, so the thing is like, if you go to the internet news today, they did a really good analysis of it, because like the whole reason it's associated with a dog is because his friend was going to Korea and he's like, go ask him to eat the dog. So he's doing racist shit by showing that picture of the goat, associating it, saying it was a dog, and saying Korean people eat dogs, right? So like, even if it's not a dog, there's still deeper shit going on there that's like fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about how Asian people eat dogs because your friend is going to Korea. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. Also, it's around the same time he got that brainworm when that picture was taken. You saw the picture, right?
No, but I'm sure we'll see it in this video.
A new sexual assault allegation against RFK Jr. revealed in Vanity Fair. This
I'm
one's
not
pretty
a
wild.
Catholic boy.
This one's pretty wild. The fall of '98, the Kennedys hired a 23-year-old woman, Eliza Cooney, as their part-time babysitter. One night, she attended a meeting in the family kitchen with Kennedy and another young riverkeeper volunteer named Murray Fisher to discuss business when she felt Kennedy's hand moving up and down her leg under the table. She tried making sense of the incident in her diary, which I have read, in the entry dated November 7th, 1998. Continues on. This is very Kennedy behavior, so, the family blood running strong, okay? In the back of my mind, I was hoping it wasn't what it actually was, says Cooney, now 48. Reached for comment. Fisher says he worked closely with Cooney and liked her, but wasn't aware of her alleged experiences with Kennedy at the time and now feels bad for her. Weeks later, she discovered Kennedy standing in her bedroom. She saw that her diary, which chronicled her daily activities and detailed her romantic life with her boyfriend, was open next to her bed. She was shocked when a shirtless Kennedy, then 45, asked her to rub lotion on his back. Okay. Yeah, naked and oiled up, man. Naked and oiled up. Oh, we'll get to it, NPC Porky. She did it reluctantly and quickly. It was totally inappropriate, she says, adding that she stopped recording these experiences in her journal, fearing Kennedy would later read them. A few months later, Cooney says she was rifling through the kitchen pantry for lunch after a yoga class, still in her sports bra and leggings, when Kennedy came up behind her, blocked her inside the room, and began groping her, putting his hands on her hips and sliding them up along her ribcage and breasts. My back was the door of the pantry, and he came up behind me, she says, describing the alleged sexual assault. I was frozen, shocked. Very Kennedy. Yeah, Kennedy behavior right there, exactly. Why is everyone evil? Yeah, good question, man. Politics, huh? He was interrupted by a worker who entered the kitchen. To announce his presence, the man, according to Cooney, said something like, don't do anything I wouldn't do, or don't do anything you wouldn't want your wife to know about. Man, how often must RFK been sexually assaulting people for that to be the default response?
A lot.
Because if I came in and I saw, like, my boss and a coworker getting handsy, my first impression, charitably speaking, would be, oh, they have an affair, not, oh, he has a habit. Does that make any sense? Like the way the response, the way the worker opened suggests to me that it's like a common thing, which, Kennedy, what are you going to do? Has he responded? Oh boy, has he? Hold on.
I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I said I had a very, very rambunctious youth.
Oh, hold on. Let's get the full video here.
With what looks like a dog, and also a barbecue.
Oh yeah, he ate like a barbecued dog or something.
Dog. I'm not going to show the picture. As a dog lover, I know you have pets yourself, and also a sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Sorry. The article is a lot of garbage.
The picture that they said is of me eating a dog. It's actually me eating a goat in Patagonia on a whitewater trip many years ago on the Futalaifu River. They say they have an expert that has identified that as a dog carcass.
Yeah.
It's just not true. So, and in terms of the other allegations, I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy.
Honestly, there you go. I wanted to see if there was any more context where he led into it, but no.
Honestly, though, he's technically running against Donald Trump. So,
yeah, who gives a shit?
Not a point off for Trump. The poor Republicans that were thinking they were going to vote for the guy who doesn't sexually assault women. All 6 of them?
Mm-hmm.
That was their whole reasoning for voting for Kennedy, is because Trump sexually assaults people?
I guess so. I guess not anymore.
They do exist.
Womp womp.
His opening response, the first thing he said about the sexual assault accusation that we just read is, "I'm not a church boy." Kennedy's, man.
I am not running like that. I said I had a very, very rambunctious youth.
45 years
in
old.
my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet.
That's crazy, man. That's your response? This has got to be the wildest response I've ever heard to a Me Too accusation. I'm not a church boy. I've got plenty of skeletons in my closet. Really? Would you like to share some of them with the class? He's very honest. Maybe he would make a good president.
If they could all vote, I could run for king of the world.
Vaush.
This Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not going to comment on the details of any of them, but
you poor
gets accused of sexual assault. If we went over every accusation of sexual assault that I've been involved in, we'd be here for the rest of our lives. Let's move forward. Okay, all right. Okay. I mean, the article just listed one. I didn't know you had that many.
I am who I am.
You're talking there.
I am who I am. What's that? Is that the Kevin Spacey argument? That's crazy, man. He was just a young 45-year-old boy.
About the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask her. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I'm not going to comment on it.
Jesus Christ!
I give you the opportunity, and officially, it's a goat. Now, I didn't know necessarily, but what did they say? It's a spare rib of a canine. I think that's what they said for their identification. But we've got it from you. I'll let the
even Sauger, and Sauger's like an RFK simp too, because he's a moron. That's crazy, man.
Anatomy experts be the ones who can determine that.
So that's 100% true. Oh, of course it is. Why would he respond that way if it wasn't? That's crazy. Jesus Christ, man.
For sure.
Remember when Cuomo
Yeah.
responded by showing pictures of him kissing and touching other people too? Yeah, I do. But like, even then, Cuomo was trying to frame it as like, I'm just an old Italian man who loves being handsy. It's not me sexually assaulting people. It's just that's my style of communication.
Places where they eat dogs, they also don't fucking slice animals like that to barbecue them, slow roast them over a fire and shit.
Yeah.
By the way, whereas RFK Jr., Cuomo's response was basically, hey! Whereas like RFK Jr.'s response is, listen up, okay? Yeah, we know I've done this a lot. Let's not dwell on it, all right? I have no comment on this. It's happened a million times. Let's move on. It's like, okay, all right, okay. The Italian trait of groping people. I mean, he's not wrong. Maybe the central theme here is Catholics, right? RFK Jr. and Cuomo. Cuomo's Catholic, right? He has to be Catholic. I don't know for sure that he's Catholic, but he has to be Catholic, right? It's Cuomo, right? No? It's Catholic? Biden's also really touchy. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. Yeah, to everybody attacking RFK Jr. and Cuomo, you don't have Italian relatives and it shows. Maybe stay in your lane. This was him eating the dog. Yeah, not gonna lie, don't care about the dog thing. We kill like 1 billion cows a day. Cows are super smart. I don't think, that's like very much a Western comfort thing, like we'll like basically torture dogs to make them like attack vehicles for cops and slaughter cows.
Apparently pro eating dogs.
Interesting.
Common Vaush owl.
Pigs that are just as smart as dogs, but then like dogs are our best friends or whatever. But like, it's like, okay, I mean, like, cats are like house friends, or dogs are house friends, but then you go shoot wolves or whatever. It's just a cultural thing. I don't care. Now, as for the sexually assaulting the babysitter thing, I think that's pretty bad. I think that's pretty bad, in my humble opinion. What happened with lying about sexual assault? Why not say that you didn't? I think the reason why RFK Jr. and other people don't want to say they didn't is because if they say they didn't, it kind of spurs their victim to provide evidence or to like argue more publicly about it. Whereas if they say no comment, they're trying to like avoid a situation where the accuser feels compelled to go public and be much more aggressive in challenging it, either like legally or socially speaking in the court of public opinion. There's like 30 more people who will come forward for it. Well, I mean, he's basically admitted that. Nothing compelled him to say he had a bunch of skeletons in his closet. That was like a completely unforced error. There was nothing in the universe that made him say that. Like, he didn't need to say that at all. That was just the brainworms talking, man. That's crazy. Hounded by his ghosts. At least the man is honest, I guess. Yeah, maybe it would be refreshing to have him as president purely because he's too brain damaged to lie properly.
Have, like
he
worms
would,
in your brain,
maybe
honestly.
even more so than Trump, he would be the one to let us know what's going on at Area 51. You know what I mean? He would tell us like the current state of our like cloaking technology, orbital laser, space program, bitch. Maybe.
Look, an orbital laser would be cool.
What's going on in Area 51 is our fucking autonomous programs for drones and shit.
Yeah.
That's where we developed those Blackhawks that killed Osama bin Laden. They were at Area 51.
Mm-hmm. It's where the SR-71 was developed.
It's literally where...
I'm sure it's where Skunk Works is.
It's where planes that have the letter X in their name go.
Yeah, it's literally where NASA tests planes. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? We know what Area 51 is.
It's where they developed the slap chop.
Maybe we need that. Just keep 22-year-old babysitters away from him, I guess.
Good takes, as per usual.
One presidential candidate drawing significant support as an independent.
All right, so we've got Dog Girl.
Yeah, Dog Girl.
Dave Smith and Vaush.
Dog Girl.
Australian Army experience.
Dog Girl.
Or Sydney Watson hating
Dog
women.
Girl. Dog Girl, and then when we bail on it, we'll look at some stuff about Saren.
It's 48 hours with a TikTok girl. She's got teeth. She wears like sharp teeth. My dogs were never constantly coming on to me, personally.
Okay, that's right there. That right there. That's why it's on the list.
What?
What was that about dog fucking? Like, these girls can't
My
help
dogs were
themselves.
never constantly coming on to me, personally.
Okay. What is that? Okay, so you were coming on to them. You know?
This is the type of person I like can't take my eyes away from, but I also don't know what to, like this is probably good for Tom. This is why people need to go and touch grass. This girl is like breaking my paradigm in a good way. It's always good to have your paradigm shattered. Wait, oh my gosh, yes.
They need to establish dominance over your dog to make sure she doesn't get the wrong idea. Mine. That's what I thought. You gotta be stronger than the dog. This is why we lift weights. You actually bit my leg. Bad dog. No biting. I'm serious.
No.
No biting. Why are you making that fucking
It's
face?
some
Stop.
fucking poser who's not Puppy Girl Jenna.
Seriously.
You probably can't even Google her name and the word butthole and see her butthole like Puppy Girl Jenna.
He's into it. He's so into it.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
What in the front is that? I don't know, guys. Tom completely hit that. Do you think the question is, did he have the riz to get the dog girl?
Zimbabwe City. To hang out with Meowdaland, the coolest dog in the doghouse.
Cat boys. At my head.
I'm glad you can make it.
Is there a package?
She just barks. You like to bark? Not particularly. The reason I know about this girl, because she got in like a bunch of news articles and then drama alerts. She had a New York Post article written about her. Okay, so this is the weird thing, because her name is Meowdaland, but she's a dog. Play on words, you know? You're defending her quite a bit. Or can you defend this crib activity?
No. They wrote this article not based on
President Runday standing by the clip. Yeah, President Sunday is like, yeah, Kyla's streaming again. I can finally hold on to the last vestiges of my dying career by twisting something she said into a massive character smear. He needs me, okay? It's a parasitic relationship.
Yeah.
What?
An interview they had with her, but based on an interview she had with like some Australian like radio talk show.
My name is Meow, like a cat, but I am a dog.
He's so into her. He's so into her. He loves this shit. He's like, this is weird, but I'm kind of into it.
Yeah.
We found her website.
It's
FAQ.
fetish
What breed of dog
shit.
are you? Candy coated Dalmatian. How long have you been a dog? Forever. Do not mistake my playful or lewd entertainment style as parasocialized flirtation. Do not mistake my heartfelt encouragement through chat as romantic attraction. To anyone out there watching, not your girl, bro. You can't fix her.
She is sending secret signals into your brain.
Yeah, I think it'll be a peaceful interaction tomorrow with Meowdaland. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna learn about her dog ways. Maybe she'll have to go for a walk.
Maybe you'll learn a lot, you know?
See you tomorrow. What the freak is up, gang? We're about to hang out with Meowdaland, the #1 dog in this town.
I can't help but watch this and be like, what is his road system plugged into? Is it plugged into the camera? Because there's no way he's got like a PC open right now. So what's capturing it? I don't know.
When DMX talked about, only...
Damn, Tom has a massive bulbous honker. We don't talk about each other's private parts like that, okay? Not on this stream, at least.
Let's see how long it takes before Erudite realizes she forgot to show us the video.
Dog residence, guys. This is it. We're at the dog house officially.
And she goes
My
back,
mom's gonna come through the
terrible
door.
content creator, you go to texting.
Maybe something good, maybe something bad. She ran. She's putting something on, I think. Oh no, the tail. Nice to meet you. I'm Tom.
I'm meow like a cat, but I'm a dog.
She, I'm not streaming it for you.
We've done that a couple times.
Yeah, but that's why we have two of us to be like, hey, are we supposed to be looking at something?
Look, okay, it's been a while. All right, I'm a little rough around the edges right now. Afraid I didn't do anything. Why didn't she bark at the door? Like aggressively. Already failed dog girl. Okay.
Puppy
if she
cat.
rang that doorbell, she should have been.
Fair criticism.
Puppy cat.
Poser. Not puppy girl Jenna. Poser.
Puppy cat.
At the door being like freaking out. So I already don't believe that it's her gender.
Is this like the real doghouse?
Yeah, literally.
This is offensive.
This is the stream room.
Why is there a crib?
I find owning cats is cool because, you know, like I'm dog aggressive. So.
Oh, it's a kennel. It's a kennel. She's dog aggressive. She's got teeth. She wears like sharp teeth.
A dog aggressive?
Yeah, like
guys, if you're asking if I would ever win in a fight, the answer is no. I have the most fragile skull on the planet. Okay, my skull is slightly deviated off of my C1 spinal column. I can't take a hit at all. Okay, I will always lose the fight and could die. I'm always not the one to bet on.
All my cool stuff that's everywhere.
Yeah, I guess you like My Melody or whatever.
This is cinema roll.
Oh, sorry, my bad. You'll have to forgive me. I'm trying to understand. I'm a newbie. Okay.
A newbie?
I don't even understand. I know you're not a furry, but I don't even totally understand furries yet. This is like another step.
Yeah, I'm like more of a fuzzy.
How do you think Jesus feels about the dog?
I think it's really cool because I wouldn't have near as much cool stuff if you didn't think it was cool.
There's a
Tail going. I wouldn't have as much cool stuff if God didn't agree with me. Woof.
And she really gets into it.
I love her. I love her. I love this. I love everything
what is,
about
like,
this.
the number one stream content you do? Are you reacting? Are you just hanging out?
I bark.
Okay, and that's it.
Yeah. You ever play Neopets?
I like Fortnite.
No. I bark. No build.
No build.
Pussy.
Oh,
This is cool. Do you want to wear
Guys, this is the new, I'm changing my entire stream right now. I'm actually giving up all of the work that I'm doing right now to do this. I am just going to sit on stream and go.
You would be a great dog girl.
That's all I'm doing. Okay, that's it.
You
These are my
clearly want
ears.
to.
Are these like a mood based thing?
Yeah, basically.
think
These are
you're-
Cerberus specifically.
So like if you're mad,
Yeah, if I'm feeling feisty, I suppose.
you probably would like Scooby Doo.
I love Scooby-Doo. These are my Roxanne ears.
Do you guys?
for-
Okay, her lips are like kind of weirdly perfect for this, which I know is a weird thing to say, but hold on. I wonder if I
What
can
a
capture
girl
it.
comment.
Look at this. They're like, there's something about them that's perfect for making like anthropomorphic. I don't know. I'm not going to label it. I'm actually not going to label it because somebody's going to throw
You're
that label in
saying
my face.
she's got a
You know what I'm
dog face.
saying? You get the feels that I'm getting.
Saying she's a
Do you guys
dog-faced
think that she
pony
like
soldier?
trained her, like worked in the mirror to kind of make lip movements like that? Or did she get like plastic surgery, like Botox to kind of like freeze parts of her lips? I don't know. It's crazy. Maybe she's right. Maybe it's not all the stuff that she has that proves God wants her to be a dog. It's that she was born with lips that give that kind of vibe.
I would like Scooby Doo.
I love Scooby-Doo.
God made her this
These are
way.
my Roxanne ears for Five Nights at Freddy's.
You would like Five Nights at Freddy's.
Listen, I think the animatronics get a little quirky, and so do I. So I find
Okay, the teeth that she has in. Are they veneers that are filed, or are they just like fake teeth? Are they real? Are they her teeth?
some.
They are
You
mold.
think she saves money for hyper realistic dog fursuit? No, she probably
moles.
spends all her money on like the ears. I doubt she
Okay.
does fursuits. She's way too cute. She's like a cute girl.
Who's
She's not gonna
ready
like cover
for-
herself in a
who's
fursuit.
ready to
She's gonna
stop
do
watching
the ears, the
this
tail,
and
and all
look
the
at nerve agents? But first, I got to type in puppy girl Jenna butthole. Let's see what comes up here. Yep, instantly butthole. That's why puppy girl Jenna is the goat. Well, she's more of a dog.
Well, first of all, we should watch somebody who denies chemical weapon attacks first, not Vaush.
Oh yeah. Also, there's fucking Clandis Owens and Jimmy Dore.
Yes, I have.
We gotta look at. We gotta. There's a Sam
Jimmy
Cedar
Dore.
clip. If there, if
Is
we
that the
want,
one about how she's dumb?
if maybe it's there.
What should we do here? Should we talk about how Candace Owens seems to be?
Yes.
Do you think
No. Maybe she's on Jimmy Dore when she says it.
in the day.
Europe again after the First World War. Do you think that those America First supporters then were right? Do you think that America shouldn't have gone into that Second World War?
Yeah.
This is different.
Okay, hang on. I got it here somewhere. Here you go. Got it. Okay, so this is the quickest summary we can do on that appearance. So there you go. I see it here.
We also wanted to do this.
Oh yeah. More Michelle Obama stuff.
People in the Democratic Party, and her name has even been floated to replace President Biden on the
By who?
ticket. However, she reportedly will not be campaigning for Joe Biden.
Wow, it's almost like she doesn't want anything to do with politics, yet you guys keep
Axios,
saying
Michelle Obama
that
is
she
trying
runs the
to
country.
Campaign for Biden, quote, over how the Biden family largely exiled her close friend Kathleen Buell after Buell's messy divorce from Hunter Biden. Now, remember, she testified in the trial recently and talked about how Hunter got her.
Oh, suddenly it's a Hunter Biden story.
But apparently, Michelle Obama and Kathleen are good friends.
Yeah. I mean, look, Barack Obama reportedly said that the Biden family dynamic was weird as you know what.
Oh, yeah.
Hunter Biden left his
The
wife,
Assad chemical
slept
attack
with his
one
sister-in-law,
is
who happened to
age-gated.
be the widow of his dead brother.
What, the Assad
That
one?
is weird as you know
Yeah.
what.
I bet.
And the wife happened to be a friend
I'll show it.
of Michelle Obama's. I think
I'll
she will
show
probably speak
specific
at the
parts of it.
DNC. I think she will, but
I know where the
for
good
Democrats,
parts
they
are.
need to get over Michelle Obama. I think they use her as an
No, it should
avatar
be age gated.
of him,
That video
right?
is horrific.
Because Biden is a disaster. They wish Obama was president again, but he's constitutionally barred from being president. So she becomes the way to get the Obama magic back. She doesn't like politics. She's not.
I also have
interested in
a
it. I
full
don't think she's ever
playlist
gonna
that
do
somebody
that.
put together that's just evidence.
I agree. I think this dynamic of the Kathleen Buell thing.
Sorry. That's just what?
Evidence.
Epic.
Yeah. So it's a human rights channel on YouTube. There's 22 videos. Syria apparent war crimes. The April 4th chemical weapon attack full playlist. Oh, this is by Elliot Higgins from Billingcat, who made this playlist. But yeah, tons of videos, including that one I just posted in there that's age gated.
We should also attach the debate with this guy. We don't really talk about Jimmy Dore very much on this program anymore because he's just sort of like some middling reactionary. And we don't really share an audience with him anymore. 8 years ago, he did. Probably to the date. It was probably right around now. In 2016.
What happened?
I watched a video that he did with another guy on his program, Aggressive Progressive, I think it was. And they were talking about how the Supreme Court didn't matter whatsoever.
That's what got you?
And I'll talk more at the other end of this clip.
Not
as to what happened after
not the
that.
genocide denial, the sucking Assad's dick after he was. That's not what you had a problem with. All the Assad shit, right? Didn't Jimmy Dore win a fucking grant or something from Assad? Or Mint Press gave him a fucking trophy or something?
Probably. They all have one.
8 years later.
If it's not from Assad, it's from Russia.
Yeah. I'm pretty
Here
sure.
is Jimmy Dore hosting Candace Owens on his program.
Emma loved that Sam used that.
Talking about
because Sam
how,
isn't a silly name guy like that, you know?
Yeah.
But it's so appropriate.
Israel's a problem, but also sort of Jews.
In their crap. I'm America first. I want to apologize for it. I'm Christianity first. I want to apologize for it. And that upsets some.
Who coined that term, America first, Candace? Go ahead.
I'm not sure, actually. Who was it?
The Nazis.
What? The
Yeah.
Nazi Party?
Yeah.
That's funny. Also, I looked up the Make America Great Again. It was Reagan.
Yeah, that's what I sent you. I said, oh, I was wrong. I was thinking
Yeah.
of America first,
Yeah, okay.
which was what the Nazis said.
Yes.
People because I guess, how dare she have the audacity? Well, guess what? I have the audacity, folks.
So you're saying that there was a greater Holocaust of Christians that happened, and it was committed by the Bolsheviks, and the leader of them at the time was a Jewish guy.
Okay.
Well, Henry did go
Hang
down.
on.
What
Hang
really
on.
ran the
Hang
Gulag
on.
camp.
Hang on. hang on. Even if that's true, genocide is also proportional. Like the Cambodian genocide didn't kill nearly as many people as the Holocaust, but yeah, it's like up there with it. It's like number 2 behind it for proportional size.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, look at wait, what did you say?
Pol Pot.
Yeah, Cambodia.
Yeah.
25% of the population, 20%
Yeah.
of the population, something like that.
Yeah.
I think Rwanda was pretty bad.
My point is that you can kill a lot of Christians.
Yeah.
And they're still fine. But to act, it's like could there be greater volume than the Holocaust? Sure. But how many Jews are there?
This is the same argument that I sarcastically used to be like, oh, China's got more prisoners, right? This is literally that. Like, yeah, there's more Christians than Jews. There's a lot more.
Like that Daily Wire thing we watched the other day where he was talking about some weird Christian genocide in Russia. That he was trying to be like, and they was comparing it to Auschwitz and shit.
Yes. It's very... The victim complex. Narcissism, I think, is what causes it.
System. So people should read, if you're interested, Alexander Solzhenitsyn talking about how shocking it was to watch the American president linking arms with Stalin, talking about we're putting an end to the Holocaust in World War II, and Stalin was still mass killing Christians in Russia. I mean, it's an absolute nonsense. And you got to take it back all the way. The Bolshevik Revolution happened. They assassinated the Tsar, I think, in 1880. And then by the time they actually properly took over, I think it was around 1910. And so what was going on in Russia?
What? What's wrong?
She said 1880, right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear that wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Good Lord.
Yeah, but like that's the thing.
Led World War One. Like the Tsar led World War One. They died in World War One, not 1880. You fucking moron! I need to double check this because I'm doubting myself.
The thing is like the Soviet Union also killed Jews and Muslims and Chechens, right? What about the fucking why am I blanking on their name? The people from Crimea. Tartars. Right? The Roma. Like Stalin killed a lot of fucking people.
Yeah, I was right.
But to act like the gall to act like it was Auschwitz over there. So she had to, for her to think it's worse, she already has to be denying the ovens and shit, because you can't think something's worse than fucking Auschwitz unless you're denying the fucking ovens. Those were just shoes. They didn't belong to actual people. How many cookies could you make if I was making this many cookies for this many hours, huh? That's the Nick Fuentes thing.
The other thing is they also say that 6 million died at Auschwitz is the claim. And that's already a lie because it's 1 million that died at Auschwitz. It's 6 million total. Right? It was 1.1 million or 1.2 million exterminated through the Auschwitz camp. Whether that's not 6 million, but holy Jesus fucking Christ. 1.1 million people killed through that camp.
Well, it's
is
like
insane.
They killed that many people at the Battle of the Somme. Right? Like 1 million people died in one battle, right? So there were events that would have had proportional effect, right? Like, or that, like, if you're counting the numbers, right? Like the deaths in World War One, how many people died to that? It's not the fucking same. What I'm like? It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter if it was 1 billion or 1 million, right? Like, it's fucking Auschwitz, dude.
Yeah, insane. Also, I was correct. Tsar Nicholas II died in 1918, not 1880.
Well, I think it's like, isn't it more than 6 million?
6 million is
the low?
the reasonable. I think it's the agreed upon amount.
It's but you could say up to.
Up
Just
to.
like,
I think it was
just
up
like
to
Iraq.
8.
Just like
up to
Iraq,
8.
you know, you
as
can say
little
up
as
to
I
a
think
million.
as little as 4, as many as 8 or 9. I think is what the number is. I think, or it's like 6 to 9, something like that. Something like that. Yeah,
The proportion is also.
I was explaining how the Nazis get to the conclusion that it's like, oh, 6 million in the ovens. No, it wasn't. It was 1.1 million in the camps, and the 6 million in total.
Yeah,
Well,
and like think of the like some the deaths that they don't have tracked is the people who die on trains and stuff.
Yeah.
Think about how many died there alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just from transport, just dying in the train. Yeah, probably heaps. So there's a lot wrong with this.
At that time was they immediately took over. They started a gulag system, concentration camps, where they were mass drowning Christians in barges. And this information is readily available, and yet you never learn about it. People don't want to talk about it. It makes them very uncomfortable.
Well, I didn't hear about it until I heard you talk about it.
Yeah, Henry Kagoda.
Bro, how did you not know that
stunning.
Stalin massacred Christians along with everyone else? Oh, it's because Jimmy Dore does Stalin defense, I bet, right?
Probably.
Alone, 15 million people. And this is a person that's not even spoken about. And so that's the reason why Piers just goes, okay, yeah, no, okay, let's move on to the next point. So in my viewpoint, the Israeli government has way too much involvement with the American government. And part of that, this program, and you saw this after October 7th, Congress immediately passed that there would be we would be learning about October 7th in schools.
Hold on for 1 second. Listen.
I mean, that's fair.
The thing that you have to be careful of here is that there are some complaints that they have about what's going on with our government in terms of Israel that are legitimate, but they are undergirded by a different complaint, and that is that Jews now are responsible for the mass killing of.
Yeah, we know about
definitely done
Jews.
his homework for
Don't
this.
worry, Sam.
Immediately passed that there would be we would be learning about October 7th in schools as if it was like Pearl Harbor, right? A day that will live in infamy. Why? This is not my country. That's a nonsense. And if the answer is, because it's a day that should live in infamy, why just Israel? Why just Israel?
Right.
Why not also what's happening in Armenia or happening in Nigeria or happening all over the world? Why not a day that will live in infamy? Russia actually just went through a terror attack, and Russia has a lot of Christians. I'm Christian. So if we can just start drafting over days of terror that happen on the
You see how
religion,
here's the thing is that she's doing exactly what Netanyahu
You
does,
can call me whatever the
but she's
fuck
just doing
you
it from
want.
the other
At
side.
this point, I don't give a shit.
She uses Israel and Christian interests as if they are the same thing, just on opposite sides of the coin, and she doesn't like one over the other. As a
more
things and like mass killings and incarcerations.
Let's play just a little bit more,
reference
and then
the
I will
Protocols of
talk
Elder Zion.
about,
I mean, I wrote that.
I wrote that book.
That's a great book.
That's a great book.
Russia actually just went through a terror attack, and Russia has a lot of Christians. I'm Christian. So if we can just start drafting over days of terror that happen on the.
If we were to make shirts, would we put a catchphrase on there or just the logo? You know, because if they're funny, people buy them.
I think memes. I think putting fucked up quotes misattributed to wrong people, or like really good quotes misattributed to fucked up people, or something like that.
So,
just because we do information warfare.
Like if we do Myth of the Nation shirts.
And attribute it to Donald Trump.
Well, not even. No, I was gonna think.
Or Joe Biden, or anybody, right? Hillary Clinton.
I was gonna say like Alfred Hitchcock or something. Just way out of there.
I mean, it's an idea. I think that would be a funny idea. That's a good start? The Myth of the Nation, or just fascist quotes attributed to communists. That could be funny as well. We'll
These
see.
people, bro.
Mm-hmm.
The basis of our religion.
Okay, bro.
I'd like to draft what just happened in Russia.
The Holocaust. So
Uh-huh.
that's great.
I want my kids to learn about that in school.
Go ahead, Kurt.
Hey, so you said the thing about concentration camps. I thought the Cecil Rhodes, Boer War concentration camps came first. Am I wrong about that?
Pardon, could you say the last tidbit? You thought
the Boer War in South Africa when Cecil Rhodes, the architect of apartheid that Israel uses,
what year was that?
Like in 1889 or something, I thought.
It could have been. You might be right.
Also, Germany before Hitler had concentration camps in Africa. They did a genocide under the the fucking I don't know what they had. Maybe republic or monarchy at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I think in Namibia. It wasn't as severe, of course, but it was already in German policy.
Yeah.
And people like Bad Empanada try to basically blame the U.S. for the Holocaust, which is just fucking weird. Some Netanyahu shit.
Rhodes was unhappy that in many Cape constituencies, Africans could be the basis of the apartheid system. This is not biological or maximal racist. I don't know. Just quoting a bunch of people. It's too much.
No, system was particularly evil.
Yeah.
So, but you could be right. I wouldn't.
If you
be
read
able to
Tragedy
you on
and
that
Hope.
point.
You read Tragedy and Hope by Kel Quigley. They have pictures of it. It looks like Auschwitz. And the Rhodes Scholarship is still available to this day. Clinton, I think Obama was one. We still have stuff in that guy's name. That guy invented that stuff. In fact, his little cadre with Wall Street invented the Bolsheviks and the Nazis, which is kind of interesting.
And it's crazy because so many of those sick,
here we go.
demented
down the.
I mean, she's said before, and by the way, kept on by the Daily Wire. This was in 2019. If Hitler wanted to make Germany great and just have things run.
Good Lord. This is a quote from someone. Rhodes was not a biological or maximal racist. Despite his support for what became the basis of the apartheid system, he is best seen as a cultural or minimal racist.
Yes,
he literally had the blacks are an inferior culture sort of mentality. That led to apartheid. So just for anybody who's like, that's a reasonable, the KKK kind of mentality of
so their mentality is
other.
Basically that Imperial Japan could have been civilized.
Yeah.
Right? That's what I'm getting.
Something like that.
Well, okay, fine. The problem is he had dreams outside Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German.
We played that recently.
That's
also. I'll tell you something. We would be much better off. The ex-fundamentalists who get onto some of these YouTube shows. You can take the kid out of fundamentalism, but sometimes that sort of I need a worldview. It may be a lunatic one that I get from just around the corner from Alex Jones. But as long as I get a worldview that's going to explain everything to me, then I'm okay. But that show, I mean, the idea that Jimmy Dore is now providing no pushback onto the quasi-anti-Semitic, if not full-on anti-Semitic rantings of
Nazi
Candace
revisionism.
Nazi revisionism is not surprising to me. I said before the clip that the genesis of my issues with Jimmy Dore, we weren't friends, but we were friendly, was watching him say on his program that it didn't matter who the Supreme Court picked, and that Donald Trump wouldn't be that bad.
Who's ready for nerve agents? You should probably start with that SciShow video. Yes. That explains it real good, even though it's titled nerve gas.
Yes.
Sarin gas is what he titled it, right?
Mm-hmm. The first one you sent is also age gated.
Which one is that? Send it back to me. No, I can look. I'm just kidding.
First one is nerve gas test 2.
They must have sent
recent attacks.
For me, this one is at the top.
Chemical weapons like choking agents,
It's
which can
also-
permanently
it's
scar lung
also
tissue, and
very
blister agents,
survivable.
which, yes.
It's very
really?
survivable. Yes. Yes.
Just with atropine.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, people were like, even without it, like, I mean, we'll show some footage of people being affected by it in Syria.
Mm.
That's age gated, and we'll do it at the end. So if our entire stream gets age gated, we can just maybe, hopefully, we can edit it in post and clip that bit.
Yeah.